We're here. We're actually here. Hold up. Let me just, At this point, I'm just setting new records for my lowest viewed videos, and it's kind of sad. Here we go. Let me just share. Fuck, that's the wrong one. Okay, very cool. So I guess I'll talk about, yeah, I was considering. To tomorrow because of scheduling, but now I'll see. Cool, now we're good. Okay, so we're watching. Oh, what the hell? Okay, we're watching OWC, but actually, I don't know what I was on this morning. Anyway, I have to be very careful streaming for like a week though. Hopefully I got the date right this time. I think. Fingers crossed.
It's already 520k. I think it's.
I think I got the date right this time. I hope, I pray to God I got it right. I've checked it multiple times. It says the match is at 4. Please don't tell me it's changed much. Which, minus 7 hours. Oh, it'd be at 9. Well, whatever. I guess I'll play some Osu in the meantime. Okay. That and I also have some stuff to talk about, so I guess it works out anyways. Because, boy, some stuff has definitely happened. Because I kind of got a warning on my channel, which is why Jesus Christ. So, Terraria Part 1 is currently down. And that's because the the stream got removed for, hate speech. Which, I think I know the part of the video or the part of the stream it's referring to. And if I'm correct, I'd say it's actually a pretty fair claim. I'm not gonna fight it if YouTube actually wants to do their job for once, so. You know, however, I find it funny that I somehow got Jesus Christ. That I somehow got a stream removed for hate speech before I got one removed for copyright. But yeah, I just have to be careful with what I say and stuff for like 3 months, then we're good. And then YouTube, well, and then YouTube doesn't really care, so. But yeah, I'm good to stream because I took the practice training, which taught me nothing. But, you know, I think, I don't know, it's something that I find kind of weird, but. Like I said, I think the reason is justified if I am correct about what I think it is. I don't know, I'll check. What I'm probably gonna do for the Terraria live stream is I'm just going to, tomorrow, try to upload it as a video and just edit out the part that I think is problematic. And if I can still access it. If I can't, then lost media. But yeah, I just find it to be a kind of wacky situation. But you know, it is what it is. So let's try to get another warning for copyright, huh? I have not played Taiko in a while, so I'm gonna be very rusty. Man, I'm so rusty. I probably traded like my speed for like stream skill. Read knowledge. Oh shit! Wait. No. Okay, I joked about going for copyright. Jeez. Dude, I have to dodge like 20 different bullets. Hello, Mazano Rex Studios, the good user. I am glad as always to see you somehow are the first one here. as always. Thank God life has some consistency. I don't think Gorilla is actually copyrighted, which is kind of shocking. By the way, I did not know the name of this song for like a year. So like, basically since when I started watching YouTube Shorts till like 2 months ago, I just could not tell you what the name of the song is. It is kind of weird how like, I just find it kind of funny how in like more recent years, or I guess, Jesus Christ, I'm talking. I don't know, it seems like just Vocaloid and like that type of shit is just becoming way more mainstream. Damn it. Bad. Me bad. I like how I hit the fast part, but the moment it slowed down. learn to fear God. That's... I'll probably also eventually make like a second channel, just in case if my channel does get like another strike at any point in time. You know, just to be safe. Doesn't like 8-minute long maps, come on. Also, speaking of shorts, I've considered doing short form content for a while now. Because, I mean, I'm not gonna pretend like shorts get a ton of views, because they don't. And on the rhythm game side, on other sides, they absolutely do. But, you know... they can at least help bring attention to the channel, I think. With DDR, I found out about, like, a few different DDR players. Like, I've learned about their channels because of shorts. So it's not gonna help, like, my videos reach, well, it'll help them reach a larger audience, but that audience is mostly gonna be people who are really into rhythm games. Which is, you know, kind of expected, but... Or, of course, I could just do an absolute curveball and do, like... like, those, like, shorts where, like, they just react, like, they just read out, like, an obviously fake text conversation or something. Or like, those Reddit short stories. And, like, the sad thing is, I don't hate the content. I mean, I don't think it's, like, the healthiest form. You know, plagiarism bad and all that. But, like, as someone who has Reddit but, like, never uses it, well, at least for, like, short story type of stuff. You know, it at least helps, like, I don't know, I mean, it's a scummy thing to do. Am I gonna stop watching it? No. It's like, it's one of those things, or even if there's, like, some really bad backstory, but even if it's not morally correct, I'm not gonna stop. You know, I mean... I'm like the state. Oh my god, I am everything that is wrong with the average consumer and then some. Cause like at least the average consumer, they aren't self-aware. I am, I just don't care. You know, being like a healthy, promoting consumer, you know, you're supposed to like buy stuff from companies that you think are doing really great things. You know, they're helping society. if that company is selling something that another company can make for $10 for like the price of like 500 bucks. Okay, 500 might be it. But for like $50, like, I don't mean to be that guy, but the other company either has to be doing something severely fucked up, or there better be something slightly different about their product that gives it an edge. Like, I think one of the best. I mean, like I know. Actually, I can't really make the comparison of buying from major clothing brands because I just buy whatever. Never. You know, the day I was born, so some like every major company rejoiced. Like when a company tries to target a customer, that they're targeting me. Or people who like shoes, because for some reason that's like at this point you have a better chance of taking it off in the shoe market. I don't. Okay, I mean, how exactly do I explain this? I just completely lost my train of thought, holy. I like it funny how at one point playing tech on stream was like an opportunity for me to show off my skills, now it's just the opportunity for me to talk about random shit. But like, yeah. I have met some people who they'll pull up their phone. Not at all like sneakerheads, you know, they're not at all people who would like go out of their way to spend an abhorrent amount of money on shoes, and they'll be like, dude, look at these shoes, they're fire. I need to pause the song because I gotta make this point clear. I can buy a pair of shoes for like 60 bucks, you know, a little bit pricey, that will last me for half a year. That is $10 a month for a pair of shoes. These people will spend, like, I have seen people spend, no, heard, see, I don't, it's unfathomable to me that people will spend like 130 bucks for a pair of shoes that they might never wear. And if they do wear it, it'll be like for 2 months with a crease protector. Before they decide, no, I'm not digging this pair of shoes anymore. Or like, the fact that people buy multiple pairs of shoes. Like, you want to buy 2 pairs of shoes, you know, you really care about fashion. Yeah, you're wealthy enough where you can do it, you know, go ahead, I don't. But there's a point in like shoes where too many shoes. I mean, I guess I'm the guy who has like 3 keyboards. I'm currently trying to like get a booting, so you know, I'm just saying, you know, well, my point is, at least now I have like every keyboard I own has a specific use. My old Speed Silver is my backup keyboard. This one's the keyboard I love dearest. And my MX Black is, in case if anyone breaks in, that is my go-to weapon. Like, I don't... You don't understand. This thing is metal. If you hit someone with this, it will hurt. they that is, if someone's attacking me in this room, that is the closest thing to a weapon I have. It's a fine keyboard. It's not fine enough where if I'm in a life and death situation, I'm not using it. I'm like, that dude, he's gonna be dead. He is not getting up the same man after encounter with that thing. See, that's the thing with a pair of shoes. Unless you're getting like shoes that are metal coat or some shit, you aren't gonna be able to use them as an effective weapon. Keyboards, I mean, it might deal some mental damage to you, but like that dude, he's gone. I'm just saying, if you're gonna collect stuff, make it be useful stuff. I have no idea how I hit that. I'm gonna be fully honest, I should have missed, like, 8 times there. The reason I, stopped, or I guess, I never really stopped playing Taiko, but the reason I started playing it way less was because, first of all, Embraced by Flame becoming my new top PP. One of the main reasons I was still playing, I did not want Ghost Rule to be my top play for any longer. And, you know, Undead Corporation song, I'm not gonna say like it's... No, it's way more acceptable. Especially Embraced by the Flame. Play Fortnite. Dude, I haven't even touched Fortnite in like 2 years. I don't. Okay, you know what? I mean, yeah. I guess I'll give an explanation. I haven't played Fortnite in, I think, ever since, I believe, Season 4, Chapter 5 or something like that. I know I stopped playing before the Galactus event, so... And I never returned to Fortnite. Like, I don't care if Fortnite returned to its prime state or not, I'm not gonna play it. If you want to play, go ahead. But, in my opinion, Fortnite has, Ow. Shit. Fortnite has just become, like, in my opinion, the only thing that brings attention to Fortnite for at least a while was the crazy collabs and stuff. I mean, when it first started out and we were seeing all this crazy shit coming together, you know, I was down. I was. When they crossed over with Marvel, you know, that was pretty sick. Can't lie. But it's gone down. And I don't think it's gonna, like... Listen. No, that was probably copyrighted. I mean, I don't really care, but... I gotta be safe, you know? I don't want to get 2 warnings in a row. Like, there was a few collabs that did make me, like, consider returning to Fortnite. I think the big one was Jason. Speaking of which, I won't spoil anything. But to say in the least, holy... probably the best animated show I've ever seen. I mean, Thunderclap is insane. If only the animators, were given basic human rights. Like, listen. That's... Yeah, earlier, you know, I was mentioning that, like, I'd support any company. You know when it's bad when that kind of got me going, I mean, like, at this point, I got a question. Is there human rights in Japan? Okay, well, actually, I don't know if it's been that bad, but still. Why, like, all of the things I even somewhat enjoy, 80% of the companies have to be dog shit? Like, I love some of Nintendo's games, okay? I mean, yeah, Kirby in the Forgotten Land, top 5 game of all time. Fantastic. Unironically, probably some of the best boss fights in all of gaming. Love that game to death. So why does Nintendo have to be an asshole and take down every fan project? Like... I need to get into, like, Sonic or some shit. Because, yeah, that community is weird as fuck, but, like, at least Sega is actually cares about their fan base. I mean, you know, I don't know. I mean, you can, how? I'm gonna actually go to easier songs for a bit. I'm going way too hard for trying to just be Russ. I hate Everlasting Game, but I guess I'll give it a shot. I should probably... Okay, now, I should probably start talking about what this stream's actually about. So despite the fact that I'm playing Taiko, I decided to watch, like, OWC this year. Well, like, on and off. I wasn't, you know, an avid watcher. You know, it was just, if there was a match I wanted to see, it was at a decent time, I didn't forget, I'd show up, I'd watch the match, and I'd have a good time, you know? And then, so, like, I predicted a few upsets. Like, I'm pretty sure it was Brazil, France. I predicted that. I bet like 1,000 coins on Brazil. And I made like 4,000 back or some shit. And there was no reasoning. I just like Brazil more. Like, I was like, ew, gross, the French. I voted Brazil, and lo and behold, they won. Like, I got every bet correct until the USA went up against Canada. That's when I really, yeah, I didn't watch, as much OWC after that match. Then we beat Poland, though, that kinda made up for it. But, I'd be lying if I said I don't think South Korea has a realistic chance of winning, for once. The only issue is, the poll being the hardest poll, holy shit. The pool being the hardest map pool, in the history of OWC, only benefits the US. Because there is... Because... like... We, by far, the least amount of players who... Oh my god. I don't think there's anyone on our team who gets, like, skill cap... maybe there's a few people. There is... Like, we have a team where... There isn't, like, a... We aren't gonna get... You know, we can play hard stuff better. And yeah, so the pool being harder only benefits us. Like, I can't believe I'm about to say this. If the pool was easy, I would absolutely think South Korea would win. But with how hard the pool is, I think we win. But I could see it going the other way. Is it gonna stop me from betting all my OSU coins on the US? No. Either way, I'm a happy man because I either get to see history or. You know, I get to see the US win. Because, on one hand, yeah, we had the Canada incident. On the other hand... we beat Poland really badly. I'm pretty sure we beat Germany pretty good, too. And we trampled over Australia. I do think Australia just had... I don't know, seeding this year was so messed up. I don't know what was happening in the qualifiers. But yeah, I But I mean, it was a wild ride. Holy shit! I'm struggling. I can't do it. But I mean, unironically, I think both teams are pretty even. My only real issue is it's really hard to tell just how good South Korea is because they haven't had to fight like any very hard matches yet. I mean, on one hand, we have Vaxe, Raktagon, and, like, Takedo, you know, very good players. On the other hand, South Korea has worst HR players. And I've seen none of South Korea's matches, all I know is Blue Zenith. And the only reason I haven't seen any of South Korea's matches is because all of them are at like 3 AM. Like, a part of me almost hopes South Korea wins, just so I don't have to stay up till 1 AM to see. To see, you know, bracket reset, whatever. If it happens, it happens. I don't care as long as it's a good match.
Cool story, babe.
We still have like 30 minutes, okay. Playing like dog shit. I mean, not too bad for how rested I am though. Let me try. I don't know if I made this joke on stream, but me taking such a long break from Osu, at this point I probably traded off my speed for like fucking tech skills. So, or you know, all of a sudden, just expect me to pull out like a 31-minute long map, no mess. I just get. I swear, whenever I just take any substantial break from Taiko, and then I start really, like, playing the game a lot again. Like, every skill I've built up just resets. Like, don't get me wrong, all the points are still there. But they just go into random shit. Like, if I took a break for a month, the next thing you know, I'm coming back, I'm gonna FC. I'm gonna be able to FC, like, an 8-star stream map, and I'm not even gonna be able to play, like, 3-star speed. I mean, no matter what, I'll always be able to play Ghost Roll. So, you know, at this point, that's my trump card. Honestly, that could just be like a subscriber milestone at this point. Get me to 100 subscribers by the end of stream, and I'll set a 400 PB play on Ghost Room. Guarantee. Please don't. I should clarify, if a bracket reset happens, I probably won't be streaming. I don't know, depends on how close the first match is. If it's an absolute blowout by the US, then no way in hell am I streaming it. If it's like close though, I might. I'd rather stay up late than have to get up early, so I guess it works out. Actually, before I keep talking about that, let me just quickly check. When... what time would that match? I am going to assume it isn't correct, or they just do it immediately afterwards. And we'll go with that. Okay. Let's do war. Liar. Oh shit, there actually are live.
For an effective defense against erosion of cavities, I recommend new Pronamel Active Shield.
Right, hold on.
2 times stronger defense against erosion and effective cavity protection.
Oh, what the fuck?
New
They're doing
Pronamel
like a
Active
wart.
Shield is a game changer.
We're just gonna. I guess we'll keep. That might actually be a really bad idea. Open. Okay, you know what though? I'm gonna say it right now. You know, if the U.S. loses, and I'm being 100% serious here. You know what? No, I'm not gonna make that bet yet. I don't want to make it a lab, but let's just say if the U.S. loses, you're gonna see me playing a lot more Taiko. That should be a good enough hint. Dude, I cannot hit triples anymore. Well, I kind of can. It's just very weird. Never mind, I can. I just gotta do some very weird tapping. You know, if I have any hope for a close match for the U.S., like, and actually, I don't want to be that guy. All of the U.S.'s matches have kind of sucked so far. This match, I think, is going to be good, though. I have a lot of hope. Like, it's either the U.S. gets completely washed out, or they do the washing out. Like, I hate to say it, but if you're rooting for the other side, when a team's facing up against America, this OWC, you either were the happiest man alive for a day, or you just felt immense disappointment. Yeah, I remember everyone was talking about it like it was about to be the fucking downfall of the U.S. And you know, even I got I was like, it's over. You know, we're ruined. And then, I watched us play against Poland, and that's, you know, I realized, oh, we're not ruined. Anyway, I'm gonna take a small break from talking about OWC for a second. Recently I've been... Since I haven't been playing a lot of Osu, or Taiko I should say, I've been doing like a lot of different stuff. Like, it's kind of concerning, but I'm very quickly making my way through lines. And I want to clarify, I don't mean like, oh, you know, I started from, like, okay, I should clarify, I started after, what was that one called? I don't know, it was with the two guys, though. It was like episode 100 something, right before they, beat Chopper, you know. I don't think any of that's a spoiler. And, in the span of like 2.5 months or something like that, I am now at, Gear 2 in Water 7. So... like, there's been a few days where I've watched 20 episodes. You know, that should just put it into perspective. And it's a good show, I'm not gonna lie. I'm liking it. I will say, though, it's one of the few shows that I've wanted to go, like, is it written great? Is there a weight to every action? Yes. God, I wish it wasn't so long. Dude, if they got rid of, like... I don't mean to be that guy, but if they just shortened all... if they removed, or just summarized all of the backstories for all of the characters... or no, this is my issue. You get to a new character, and you're like, I like this character. You know, he's obviously going to become a member of the crew. You know, I'm sure he has an interesting backstory. And then they'll give you like 5 episodes describing their backstory, and it still isn't enough. Because I've gotten like a few spoilers for the show, and I know there is some characters that there's still so much shit that. I don't need to know 5. I don't need to know why this character prefers walnuts over pistachios. More so, I don't need 15 episodes explaining why. And how it has to do with their dad dying or something. But other than that, yeah, it's been pretty good. There's been some pretty hype moments. And other than that, I've just been playing a lot of games I've enjoyed. I also have finals coming up, so that's another thing I gotta count. Oh, I never study for shit, so. Benefits of having a good memory. I unironically have probably spent more time playing catch than I have studying for tests. Like, the only tests I ever actually study for are, like, the United States tests. Like, I remember, I think it was in the 7th grade, I had to memorize, like, every state. And dude, I'm pretty sure everyone knows that one, like, online game, I abused it so much. And then, well, once you memorize it once, so it kind of just stays in there. And then, like, every year after that, I had a test, so... you know... yeah, I got that long-term memory. Even though I wish I could have seen it, but whatever. this song kind of sucks. But yeah, I have like, I'm not someone who, oh, I kind of am. I rarely don't have a, like, at least a kind of fair reason. God, I sound like such a bark. Jesus Christ, I feel such a fucking narcissist, but like, if I have to give myself credit for anything, I don't really hate stuff. Okay, 1 second. Anyway. Anyway, how much time do we have until? Okay, about like 15 minutes. I think that's enough OSU for now. And since the Twitch stream's already running, I might as well just pop that on. There we go. Well, yeah. Whatever. It's already in position.
Of Skilla and Recat. They've had a really good performance as well. Unfortunately, did drop out to the USA
commentators
in that semi-finals, but good performance nonetheless. And of course, how can we forget Australia? For the first time ever, they have finished top 3. They did lose their match to the USA, but it has been their highest placement ever, and they have looked fantastic doing so.
Yeah, it's been a really good year for a lot of countries, and I think no shortage of countries who are really happy with their placements in the OS World Cup this year. But there have been some disappointments, of course. Poland dropping out in top 8 as the 2nd seed, for example. I think Germany really wanting to go farther this year, but making it to top 4 rather than to that top 3 as they pretty much desire every year. And a couple of other underperformances lower down in the bracket as well. But lots and lots of really interesting performances this year for a lot of different teams.
Jesus
and I think a lot of that came down to the matchups in the winners bracket, especially in the quarterfinals and the round of 16 to some extent. Canada upsetting Germany, Canada upsetting the United States before finally being taken down by Australia in the semifinals, who themselves upset Poland in tiebreaker during the quarterfinals, ultimately leading to Poland needing to face the United States to get out of top 8. Which was where they finally dropped out of the tournament. And of course, Philippines upsetting Russia in the quarterfinals as well. 3 upset matches in the quarterfinals out of 4 winners bracket matches really turned this bracket overall completely upside down and made for one of the most interesting World Cups we've seen in a very, very long time.
Yeah, Philippines, speaking of them, they had even bigger potential towards the semi-final stage where they nearly guaranteed TV point against South Korea in the winners bracket. 4-1 Philippines were against the number 1 seed in the tournament, the team favored to win the entire thing. Philippines has infinite potential, and they showed it this year. But of course, we've already mentioned it. They weren't the only teams who really made a massive impact on this tournament. The World Cup this year has been truly exceptional. Several upsets, several amazing outlying performances, and just a surprise that I think everyone has been so relieved to see. It's been a fantastic World Cup, and I'm sure many of us are happy to be a part of this time and being alive to see a tournament like this play the way it has been played out.
Going to,
your most improved team, but gentlemen, we have about 10 minutes left before the final match, so let's talk a bit about this matchup. On one hand, you have got South Korea. Many people had them as the favorites going into this tournament. 2nd place last year. Now they've added one of the all-time tournament greats in Flying Tuna, worst HR player. It's just on another level, as usual, kind of following up the performance in Grand Finals last year. And, of course, Karcher, who is incredibly good as always. They won 3 World Cups straight. back in the second to fourth OWC from 2010 to 2013. Since then, it has been pure domination from the United States, featuring Rectagon, Vaxei, players like Taquito, and Fire Rage, who is one of the longest standing tournament players in this match.
Yeah, this is a matchup between two of the winningest teams in World Cup history. The United States, of course, winning 7 World Cups in total in the last 5 in a row, 7 of the last 8 in a row since 2015.
Trying to add,
They've
like,
only lost
creative
once to
commentary
Poland,
here,
and even still,
but...
they were second place that year. Versus South Korea, the only other team in World Cup history with more than 1 first place finish, and a team with only 2 finishes outside the top 4 in the country's history. Those were in 2018 and 2020, and of course podium finishes for South Korea in 3 of the last 4 years. 2 of those years in second place in 2020, and of course last year against the United States in grand finals. So this is a matchup that has some significant history behind it, especially in recent years, as a constant contender for the United States has been South Korea. People often look at Germany as one of the USA's rivals in recent years, but over the last 4 years, South Korea and Germany have both finished second place twice against the United States, and South Korea looking to upset this year once again. I think in a lot of people's minds it would be an upset, despite the seeding you see on screen. The United States has the legacy, has the recency, and has the strength of roster they displayed in the losers bracket finals when they brought Australia down 7-1.
Who's winning?
Yeah, this matchup has an incredible story behind it. Not only do you have several previous years of World Cup history where the United States have triumphed over South Korea in grand finals and lower stage in the tournament respectively, multiple times has the United States shattered the dreams of South Korea. And another year, another World Cup, another chance for South Korea to finally get themselves a World Cup victory for the first time in 10 years. Everyone has been finally seeing this team as the golden era, the golden new generation for South Korea. Ooh. This is one of their biggest shots that they'll get yet, but the United States have been absolutely soaring.
You know, I'm just not going to comment on
yes,
the players
they had an immense
or
struggle towards
anything.
The start, getting massively upset by Canada in the quarterfinal stage. But since then, and slowly gaining up, they have been more and more evident of an absolutely destructive.
I mean, I know they have flying tuna.
Fantastic cause of Taquito, cool. Vaxei, and Rectagon, golden trinity of this team. They have been proven to be really formidable. Taking out Australia yesterday in very dominant
fashion. The fact
fashion
that they got Vaxei and Rectagon on the same team was
more
just
daunting. The big narrative is, I think, quite obvious here. Will South Korea get the first World Cup victory in 10 years and get revenge on their most prolific adversary? Or will the United States prove all of the doubters wrong, regardless of roster changes, regardless of form, regardless of any doubts you have on this team? Will they once again prove to the world that they are an unstoppable force, no matter the narratives pitted against them? It's such an exciting matchup. Every time we've had these two teams face, it's always been something worth talking about. And I cannot wait for what goes down in a good about 5 minutes time.
Funnily enough, if South Korea gets second here today, they will have placed first, second, third, and fourth 3 times each. But let's talk about this scaling narrative for the United States here. If you look at the average ranks on this team, it's 127 average rank for the United States. They are known to be that team that they might have some fumbles early on. Last year it was semifinals. This year it was quarterfinals.
Anyway,
but every year they get to finals, they get to grand finals, and they outscale everybody. But South Korea is not to be underestimated this year. Their average ranking, if you don't count Spectre, who hasn't played since the quarterfinals, is 116, slightly higher than the US. And of course, solo ranking doesn't mean a ton in solo tournaments, but they have the players who have high skill caps this time around. It's not just worst HR player trying to hard carry. You know, they have Karcher, they have Tuna back, they have players like Parisha, like Kokoro, who can play these high SR maps as well. And they're going to be looking to put up a fight against the US.
And I think to touch on that kind of scaling factor for both of these teams once again, when we were looking at most improved player awards for the OWC awards earlier tonight, one of the things that really stuck out to me is you had
I might be biased.
Rectagon as one of the most improved players across qualifiers to semifinals between 2022 and 2023. He was the third most improved player, just looking at the stats.
Don't worry, I'll make it back with
4 and 6
TWC.
were worst HR player and Amamiya Kokoro. So there's been significant improvement to the South Korea roster.
Anyway,
even among
Terraria
returning
Part 3
players
is tomorrow.
who were expected to do well from the start. I think there have been
it isn't
a lot of
confirmed yet,
really
but
solid performances from both of these teams throughout the
we'll
tournament.
probably
and
end
the
up doing
improvement is there
Calamity
for
once we
both
get
of
done
these
with
rosters. It makes it
vanilla
more exciting
Terraria.
because you
As
have
long as anything
a
doesn't
lot of
change
players
between
who can perform really well for both of
here,
these
now,
rosters.
then,
As you said, I think we have the skill cap on both of these rosters to put up very,
If that
very
happens,
good
it will
scores.
be in the
And of course,
summer,
these are two
probably.
very differently matched teams,
Maybe.
right? South Korea throughout this tournament has really been
It could be
a
spring
gimmick-focused
break. I
team,
just
has
didn't
been
think
a
they're
tech
gonna
and
beat it that
aim-focused
fast.
roster, whereas the United States has been a little stronger on mechanics, but well-rounded overall, and that's the team that they aim to build year after year.
Yep, I like that you mentioned worst HR player here. Throughout this tournament, worst HR has been the best individual performer of any player left in this tournament with a average individual placement of 5.8. Super impressive stuff. And you take a look at this pool, and I do feel like this pool is actually fairly well balanced between these two teams. USA has the tapping, has those kind of
I was gonna say, I wonder who like.
picks. There's only 2 of them this
Well, I
time
know
around
like
that are
Vaxa
super
is probably in
pure
like the
speed,
top 5
and those
tournament
can be
players
banned
of all
out by
time.
South
Like,
Korea. You really only have 2
I
of
guess
these
what's his name?
super
Rhythmic
is
is probably
reading heavy
also up
maps,
there.
and a USA.
I could
likely
see Merrick
going
as well,
to,
but like who are the
ban some
other
players
2?
out. But then you've got a lot of
Maybe
different
worst HR
tech-focused
play.
picks, right?
Maybe
You've
right
got alt
there.
tech, you've got stream tech, you've got speed tech. You've got some standard aim, you've got precision, reading. There's just a good variety, and with all the different kinds of tech in this pool, I don't think it necessarily favors either team one way or the other, but it is the hardest OWC pool we've ever had, which I think will favor the United States slightly with them having such
I
an
was
incredible
right!
tech cap.
Yeah, everyone
think
knows it too.
We are going to be taking a very short 3-minute break before we get into the match.
What?
So we will get back to you guys in 3 minutes with South Korea, United States Grand Finals.
Yeah, and right before we go, as our other casters take a short break, I want to once again congratulate all the winners of the awards we gave out tonight. The Most Improved Player of the Year, Nathan Ram, 1918. The Most Improved Team of the Year, Chile, with an honorable mention going to Sweden. The Rookie of the Year, Cut Paper. The Veteran of the Year, Crystal. The Player of the Year, Malashevsky. The Play-by-Play Caster of the Year, our very own Sad Shiba. The Color Caster of the Year, Azer. The Analyst of the Year, Vorty. The Referee of the Year, Nick. And the Host Choice Award going to Mango Miser, whose work really cannot be understated. Congratulations to all of those, and we will be back in about 2 minutes for the grand finals of the OS World Cup 2023.
So who's ready to see the US win? This is the first time I've seen a grand final because I just did not get Taiko. The least interesting match is the grand final. Because, well, you know who's gonna win it. Japan. A bigger upset than the US losing this would be Japan losing any match in TWC, which... I mean, that one of the main reasons I am still playing Taiko and I want to get into tournaments is because I don't. The fact that, like, no, I could see, Japan, they can be better than us. That's cool. They can't be that better. Well, what's the ratio? That's actually pretty good. Kind of weird. Poland versus U.S. It was 50-50. South Korea is a higher seed, has been more consistent, and it's not. Then again, everyone in the US is watching, so... I think it might be one of those things where... No, more votes actually got South Korea. Damn.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good morning, good evening, good night, wherever you are from. Welcome to the match you've all been waiting for. A dynasty against a generational team. Once again, a narrative that we are all oh so familiar with. Welcome to the OC World Cup Grand Finals between South Korea and the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Sad Shiba, and I could not be more
Okay, you
honored
guys
to
ready?
be casting
We're
this
gonna win.
match
We're gonna
with
win.
my two favorite Canadians, Dio and iFlame.
Shiva,
Yeah.
it truly
this
is
is
an
rigged.
honor.
This is rigged.
where we find out, will
They're
the
Canadian.
Titans finally be defeated, or will they hold on to their
We can't trust
their
them
streak
anymore.
for 1 year longer? Dio, how are you feeling about this one?
We need like a
feeling
neutral
great.
party. We need like.
I've been looking forward to grand finals.
We need
for
some
a
dude
very
from,
long
like,
time.
Portugal.
This is, as we've said already tonight, one of the most entertaining World Cups we've seen in a very long time. Not
yeah, you know,
in
we
small
can get a
part
guy
because
from. I'm
the
trying to
United
think. What's like
States
a country that
has
doesn't
had
have
a rocky road here to the
Um,
grand finals, getting knocked out by Canada early on in
Chad, you
quarterfinals
know.
and making
We
their
need a
way
caster
through
from
the
a
losers
country that,
bracket.
you know,
But
isn't
it
gonna be
seems
biased
like
in this
a
match.
flip had switched in the
So
United
basically,
States
no one who has lost to
after
South
that
Korea and no one who has
quarterfinals
lost to the
matchup
US. Or
against
beat
Canada.
either.
The
you know.
most points they dropped to any team after
Canada.
the quarterfinals was 3 points against the Philippines in finals, 7-1 against Germany, 6-2
Watch-
against Poland, 6-1
Watch
against
this
Sweden.
stream
This
get
is a team
removed because of
that has
trash talking with
blazed their
Canadians.
way through the losers bracket like
we
no
love
other.
you,
And of
Canada.
course,
You're
as
awesome.
of last night, 7-1 against Australia in the losers bracket grand finals. The United States, as a scaling roster, seems to be in form once again, despite the roster changes, despite the question marks around
I'm
the
gonna hide
new roster
chat.
with 5 substitutes from last year for
Our
the United
commentary will
States.
be enough.
It seems they are back in form once again against one of their oldest and toughest rivals in South Korea, who have taken them to tiebreaker and won against them last year in the semifinals in 2022, and have been second for 2 of the last 4 years of the US World Cup.
We're going to be getting into
Whoa,
big
OBS is
advance
lagging.
shortly. We're going to see the United States.
I haven't
ban
dropped
out
any
No
frames,
Mod
though,
3,
so I'll
No
take
Mod
it.
5. We're going to be seeing South Korea likely ban out the DT3 and that speed free mod, of course, in that free mod 2. Now, South Korea could ban out the DT2 as well if they are less comfortable on that than the DT3, but it is going to be one of those 2 maps for their second ban. And let's talk about potential picks here. The United States have looked incredible on the free mod so far, and the crux of that is, of course, Rectagon and Taquito. Rectagon put up a number of top scores in the lobby on the Hard Rock, is so good. Whereas on the side of South Korea, it's largely been worst HR player and Karcher on the mods. And that's a little bit tough for South Korea because on these free mods, a lot of times you want to have your best players on the no mod, let them put up those big scores. And South Korea doesn't really have that option. They need those 2 key players to be on their mods, and so it's going to give them a bit of a harder time, whereas the United States look a little bit more well-rounded on those free mods. We're going to see South Korea, without a doubt, look towards some of those more aim control, alt focus picks, and there come the bans.
No!
Exactly as expected so far. We're going to wait for that free mod ban to come through for South Korea in a moment, and then we will be off to the races
No mod
with
3
these picks.
fun though.
Yeah, I don't think
Or
any of
I
these
guess I
bans are
can't
surprise to anyone
say it's
watching
fun or
right now.
not,
No
but
Mod 3, No Mod 5
it's a good
banned out
song.
in the United States, and if you've been watching the tournament at all, if you know anything about the rosters, you know that South Korea is one of, if not the best gimmick teams in the tournament. At this point, I think safe to call them the best gimmick team in the tournament, with players like worst HR player flying to
Really? What makes you say that?
Archer can really put up some solid scores on maps like True DJ Mag Top Ranker and like this No Mod 5 and Amethyst Aurora. These are maps that really challenge the gimmick overall.
No,
and
not
this
Alliance.
may come as a surprise to some people, but this is one of the maps that I called out as potentially being a ban for South Korea before this match started. DT2, of course, no surprise whatsoever. South Korea definitely not a speed team. They have mechanics players, yes, but it is not something that they're strong at as a roster. And of course, United States with multiple speed specialists on the roster going to typically outclass them on some of the speed maps. Of course, the free mod 2 also speed, but this no mod 2 is 222 BPM tech streams. It is extremely difficult on both the flow wave and the stamina, and a lot of players, especially on the play testing team, really limited by their stamina on this no mod 2. So I don't think too surprising to see it banned out. I think really they had 2 choices between that no mod 2 and the free mod 2 here.
South Korea does have the first pick now, and they're going to be looking towards those kind of gimmick picks. You look towards something like the Hidden 2, even potentially something like the No Mod 4. Now, they're going to pick the free Mod 3 themselves. That is the other gimmick map in the pool, and about as gimmicky as it gets. This is the one free mod where I do think South Korea is going to have the edge. Worst HR player especially is just so good at these kind of maps. This map was almost
Okay,
built for
ready.
worst HR player. We're going to see Rectagon undoubtedly in for the Hard Rock because we did see United States in for this yesterday.
Yeah,
South
I'm
Korea
excited.
knows what
First
score
pick
the
South
US
Korea.
has on this map, and so they're feeling
Do
confident
we
they can beat
just
that
can't
score
let
from
them get any
yesterday,
break
and so
points.
it's going to be all on the United States to improve here. Amami Kokoro is going to be on the no mod most likely, and I expect we're going to see Karcher in for the Hard Rock shortly.
Yeah, I think this is definitely going to be the kind of core three for South Korea in worst HR players, Tuna and Karcher. Karcher may sub out for Allegrisimo if they do have somebody else
Okay,
take the
Wuchi.
Hard Rock for this roster. But I think Amamiya Kokoro is definitely
Maybe,
staying in for this
perhaps.
one of the best gimmick players on the side of South Korea. The last time that we saw South Korea versus the United States, South Korea had a bit of a slow go in getting started. It seemed like they really warmed up and got into the groove during the bracket reset last year. So I'm wondering how ready these teams are for this match. Of course, a late night for the United States. On the East Coast, it is 11 p.m. On the West Coast, it is 8 p.m. A little bit more comfortable for a lot of the roster there. And of course, in South Korea, starting at 4 UTC, it is 1 p.m. for this roster. And a lot of players not used to playing OS in the early afternoons. We'll see exactly how ready these two teams are for this grand finals going into the first match. And it does seem like we're actually seeing Tuna sub out for Allegrisimo here on the side of South Korea. Would have expected it to be Karcher, but it's going to be Tuna instead. These are the rosters: Amamiya Kokoro, Karcher, Allegrisimo, worst HR player for South Korea, Takedo, Boshiman, Rectagon, and Fiery Rage for the United States. The first map of the OS World Cup 2023 Grand Finals begins. South Korea versus United States. It is time for the Grand Finals.
This is it. The moment you've all been waiting for. It's time to get into map number 1. The match that everyone has been so eager to see begins now. South Korea, United States. You know the drill. You know the history of these two teams. And we are starting off with a pick from South Korea on the free mod 3. This
Who
is some
took what?
demon
Okay, we got
levels of aim
Takedo.
requirement here. You can already see it. Extremely
Okay.
difficult, regardless of what really you're
The
running.
worst
Hard rock
HR
particularly
player
gonna be really
is
difficult, but looking
playing
so far,
hidden.
lots and lots of early drops from many players from each respective team. It seems like
I don't know
South
if worst
Korea
hard
taking
rock
an
player
early
is actually
establishment
hard
advantage
rocker.
from Karcher and Allegrisimo.
I'm
Almost
gonna
a
assume
great combo there.
probably not.
Overall, it's very even, but with that drop from Allegrisimo, it's going to start slowly closing in for the United States with those built-up combos from Redstone and Boshiman
Fair.
building up. Boshiman being a core reading and gimmick player for this United
What the
States
hell
team,
does this
really
matter?
relied to stay comfortable on that no mod. You have to see him perform well on stuff like this. So far, so good though for both teams. Karcher though has gone down. These recoveries from South Korea are a little bit threatening, but Rectagon and Boshiman are
Fiery
keeping the
Rage,
charge
Fiery
ahead.
Rage
Next
dropped.
TI
Hold on,
ramp-up
hold on.
section going past the first half now. Rectagon
Okay,
is still
Rectagon's
holding
holding,
onto that big
Rectagon's
combo with
holding.
Hard Rock,
Takedo's
and
building
starting
some
to
stuff with
close
it.
the way in.
No!
South Korea, they can't really get a lead on
Okay,
the
okay,
table.
okay. We still
It's
got
Allegrisimo
Takedo.
and Amamiya Kokoro
Boshiman's
to try and do
keeping
something here,
score.
but as long as these
No!
drops still remain great for the United States. Hold on,
Okay,
though.
Takedo,
That's a big
Takedo.
drop there.
We have
Double miss
Takedo.
from the United States.
Takedo.
Redstone and Boshiman both go down. It's just Takedo
As
holding on
long
to
as
a
we have
combo with the
Takedo,
hidden.
we're okay.
Karcher
Oh, okay.
still holding on to a good combo on the
Kokoro
hard rock. With
just
that drop from
dropped.
Allegrisimo,
That's
it
huge,
could look
that's
really
huge.
dangerous.
Yeah, Amamiya
No one on this
also
map is
dropping
combo,
down, so
but
it's worst
Take-
HR
I guess
player in
Karcher
Karcher
kind of
versus
has
this big combo from Takedo on the hidden. Worst
Okay,
HR player
okay,
goes
I've-
down, and now
no
it's
one's
all
good at this map,
Takedo
that's
for the
great.
United States. The longer he
Takedo
holds,
carrying.
the
Takedo
worse it
carrying.
gets. And
We
this
got
first
this,
pick
we
for
got
South
this.
Korea looking a lot like the first pick from
Oh my
Australia
God.
yesterday. Takedo and Boshiman will finally drop. but
Please
it's
stop
been a 400
dropping.
reset in the last 100 combo for South Korea. There's no way for them to bring this score back at the end of the map, and that is the first pick
Okay,
going
well,
to the
that was
United
easy.
States. A break point on South
I
Korea's
don't-
first pick, and already
don't
you
think
see the
that-
parallels with the match versus Australia. Australia picking the DT2 yesterday and getting beaten on it by the United States. South Korea this time on the anti-mod free mod. 600k hard rock for Rectagon, 585k hidden for Takedo, both better than the best score from Forum on the side of South Korea.
Fantastic start for the United States, and what's key there was that 585
Worst
feet
HR
for
player had
Takedo. When they played this map yesterday, they had
99%
Vaxay in
hack.
on the no mod rather than Takedo, which meant Bashi had to take the hidden, and now all of a sudden it's Takedo putting up 585k.
Okay.
Carrying that point for the United States, and they're going to be up 1-0 on a break point. Now they have the pick, and they have a lot of good options. They have the free mod 3 that's quite speed heavy, and they have the DT3 as well. Those are the two speedy maps in the pool that are very tapping intensive. and those are very likely going to be the next 2 picks in this match. Now there is a chance we do see the US leave one of those for later on, but we're going to get the DT3 right away. We're going to get the United States tried and true speed roster of Window Life and Woodshi, along with, of course,
Okay,
Recognon
speed,
and
speed,
Rexay.
good, speed, like, speed, yes.
I don't think this is a very surprising pick at all after the double speed ban coming through for South Korea on the DT2.
Oh my
and
gosh,
Nomad
it's
2
3
as
minutes
well.
long.
Of course, the speed
Hey,
roster
hey,
coming
we
in
can
for the
hold for
USA,
three.
and
How many points
the
is it, tier
speed
7?
roster
Okay,
coming
we
in
got this.
for South Korea as well. I think we're pretty likely to see Karcher, Restia, and either Parisia or Amamiya Kokoro in for this. I think one thing that may surprise a few people is Tuna is pretty likely to go in for this. Flying Tuna has been on the speed grind for a very long time, and so I think has been playing
Hey,
a
ignore
lot
that,
of these
ignore that.
speed
No,
maps
no,
for
no
South
one,
Korea
no
throughout
one
the
by
tournament.
Apple.
Played DT3
Okay.
the last time that they played it. I
That's
forget
a
if it was
Google
either
Pixel,
finals
okay.
or semifinals, but the last time they
I'm
played
innocent.
Double Time 3, he was in for that as well. So looking a lot better on the higher BPM burst speed is Flying Tuna, and I would not be surprised to see him in for this map.
And we did actually see South Korea upset Australia on their very own first speed pick just last weekend with a monstrous speed score. So they could very well do the same thing again, but this is no small feat. This is 285 BPM speed. There are plenty of doubles, plenty of triples, lots of longer bursts, and just a very big stamina test. So we're going to see some players starting to run out of stamina as we get later into the map. We are just waiting on that last player for South Korea,
Okay.
which is likely to be Flying Tuna. Could potentially be Parisia as well, as you mentioned.
No,
Gio.
Flying
And
Tuna.
there's Flying Tuna. Has been working on his speed, so we'll have to keep an eye on that combo, and we should be getting into this
Okay,
match shortly. Can
Rectagon,
South Korea
Keto,
take a
Mandela,
point
we got
back and
this.
keep
Easy.
themselves all tied up for the time being?
We'll see if they're able to do it. This is definitely a good spot for the United States to be in with this kind of a speed roster on their side. Rectagon,
Okay, we got this, we got
Takedo,
this.
Kama, and Window Life in for this map. No Vaxay yet, notably, for the United States. Hasn't been one of these star players for this roster in the later
Vaxay
stages.
isn't
Had a
warmed up yet,
fantastic
okay.
performance yesterday against Australia. But stepping out for these first 2 maps and letting some of the other players in to make good on the rosters that were crafted before the tournament. And here we go into this DT3. Already
yeah,
a couple
apparently,
early
like,
misses
yesterday,
for
Merrick
South Korea.
just
On
straight up
Brescia
said that he
right
wasn't
at
even
the
going to
start
try to
of the
defend the
map.
title.
This one, though, doesn't really get started
which I can
until
respect.
you start to get into the later parts of the map. There's a lot of triples, a lot of quints, and a lot of aim requirement in this map, mostly on jumps, not the flow aim. This one, really tough there break for both Restia and Karcher on the Buzz Slider in that section.
Yeah, I
So
think
two
we
full combos
win
to 4
this.
now in favor of the United States. Going into this first PI time, first 9-note burst catching no one off, and Restia,
Yep, okay.
Amamiya Kokoro, and Flying Tuna all dropping in the first PI time.
Oh, there goes
Karcher
Kama.
as
I
well.
don't think
Kama
it
will drop for the
matters.
USA.
Oh, there goes
but this is just
Rectagon.
a slaughter right now in the first PI time. Rectagon finally drops as well, but it's still the full combo for Takedo, and more importantly, a nearly 300,000
What?
score lead, only a third of the way into this map.
Very
Window
strong
Life,
early
what
dominance
the
here from the United States. South Korea completely.
Oh, glad we
falling
put him
apart
in,
towards that
jeez.
This is some intense levels of raw mechanics, both in the speed, the thing control, and the aim. You've got to be
Never mind.
really prepared.
I mean,
for some
still,
really
99
kind of poise, really. You have to be very, very
Jesus.
quick in this. And if you are not a signature
He's a
mechanics
very cool
player,
man, you know,
like the majority of the roster here from the United States, it's
Not-
going to be
not-
really hard for you to come back and overtake from this. The majority of South Korea here completely falling apart. No drops here. Karcher, the last one, South Korea has gone.
okay.
Whereas on the side of the United States,
Well.
we may see a double miss from Karma and Rectagon, but
When,
Keto and Winterlight
I
still
guess,
looking really good. We're getting into the Tartella section now.
We
This is
have
one of the
a
hardest parts of the
we
map.
have
The
double-
streams get
we have,
really,
like,
really big, a
double their
lot, much
score.
longer. Stamina is going to be a big hit here. Winterlife hits the entire long stream there. Takedo may drop, but Winterlife hits the entire guitar set.
Window Life, what
Completely
what is
destroying
happening?
This, and he's going to excel his lead further and further as long as he doesn't slip up on this final Ki coming through now. A 4-way miss there for South Korea only digs their grave even deeper on a map like this.
What is happening?
USA, despite dropping quite a few combos towards the
Okay,
later
no,
stage,
there he goes, he
including that
drops.
final drop from Window Life, that early stage dominance is far too oppressive for the United States. No opportunity for a break one here for South Korea. USA not only get the break one on the 3-1-3,
Oh my
but
gosh.
get absolutely excellent advantage on this
No,
double time
oh
3.
god,
And
chain
granted,
miss.
as expected for a team of this caliber, but still,
600,000?
fantastic difference in score here. 770,000
Yeah, I had to
score
delay
in
my
favor of the
you never know
United
what's gonna
States.
happen.
Brilliant first
That
start,
is
2 to
a
nothing.
score spread.
Yeah, I mean,
You got
nearly
some
double
people in
score
the
for the USA on that one.
450s,
There's not much
people in
you
the
can do with South Korea.
3.
Maybe we'll see the bands get swapped
300s,
up and
and a
BT3
dude
is
who
banned
got
in the bracket reset
1700.
if we do get there. But you can see exactly how rough the stamina gets in the back half of that map. Just look at the HP graphs for everyone except Window Life, the only player to hit that long stream section with the consecutive 17 note streams at 285 BPM in that map. It is so rough.
I don't know what
That's a
Window Life was
consolidated
doing, but
breakpoint
okay.
for the United States.
No,
So South Korea at some
he's
point
good.
in this match
He's
is
great.
going to have to find themselves a breakpoint, but
He's
we're not likely
golden.
to see that until later on in the match, as the U.S. does have some tapping left in that free mod too. But South Korea does have the pick. They're going to look to get some momentum back. And they do have quite a few good options left in this pool. There is that heavy reading hidden 2. There is that no mod 4, which
Well,
would be a little risky, but it does.
okay, I can't believe
be
I'm saying
a
this, South
solid
Korea,
map for
but can you
South
win a
Korea.
few
It's kind
points?
of a sleeper South Korea pick in that DT4. The United States put up a really strong score on it yesterday, but I know South Korea has been grinding that Scarlet Rose. Flying Tuna just yesterday put up the 4th best DT score on the map, and I'm sure they've been grinding plenty more on the score V2. So I do expect we're going to see that later on in this match, and South Korea has a bit of a game to play here. There's certain free mods, even certain DTs. You look at things like the DT4 and the Hard Rock 2 that the United States picked yesterday, right? They played it yesterday. And it's, do you want to pick this yourself early on, thinking that you can win it over the US? Or do you leave it for a little bit, hope the USA picks it into you, and try and get your breakpoint back there? And that's kind of the mental game you have to play.
Yeah, and I think especially for a team like South Korea, you know, the USA is going to pick this free mod 2 next. I think there's pretty much no question about that. So you leave up some of those potentially coin flippy maps, like maybe the free mod 4 or maybe the Hard Rock 2, that are a little bit carryable for players on the United States, like Rectagon or Valkyrie,
I was not. Okay, I don't know what is going on.
You're probably advantaged on
I guess hidden
on the team comp, like this hidden 3 Requiem for the Aura, one of the OS originals this round by Litmus versus Esther. This is a variable BPM, 200 BPM in the first half and 222 BPM in the second half. Stream tech map. Lots of really, really tricky slider aim in the second half as well, whereas the first half, being that lower BPM, focuses more on the tech streams, more on the flow aim with hidden than in the second half. This is the type of map that South Korea can be very, very scary on, especially a lot of players on Team USA, Takedo excluded, really don't tend to prefer that hidden mod. A lot of the specialists for USA, like Fiery and Bashi, for example, are really good hidden players, but aren't going to be into this sort of map because they don't have the stream stamina at 200 plus BPM to actually play this sort of map. So I think this is a really good pick for South Korea, both based off.
Yeah, you guys aren't going to be able to see like one player's name, but doesn't matter.
It is a little bit higher BPM, and in particular,
don't worry, I'll tell it again. The bottom right is.
Takedo don't really mesh well with this style of map at this BPM.
Yeah.
No,
Takedo
I know this
is going to be the one you're looking to for the US. This map is right in his wheelhouse, but you do kind of expect a worst HR player to be able to match Takedo's score.
Oh, yeah.
And from there, it comes down to the supporting combos, right? And that's where South Korea really
yeah.
has their advantage, especially with Kokoro, who is fantastic at some of these hidden tech picks. Kokoro is the one who I expect to be that secondary carry for SK. And this map has an absolutely brutal ending.
Oh, Vaxay, yeah!
Tech that could very well catch out quite a few combos, and so the early game combos are going to be very important. In South Korea, they need a point on the board here. They cannot give up another break point, and here we go, Requiem for the Aura. Can they get one back?
South Korea, they've got to get a point on the board.
Come on,
USA already converted the first break point in the first part of the match. We did mention it earlier, South Korea
Takedo, I
are known to
believe.
take their time at the start of their respective matches. Later on, it starts to get really spicy. That's when South Korea start to wake up, ramp up, and start to really perform. Granted, we are still in that early stage, but this is still an important map. South Korea really don't want to majorly concede multiple breakpoints, especially two. That gives United States more maps they need to win than not. So this map is still quite important here. If the South Korea lose this, USA instantly go into that free mod 2 and instantly get themselves 4 points on the board, I could imagine. So this is still a very important map. Slow intro section here with still a few hits of those scary bursts and flow sections here and there. This is a frightening flow tech map. OS original, as we mentioned by Litmus vs. Esther.
Oh,
beautiful hit.
Combo missed.
Perfect
Okay, but
for a
flying
team
tuna
like
missed
South
again, so
Korea.
they're going
Very
to take
early
play.
intro
Okay,
section
okay.
here leads to a couple breaks from the United States and one from South Korea and flying tuna.
Ooh,
Cards
there's...
is going to be the next
Yeah.
drop. Even playing field now, 2-2 in the FC department. But these recoveries from the USA are going to give them a small advantage in their favor. We've still got quite a bit to go, and these streams get really, really spaced and really all good on the flow. This is where we're going to start to see more breaks. Traverse from the United States is just going to hold on, but the rest of the combos from Wesley Charplay and Amamiya Kokoro are going to give South Korea that lead. It's going to start climbing further and further going to the next half. Amamiya Kokoro goes down though. That's even Krauser. Rexagon now can only contest Wesley Charplayer, and the recoveries are going to be really valuable there. And down goes Karcher, but traded by Rexagon. Oh, a big threat there. Shut down for the United States. Wesley Charplayer leading it and keeping it going.
Wait, what is happening?
The final third of the map.
I looked away for half a
This
second.
is the kind of performance that we were looking to see from worst HR player here. This is the reason why
Oh
these
my
maps are
God.
Korea maps in the pool. He is the reason why this team is
Dude,
feared in
whoa.
2023. He is the one who has been popping off all tournament long. One of the most improved
Listen,
players from last year,
I don't
even
fear
in spite
Vax,
of
eh.
the ridiculous performance
I
he
don't
had
fear
in the
Rectagon.
finals, and he's looking to
I don't fear
replicate it here
Malifaux.
once
I
again.
don't fear any of those
Already
guys.
holding on to over
Worst
1K
HR
combo here
player.
into the slider aim section in the back half again.
He's-
This is sped up.
he's a hat that
2.2
has
BPM now in this
50
part.
different
Still hitting the
objects in it.
space
Sometimes you
streams.
pull it
The
out, it
sole player
doesn't do
holding on
much.
for Korea right
Sometimes
now.
you pull it
Karcher
out,
with a little
it
bit of
does
combo to
this.
stop Takedo, and this
You don't know.
145,000 score lead
Is he gonna
all off
FC
the back of
this?
worst HR player's
Oh, wha-
massive performance. He finally drops the combo, but Karcher is still matching Takedo's combo on the
Dude,
side.
I just need to
He goes
curse
down.
this.
Takedo's still holding, but there's not enough time. He'll slide to break the last stream,
I
and
don't-
worst
I don't-
HR
what?
player will secure the point for South Korea. A massive pop-off at the end of the map to keep them
Okay,
even
things
in
are
this
heating
match
up. They're
and put
getting
them
better.
on the board.
I cannot
Okay,
say enough
we
how
win this next
incredible of a
point.
score that is from worst HR player. 800
Well, we're good.
on a
We're
map
great.
like this. Second highest score in the
I
lobby.
don't- that is-
500,000, 350,000
wow.
points behind. And worst HR player
Um,
is the kind of player that warps tournament matches. Worst HR player is not necessarily the kind of player that is going to go out and FC every single map in the pool, but he is the kind of player that when you have a worst HR player map, you know what you're getting yourself into, and worst HR player has no problem solo carrying these maps time and time again. We saw it in last year's Grand Finals. We're seeing it this year again, and South Korea has a point on the board, but United States, very good chance they're going to get one right back. They still have that free mod too. That is that last speedy map in the pool, and this United States team once again is so good at the free mods. They have Takedo and Rectagon who can play as well as anyone on no mod on their respective hard rocks and hit-ins. Whereas for South Korea, you're throwing Karcher and worst HR player on the mods. Karcher with the hard rock, worst HR player on the hidden.
Fremont.
And
Yeah, I
what
guess
that
makes
means
sense.
is they're going to have a bit of a harder time playing this map. You really want your two best players to be on the no-mod to be able to put up those bigger scores and have a
Okay,
little bit easier
cool.
time. But South Korea doesn't quite have that luxury. We're going to see the other players, likely Parisha in for this one on the no-mod. And I do think this one is going to be fairly US favored, but after this, the US has much less clear picks.
Yeah, this is, of course, the last remaining pure speed map in the pool in Fremont 2. 245 BPM burst and stream consistency with a pretty heavy aim requirement. There's a lot of consecutive bursts and streams in this map and a little bit of finger control, but really it comes down to a couple of sections later on that will really test the stamina. Lots and lots of consecutive streams about 2/3 of the way through this map. This is yet another OS original in this pool as well. There are, in fact, 7 of them. Go ahead and check out those songs after this match is over, by the way. Tons of bangers in the OS originals in this pool. Song by Commissar. It's a Kari Beam Cannon Last Boss. And of course, we're expecting the USA to do pretty well on this one in comparison to South Korea. One thing that I do think South Korea has going for them this time around is I think Parisia will be a lot more comfortable
Fiery Raid.
with this sort of map. Parisia a lot better on stuff like
I haven't actually
G2,
seen
it's
Fiery
a little
play
bit
much, that's
streamier
just
and
shocking.
lower BPM speed as opposed to the high BPM burst speed we saw in the
Okay, I think we take this.
GT3.
I think
So,
we take. No.
looking to see Parisia maybe come in for
Yeah,
South
okay.
Korea on this map, take that no mod and try to secure a really high score for the team.
Yep,
Hey,
Kokoro
listen,
as well.
Fiery
I think
Rage
they're
is
massively
a
outspeeded
great
over the
is a
last
great
year, so
team leader
you
though.
cannot
Okay.
underestimate Kokoro on a pick like this. We actually do have Restia in the lobby along with Flying Tuna. And interestingly enough, while South Korea isn't much of a speed team, they have quite a few players that have subbed in for the speed picks. We've seen Parisia, we've seen Restia, we've seen Tuna, and we've even seen Kokoro, depending on the speed pick. And of course, for the US, you've got Taquito Hidden, Recti Hard Rock, and Window which your go-to speed players, looking to you to put USA on the board once again, get themselves a 2-point lead here on this.
I guess Rectagon's a good hard rock.
Let's see if they can keep
from what I've learned.
Consolidated breakpoint on their side, or if South Korea will be able to take it back early on in this match. Expectations are definitely with the USA on this one. Taquito, Window Life, Witchy, and Rectigon in for this pick. Of course, Taquito on the hidden, Rectigon on the hard rock, and those are just comfort mods for these players, right?
Window. Okay, we're good. We're good. They missed. They traded.
South Korea.
I don't
think any discomfort for either of those players on their side, but
no. We take this pick. We need some comfort, okay?
In the grand finals so far.
No. This was not meant to happen. This was not meant to happen.
Parisia and Flying Tuna going to follow it up for the
Neither of their mod players have missed. Taquito, we cannot take this. Rectagon.
And Window Life now the only remaining full combo for the USA. We're not even a quarter of the way
okay, we got Window Life.
This is already actually not bad for South Korea. Still combo on the side of USA though.
Okay, they'll miss.
This is we do see breaks from these full combos on Archer and Restia. The modded players holding strong for this team.
No,
there's a trade of breaks though between Restia and Window Life, so gonna keep things about even.
Okay.
Drop the Woochie and Karcher will trade, and now it's Flying Tuna versus Taquito and
if we can just
holding
hold
on for the United States. There
I
goes Tuna, there goes Taquito.
Wait,
it's all Rectigon
Flying
now, the
Tuna?
only combo in the lobby
Wait.
about a third of the way through.
South Korea had such a good early advantage towards the start, Flying Tuna being the last one standing after that, but he's going to drop not long afterwards. Recovery's collective here.
Okay, we got this. We're recovering.
Still leaning slightly in favor of the United States. That combo from Rectigon
not going to curse it.
Really valuable.
I'm not going to curse it.
No, a triple miss, never mind. Parisia joins the double miss of Karcher and Restia. It's just Flying Tuna.
Hype train. We don't need it. We don't need it.
Really devious. It's going to drop down to Flying Tuna, but Rectigon doesn't care. The combo
we're too good. We're too good.
Still holding strong alongside Window Life and Wudgie, also holding on to some
we win this. You know, we got scared a bit at first, but we won.
Towards the start.
Easy.
Do not care. They're gonna completely soar ahead now. 120,000 in their favor.
Yep. Window Life is
may go down, but Window Life still recovering great. Taquito also drops this collective.
Window Life is so far carrying.
Window Life still has to hold on towards the final core of the map. Fantastic accuracy to boot despite that earlier drop. He's looking really
MVP so far, but we'll see what happens.
South Korea starting to trail.
I need to not.
Does go down, but those three combos from South Korea are still dangerous, especially from Restia,
they're building some
Zyson,
combo,
with not only the best recovery combo, with that hidden bonus and that great accuracy to boot. This final section can get really devious. This is with the stamina really hitting a peak. This is where we could see a drastic fall apart hit from anybody. A double miss from South Korea, a drop from Window Life, with the recoveries from USA are going to still keep them anchored with this lead by about 170,000.
Yeah.
And starting to climb.
That's really
Taquito
rough.
Goes down, but not the one you're looking for. South Korea,
Whatchy?
with Restia,
Rectagon. I believe. That's the Rectagon. Yeah.
USA, keep protocol safe for them and get third point on the board.
Okay.
A far closer point, though, than on the DT3. That DT3 by almost double team score. This time around, by less than 150,000 score. That ending, if it had gone on a bit longer, was going to start to look very scary for USA, as South Korea combo advantage near the end, just not long enough for them to take it back. And so this is now, I think, a pretty good case for maybe a change in the ban strategy for South Korea going into a potential bracket reset. That DT2 looking all the more appetizing for a roster that seems to thrive more on these longer stream stamina-focused speed maps like this Fremont 2.
Even going into this match, I really would have liked to see the DT3 ban. It is that much faster pick that South Korea really struggles with. We see on these speed picks that are slightly lower BPM,
I have no idea what the hell they're talking about.
They can compete. It all it takes is one or two unlucky misses from the US, one or two uncharacteristic
water.
South Korea could have easily taken that one over. They do have the pick now. They're going to look to bring this one back, and they still have quite a few picks left in this pool. USA now is out of heavy tapping picks, so that's going to give South Korea some confidence going into the rest of the map, and they're going to look for some breakpoints over the next few maps.
I would prefer it if we could have
what are we thinking
a bit
for
more of a
South
lead.
Korea picks here? I do think both of those hiddens, as well as the DT4, are potential picks for them.
Once, like, preferred game, we're at 6, they're at 3. They climb, actually no.
for.
I don't know. They get
The
up
map
to
we haven't talked
6.
about too
We
much is the
return.
Hard Rock 3.
We
Maybe we'll
beat
see
them
that later
tiebreak.
on, but for now it's going to be the Hidden 2 for South Korea. Replica by Isekai Joko.
I guess they did win
mapped
the
by
first
Raihodo
hidden,
here
so.
for the World Cup Grand Finals this year. This is the low approach rate hidden reading map. It is 120 BPM alt AR8 hidden reading. This map has lots of overlapping jumps rather than perfect stacks, and that adds a form of difficulty in and of itself. It's not quite as memorization focused as some other low approach rate reading maps can be with those perfect stacks, but these overlaps are still extremely difficult to read. I mean, just imagine you're playing this map on a normal approach rate. It's still a 6.5 star alt map. You make it AR8 and put hidden on it.
We're gonna be so good.
Yeah, the last third of this map is absolutely brutal with some really snappy alt patterns, and this is not your typical aim reading pick. As Dio mentioned, this one is quite alt heavy, which is kind of in South Korea's go-to skill set, and especially with players like Kokoro and Worst HR. Those are going to be the two players that are looking to carry this one. On the side of US, we're going to see Fiery in the lobby for the first time this match, and without a doubt, it's going to be looking towards Takedo as the big carry. Is their go-to hidden player for all of the free mods, all of the hiddens, as well as Bashi, who is really just here for these kind of more specialist maps, is so good at the low AR hidden, is so good at the high CS precision, so is generally here for the Hard Rock 2s, the hidden 2s. It's such an interesting skill set. You know, most players are really good at hidden, including low AR. A lot of players are really good at Hard Rock, including precision. Bashi is just fantastic at everything that is slightly unusual. High CR, high CS, low AR, he can do it all.
And the same kind of goes for the man next to him, Fire Rage, the person with the most OWC championships under his belt, is coming in as well for the USA on this pick. Very, very good low approach rate reader, very good alt player, and a very good precision player looking to step in for the United States and potentially take a break point against South Korea on their third pick. Can they convert, or do we see yet another break point for the United States on this map?
South Korea have a really daunting roster for this one. Amamiya Kokoro, Restia Flying Tuna, and Worst HR player. Keep an eye out for Worst HR player and Amamiya Kokoro especially. Flying Tuna has also made a significant improvement throughout the years on his reading prowess. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the South Korea roster overall can do.
Oh no, Vex! Oh no, Takedo! No. We have Bashi man, we have Bashi man. He'll carry,
especially Bashi man and Fire Rage, who are the staple reading players for this nation. So you're gonna
we do not have a good hidden roster.
You can't be complacent with this.
Well, at least compared to whatever is going on at South Korea.
Not really what you're hoping for, but still, these three major combos from South Korea still look good past this intro section. This little Ki section here isn't too devious, but as we start ramping this up, where the control gets a little bit more amplified here, we're going to be seeing more drops. Triple Miss to the United States. Vaxei, the biggest combo left, 230 combo in his favor. Restia once again going down, seemingly not his map, struggling a little bit. Going into this
looking at the other
section,
team, we're
not going to be lasting too long, but still quite impactful. You got
I think South Korea
and Vaxei being that biggest combo left is going to drop. That collective recovery from the United States totaling up to about 500 or so, whereas a double miss there from South Korea is going to start making things much more exciting. Worst HR player still holding on, being the last main combo here for South Korea. Restia once again going down, and these combos for United States are starting to get collectively threatening. A double miss once again from South Korea, but not the one you're looking for in Worst HR player. Vaxei goes down as well. Takedo, last man standing. That threat from the USA remains suppressed just for now.
Yeah, this looked a little bit dicey for South Korea going into the second half here, but the fact that they found that triple miss, Takedo now the only combo left standing for them, really helped keep this at bay. Amamiya Kokoro and Restia go down. Bashi and Fiery will trade it as well. Worst HR player and Takedo will trade now as well. It's Flying Tuna and Vaxei with the only combos. Vaxei will go down.
I guess I don't. What is
the only combo in the lobby? Worst HR player dropping there is pretty much worst case scenario for South Korea, but they have the 150k score lead buffer. They have the combo advantage on Flying Tuna as well. And these sections only get more and more difficult as the map goes on. Restia really struggling with this pick, but luckily Fire Age and Bashi not able to put together huge combos for the United States. Takedo and Vaxei not able to put on the carry pants we've seen them have so many times throughout the World Cup, and it's worst HR player in Flying Tuna.
we were not
Kokoro
built
actually
for this
as well,
one.
above 300k, the only
I'm
other
gonna
player
be
in the lobby
real.
aside from worst HR player to meet that metric. And going into the last quarter of the map now, this is just all South Korea.
Hey,
this looks so good for the team. Boshyman has a little bit of combo here, but is more than matched by worst HR player. And there goes Boshy. There goes any chance of the USA taking this pick. It's going to be worst HR player carrying yet another map for South Korea, but not without help this time.
Hey, worst HR's internet go down.
Better than any of the scores on the side of the United
Flying
States.
Tuna's game could crash.
Team dominance from South Korea on this map. And if you thought that pattern was hard, wait until after this break, because this map slaps you with the hardest pattern and then says, wait, never mind, let me go again.
Yeah, this score from West HR player is absolutely ridiculous. We're still getting into the hardest part of the map, the ultimate ramp up, but the story's been set.
I just realized he
West
is
HR player especially, he's gonna finish this map off with 99% accuracy.
What?
This is crazy. Does he hit it? Full combo on replica hidden too. This is an absolutely ridiculous score, and
what did you expect us to do?
With 600,000, one miss. Once again, a staple carry from the star player. South Korea not only having that superstar in worst HR play, but having a good
the hitter
to
Zira,
suppress the rest of the USA.
but they also had worst
Russia might have
HR.
struggled, but South Korea's got his back. 2 points for South Korea, only one.
So you know that definitely helped them.
I am at a loss for words. I genuinely did not think a single person would even come close to hitting that ending. Worst HR player cannot be stopped, and already South Korea is off to a better start than last year, where they did lose the first match 7-1. Now it's 3-2, and we have a match on our hands. United States, they have the next pick, but this time around they don't have that super free tapping pick that they can turn to. They're gonna have to expand their picks here, and they're gonna have to look for a new skill set to beat South Korea on. They do have quite a few options left. There's that Nomad 4 that was their first pick yesterday, but that's a fairly slider aim heavy tech pick. South Korea has been really good on tech throughout the tournament, so that one is a bit sketchy. I do think the Hard Rock 2 is pretty solid for the United States at some point in this match.
I feel like Hard Rock has some
potential. So good at it, along with Boshy. Whereas for South Korea, they really rely on Karcher for those precision Hard Rocks, and Karcher has been playing well, but has not been able to match Rectigon, who is arguably the best Hard Rock player in the world right now. And so I think that's probably the next pick, but it's certainly not their only option, right? They could look towards the DT1. They're going to pick the DT4. This one is a bit of a surprise to me. I think if the United States had left this one open, South Korea likely would have picked it later on in this match. So I'm not a huge fan of this pick, but the United States have put up strong scores on it.
We're a pretty solid speed team.
Quite a few scores on this map.
What?
As the current fourth best DT
It'll be like
map. But funny enough,
well, listen, I don't care how much South Korea's practiced.
Combo on this map that was set 4
You know,
years
they just
ago.
know South Korea practiced.
And it's just crazy how far
we actually put in 20 hours.
Playing this in grand finals, and I don't think anyone has gotten better than 1.1k in match.
We actually have the top 8 leader spot.
Not a problem.
You know.
I think
Vax. Fiery. Okay.
Interesting pick. On the one hand, it is 240 BPM bursts all throughout the map, but on the other hand, the aim control.
No. Yes. No, you're not giving them Rectigon.
And that is something that definitely favors South Korea. And when you look at how close that free mod 2 was between these two teams, I think it really starts to put into question just how much the United States.
Okay. This is our roster. we're playing Osu now.
A lot of very old scores and history on this map for the United States, as well as having won it yesterday versus Australia. They did win this pick by over 300k versus Australia.
Okay.
On it nearly 600k.
We got this.
Making up a lot of that score difference. So
this is a 5.54. I guess it's a DT pick, so that makes sense.
Karcher, Allegrismo, Flying Tuna, worst player coming in for South Korea on the United States third pick. USA.
Yeah, this is. I think this is
consolidated breakpoint alive and go up to 4-2 in this
probably
match.
our like. This is a very.
Even us up 3-3 in this match.
This is gonna be a good map. I'm gonna inhale some water real quick.
Shout out to Malashevsky, who got the first ever double time FC for the pool showcase. We should be getting into the map as Boncho loads everyone in. Here we go, Scarlet Rose.
There it is. Yeah, that showcase score was absolutely sick, and you can see why as soon as we load into the map here. Already some breaks from both sides. Allegrissimo, comma.
Okay, I didn't even know this was what we were playing.
On the intro section.
I wouldn't
left unscathed at the end of the first part of the map here. Taquito, worst HR player, and Karcher.
Okay,
with
Taquito,
full combos still intact. Only
worst HR is
150
gonna be a
combo
definitely
into
one.
the map. Just goes to show how difficult this pick really is. The again.
Okay, I believe so. I
spacing on
believe so.
every
We're
person in this
we're
map
pretty.
is just
God,
ridiculous.
come on.
240 BPM with high AR, but it seems like South Korea.
Oh,
a little bit more
oh, they
comfortable
traded
going
though.
into
They
the first
traded.
guy
They
time.
traded
You
in.
can see First HR player
Oh,
playing 2 minutes
oh,
drop.
oh, Vaxe's
Karcher
holding.
gonna drop as
Rectagon,
well. Will
Vaxe.
drop the only remaining
We got the
combos
boys.
for the United States.
No!
Rectagon as well to
Vaxe,
find
Vaxe.
the miss, but it's a
Yes,
four-way reach
yes.
for
Our
Korea,
goat. Our
and
goat is
Vaxe
back.
and Kama are holding on for the United States.
He hasn't
Effort
rusted.
in the intro, betraying them in the first KI time as Vaxe
Bacon boy is
continues to
real.
hold. Kama may have missed, Taquito may have missed, Rectagon may have missed, but one of the greatest of all time coming back for the United States, showing off once again what he's capable of in the US World Cup.
Okay, we need Vaxe to hold. I believe. I believe. The bacon. The bacon is real.
This is just looking dominant from Vaxe, but there are good recoveries on Alex
Oh!
and Flying Tuna.
That was a nasty break.
Vaxe finally goes down
Oh,
after that
oh,
really impressive
oh,
combo.
oh, but we got
He is
Rectagon.
gonna
No!
die. That remains the biggest threat for South Korea now gone.
We got no one.
recovery
We got no one.
to build back, and South Korea have
We can
two
build back. We can
technical
build back.
combos. Now
They'll
running
choke. They'll
Karcher
choke.
with 5
It's all
seconds
Karcher.
remaining.
If
Final
Karcher misses, we're fine.
Karcher gets
We're
the
fine,
most
Vaxe. You
difficult.
can't miss
Karcher's
now.
gonna hold on to the remainder of
Karcher,
the
come on.
Karcher
Oh, we can make it. We can make it. Come on, I believe. Taquito. Taquito. Oh my god. Rectagon. Vaxe. Yes. Yes. It's real. Oh my god. Oh, the Rectagon. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
And when Rectagon was needed most, he came
Well, I
clutch.
wasn't
The
wrong.
United
That was a
States
good
take
match.
the second break point against South Korea.
It was so nearly the break point that South Korea needed, but they just could not keep it together
my
into
God.
the ending. And Vaxe, he did it 4 years ago, and now he does it again, getting the top score for this USA team. I don't think quite matching the score from yesterday, but that is just a solid team performance from the US, and it was
Well, my heart,
a very good pick, nearly losing it, but
it
it
fluctuated a
certainly
bit
paid off,
there.
and they're going to be up 4-2. South Korea has the next pick, and they cannot lose another one of their own picks. They need a break point from the US, and they need to win mostly all of their own picks. Losing one of your own picks now would be a disaster.
Luckily, I think they're still got quite a lot of good picks left in this
do.
pool. You can look at stuff like the Hidden Ones, stuff like the Nomad 4 for South Korea, even stuff like the Hard Rock 2. Honestly, not a bad pick for them here. I do think they're probably going to stay away from maps like the Fremod 1 and Fremod 4. Leave those up to the USA to pick. We're looking at 3 more picks for each of these teams at the maximum. And of course, haven't even mentioned yet the Hard Rock 3, maybe the most worst HR player map in the pool in Burning Star. Again, one of the OS originals and by far the hardest map in this pool. That one is just absolutely demon. And I think if we see it picked, there it is. It is going to be that Hard Rock 3.
Oh god.
This is perhaps the single most solo carryable map in the entire map pool. The skill floor for this map is so ridiculously high, and being able to combo significant parts of this is way, way harder than basically any other map in the pool. But if there's anybody who's going to pull that off, it's going to be worst HR player.
Yeah, no pressure, but if there was any map for worst HR player, this would be it. This is Hard Rock. This is full of aim control, full of finger control tech. There are some linear patterns. There are some really tough wiggle patterns.
Hey,
where
Vaxe
aim control into
will
the
do the
ending just gets
500k.
harder. The concern to me for South Korea is, yes, it's the worst HR player map, and you do have Karcher as well, who's absurdly good at the Hard Rock. But for the US, you have got players like Kama, players like Rectagon, who are some of the best Hard Rock players in the game. And those are 2 players you cannot count out on a map like this. I do think Kama
Oh my
may have a
god.
little bit of a tougher time, but Kama is a fantastic alt aim control player as well. USA has a very strong roster for this, and so there really is going to be a lot of pressure on both worst HR player and Karcher to carry, but you know,
Yeah!
like Kama, like Fire Rage, are going to be able to put
Well,
up
we'll
solid
steal him. We'll
supporting
steal him
combos.
for
So
now.
that
He's not a
means
bad player. We
both
can take
Kokoro
Flying
and
Tuna. Come on.
Allegrissimo are going to need to put up solid combos as well. Yes, worst HR player can solo carry, but you need the supporting combos as well on a map like this.
We'll see how big those supporting combos
Flying
can
Tuna
get
can get
for
1.1
South
mil?
Korea,
Sure.
Of course. Flying Tuna looking to come in for this one maybe for South Korea. Wouldn't be too
No,
surprised
no, he's
to
on
see him
our
swap
team.
in maybe for
Yeah.
Alessimo or Karcher. I can't really
No,
say
this
Karcher,
is a
he's
roster.
maybe a worst HR player, but it does swap out of the lobby. It's going to be
Okay,
finally
we got
Never mind.
Vaxe,
It's gonna be
Rectagon,
Vaxe,
Taquito,
Rectagon,
and
Taquito,
Kama.
and
Yeah,
Kama
okay.
for the United States.
Oh God.
No roster for
The
either
God
team
don't miss
yesterday, as this
roster.
was not played in USA versus Australia. So another unique pick and another original getting shown here in the grand finals.
May the star
I
burn
do think
bright
South
for
Korea
South
will
Korea
win.
and for worst HR player, as the good luck have funs are in the chat.
Feel like our funds have exchanged. We're starting to get into our map now. This is known by many to be the single hardest map in the pool. You've still got quite a lot of really toughies in the World Cup, so when you know this is regarded as the hardest one, when Scarlet Rose DT and of course Vanitas, our tiebreaker, is around, that's how you know this one's a serious deal. Some ridiculous levels of aim control requirement in this, and with the way the map is done, it's very reminiscent of Gengar Ozo, which is a map that's also very, very
Oh, he
famous for its
aborted.
relative style and difficulty. This is one of those maps where not only do you have to be incredibly precise and very strong in your control, but you have to have some insane stamina to hit these patterns for a very long time. 2 minutes and 46 seconds for a regular map with some short breaks here and there might not be too long, but this does not let go ever. Does not hold back, does not give you nearly any room to breathe. I believe there's only a tiny slowdown section outside of that.
Okay, we're good now.
Yeah,
We're good
this
now.
is a tough one, and that's why you expect your super high skill ceiling and your super reliable control players on this map. South Korea, of course, looking
I
at
mean,
worst
if we
HR
win
player,
this, we win the
undisputedly the
match.
favorite to get the
I
highest
don't
score
think
in
it's
this. But on the
very...
United States, Vaxe is in that lineup, and he
I don't
is
think we're...
very well known to have set some of the
I
craziest
mean, yeah, we have
control scores
Vaxe,
in the
but
game.
I hate to
So
say it.
I am very excited for
How they're
what both of
talking.
these two players are capable of. Look out for these two, because that's where it's going to be really daunting. A few internet issues has led to a little bit of a delay into this match starting, but so far we're just letting the client catch up.
Maya.
Focus seems to be the one struggling a little bit on the internet department, but you're getting a small taste of how difficult this map truly is. This is the tamer section of the map, might I add. Panic button being pressed, we're just doing a little bit of reset, make sure all the clients are in sync. I'm not entirely sure if Amir Kokoro is fully in the lobby or not. That might be a disconnect.
Yeah, that disconnect was...
there we go.
Oh, no, client catch up.
Okay. Kokoro is here, and it looks like as Boncho catches up, we should be getting into the map. Kokoro will have some solo screen time. If Kokoro actually loads in, there we go.
He's
Kokoro is going to steal the
struggling.
spotlight for a bit.
How is he
Just
out
gonna-
of
just
it?
gonna give it a little bit of time.
Oh man.
Okay, it's
Yeah,
aborted.
It's an abort.
There it goes. Board is interesting, especially when you get 15 seconds into the map. The players are, you know, it's helpful for some people who have missed early on, but it also really builds the nerves. You know, as you play maps, you're keeping yourself warm, you're building focus, and you're really getting into the match. Sitting here in the lobby for so long, having
We did it. We
connection
turned off South
and
Korea's
getting
Wi-Fi
those resorted into
in a
board,
countrywide
potentially
shutdown.
causing another 30 seconds, 45 seconds of delay. It really takes you out of the moment, and so players.
I mean, it's not in the rule
book.
book.
A little bit of time to adjust as we get into this map for the second time, but we do see Flying Tuna coming in to replace Kokoro. We'll have to watch that score from Tuna because that could be really big. It really hurts not having your go-to fourth player, but Tuna should be able to put up a solid scoring score on a map
Well,
like
this
these.
is
Attempt
very
two.
interesting now.
Yeah, Tuna has equally set some incredible control scores. Granted, might
But
not be
more
the
so,
roster build that
Vaxe
you're
was
expecting here.
FCA.
Flying Tuna having to come in quickly after an unfortunate internet issue here there from Amir Kokoro, forcing him to not be able to play this map. But regardless, I think he's capable of setting some really good scores on this one. So still a very exciting matchup to see, even if your main fourth player is not going to be on. We already gave a good briefing on this map and how difficult this is, and
Yeah,
we
this
saw
map
some
is
massive
crazy.
breaks from multiple players
Holy.
towards the start. With that abort coming through, we're getting into it, and already some early drops from both Allegrisimo and Karma, respectively. Karma's going to be joining them, and
God.
Flying Tuna
Oh.
down. Was a child player facing up two full combos here from Rectagon, and Taquito
Whoa,
no
wait, this is...
longer.
Hold up,
Just
hold up.
Rectagon and Wesley child player hitting through that entire intro.
Wait, this...
1,438
Hold up.
score,
This is
separating
kind
South
of
Korea from the
crazy.
United States.
Alright, we'll see
Like,
how well
Vaxxay
this
makes
map
sense
goes
that
for
he'd be
South
doing
Korea
great
now.
on this.
One full combo to one.
Rectagon.
These stream sections really tricky. Vaxxay and Allegrisimo missing on it. Carter flying.
Wait, what? What is how?
Full combo. And
I'm not gonna curse it. I'm not going to curse it.
Korea, but we do still
But
see a little bit of score lead actually going the way of the United
How?
States right now.
Oh,
Accuracy
God,
playing a big
comma,
part in that.
comma, no,
missing,
no,
though,
no.
is going to give a little bit of score lead over to South Korea. Bit of a combo advantage.
Oh!
And there goes Rectagon. The one full combo left for the United States.
Wait,
now
wait,
halfway
what?
Through.
Worst
players
HR.
playing
What is
Tuna drops
happening?
As well, and there's no combo left whatsoever on the United States. Carter there to back up this
I'm
full
sorry.
combo.
I am sorry. What is happening?
Strong
What
halfway
is
through this
happening?
pick. This is an absolutely insane
What?
performance
What?
from worst HR player. Karcher finally dropping, and you can see the
Oh
score
my
difference between worst HR player and everyone else in the lobby. 400k now on the full combo for worst HR player. The next best score, 300k, not even, from Rectagon. This is just absurd gameplay from worst HR player right now as he continues to hold this FC and close
what is
in
happening?
on the coveted 500k they were discussing in in-game chat before this map as an inhuman score.
Big Wither string coming through here. Was a chop plays on the hold on, but he finally goes down. 500k is.
Oh, we got that. Oh, shit.
270,000 comma in favor of South Korea. No comma.
I just shouldn't speak.
Something back. We're getting to the final quarter of the map, and USA, they've got to put
How?
something in the
How
back.
is worst HR player?
This
It doesn't
defensive
matter.
stage
It
is
doesn't
really hard
matter.
to return from. The worst HR player just
He's too good.
suppresses the
He
entirety
is
of
too
the
good.
United States. He may go down, but I don't think it's going to be enough. 250,000, too far ahead. Of South
Worst
Korea.
HR player.
Still will have to worry about any
my
American
God.
threat charging through their glory with this one.
We had
Everyone is scoring
Rectagon, they
above
had
was
worst
his ending
HR.
Stage. No score above 5 or 400k except for one. The third.
No, wait,
time now
Rectagon,
we
wait,
have seen this
Rectagon,
guy
calm down,
set
calm
some
down.
Unbelievable scores. 620,000 from
That's-
worst HR
that's-
player. Time and time again, this guy does not cease to impress.
Don't have your fourth player. It
Believe
does
it.
not matter. Worst HR player puts on an absolute clinic. I think that is one of, if not the best scores we have seen all day. And we have already seen some insane scores this match. That map, these guys make it look pretty easy, but this map is by far one of the hardest in the pool. Worst HR player is not ready to go
Well,
home. It is
that's-
4-3 for the US. They do have the next pick, and they're going to be picking the something that worst HR player can't pop off on, because if you give worst HR player a chance to pop off, nope.
I cannot believe that. Oh
Gotta
my
put a
God.
stop to this guy.
I mean, this guy's just Faker right now, or what? Like, have you ever seen worst HR player and Faker in the same room? I don't
I
think
have
so.
not. I have not.
This guy's just popping off like no other right now. As you said, fourth player had to be replaced for South
I mean,
Korea.
I'd say we probably go hard rock,
not even
maybe
able to
Nomad,
play
or
as
we
the
just go
fourth
free
player
mod.
for their roster, and might have even been, second or third player on that roster.
Well, I don't know how
Kokoro is a
comfortable we are on
fantastic
DT1,
aim
but I
control
guess
player
it's
and
not.
finger control player. So losing them on that map, I
Like,
think, is
I don't
probably worse
think we go
actually than
hidden.
losing Carter or Allegrisimo.
And
But it just doesn't
hard rock's
matter.
a bit scary, but
as
you know.
worst HR player, it just absolutely demolishes that map. 400k from Rectagon as well is an absurd score. But players were talking in match chat before that map, above 500k is just inhuman. And there we go. That Hard Rock 2, we've been talking about this, iFlame, for a while now. You brought it up that this is potentially a map where we see the USA pick into it, and South Korea maybe look to try to break points on something like this
Hey.
instead of picking it themselves, despite being a
You
pretty
do
good
not.
precision team, despite being a pretty good aim control team.
Yeah, we're going to see Allegrisimo coming in for South Korea, and I think this is an incredibly smart pick for the United States. Yes, there is that fear Karcher could always pop off and just solo carry this precision pick, but at best, you have Rectagon who can match Karcher, right? Those two are some of the best Hard Rock players in the game, if not just the two best, and along with worst HR, it is a little bit scary, but I think it's quite telling for South Korea. They have not picked the Nomad 4, and they haven't picked the Hard Rock 2. Those are two maps that the United States played yesterday. So South Korea knows those scores. And so if you're the United States, you're thinking, okay,
What is
they know
this
exactly what's going on
psychology?
these maps. If they really thought they could beat us, they would have picked it already. Instead, they've gone for two maps, the Hidden 3 and the Hard Rock 3, that were not played, which is a little bit of a gamble compared to knowing exactly what the other team can get. And so the USA can be confident that at the very least, South Korea is even on paper. At the very best, you're just hard winning this one. We do see Vaxei, Bashi, and Kama, along with Rectagon in the lobby. Of course, Rectagon and Vaxei in for pretty much everything. Bashi, as we mentioned, that precision specialist, and Kama, so good at Hard Rock. Looked fantastic on the precision, and it is going to be Kokoro, that last player for South Korea. Hopefully, no connection issues this time around.
Hopefully no connection issues this time around for South Korea. It's Karcher, Amamiya, Kokoro, Allegrismo, worst HR player versus Vaxei, Boshiman, Rectagon, and Kama. This is the first map USA has picked that is not particularly speedy, where they don't have that BPM factor working in their favor. Let's see how they're able to handle it here on the Hard Rock 2.
Hard Rock 2, a very tough precision map. Consistent jumps and bursts. Really does not let go. You've got a few really
not a good
small
start.
and
Not
very
a good
quick
start.
patterns that are super devious.
Oh,
oh,
never mind.
Just seen that.
Great
Hit
pick.
by
What?
quite a few, but also missed by quite a few. A triple miss from South Korea towards the start. Not looking good. Amamiya Kokoro, only one holding on to a full combo so far. United States.
Okay, Bosch
having
ain't doing
two,
bad though.
Not full
Rectagon's
combos, but
okay.
two big combos able to
Vaxei's
suppress
recovering.
South Korea just for a little
Never mind,
while, but
fuck
with
me.
that drop from Boshi, he's now going to start twisting now in favor of South Korea. They're building this up. Fun gimmick about this map is that no single pattern in this is actually in the center. It is consistently either rotating one way or the other around the outside of the playfield, which is a cool little interesting gimmick once you notice it. But yeah, regardless of what you see here, it's really, really tough to keep an eye on, especially with that insane high CS of 6.9. These guys
Why
have to be
did we
really,
pick this
really
map?
poised and ready to do this. In South Korea, they're soaring ahead right now with this lead. 326,000 accuracy.
Can we abort?
326,000 score. Sorry, not accuracy. That'd be quite insane, wouldn't it? South
Can we
Korea,
say, like,
they're pushing very
some,
far ahead with those two
you know,
players, Amamiya Kokoro and Alex Rissimo.
You know how I made that
Building massively.
sabotage
Fantastic
joke
accuracy
earlier?
from
Can
both
we
of these
just
players
pull that?
respectively.
So South Korea is
See
messing
if
with their
that's able to
life.
continue. Not for Amamiya
No.
Kokoro does find the miss there about halfway through. It's now on
I need
Alex
to-
with the big combo, but Boshiman and Kama go down. Worst HR player goes down.
Oh.
Finally, we see
Oh.
a map for South Korea where worst HR
Al-
player
Algorithm-
is
oh my
not that top
gosh.
performer, is not the one with the combo
We're
on
so
their
screwed.
shoulders. This is Alex Rissimo.
Algrissimo.
Put him in. He is here.
Put
for
him
this
out.
Hard
Put
Rock
him out.
2. Vaxei, Rectagon, who? It's Allegrisimo with
can't believe
600k plus
Al-
on this map
Allegrisimo?
already, holding on to
Nah.
the S rank going into the last quarter of the map. This score
Okay,
is
okay, Archer.
fantastic from one of the South Korean players who I think
Good.
has really been an up-and-comer for a
No,
long time and is
no.
finally showing off what he can do here. Does miss right after that last circle stream, but it's not going
I
to
don't-
matter. The map is already
yeah.
long over, and South Korea have taken it 4-4 in the
yeah.
grand finals
Oh.
versus the
We're
United
just
States.
going
We are
to
tied up.
let that happen.
Oh
They-
my lord.
They have gotten the break point that they needed. This is not the South Korea USA of last year. Either one of these teams could take it. South Korea.
Yes, I
needs
wanted a good
3
match.
more
I
points to
didn't
become the world
say I
champion.
needed
If the
this
United States
close.
win this first match, of course, we will have a bracket reset right afterwards. But this one could go either way. And this time around, it's not the star players. It is
We might
Allegrisimo
actually see
stepping
history.
up.
What?
And this is what is so important in these late stage matches. Worst HR player is there to put up these big carry scores on the maps that you pick. But you need those supporting players that can pop off every once in a while as well. And honestly, United States might have gotten a little bit baited into that pick. I know I did. I am with that kind of a score advantage. South Korea put up 2.2 million. I mean, I think it was 2.4
They
million
just
by
baited
the end
us,
of the
you know.
map.
They
400,000 points better.
They made
than
us
United States
think
score
we were
from
better
yesterday,
on the
and
map.
700,000 better
Fiery
than the
Rage, you
score
know,
from
he just
today.
got outcoached.
You have
for
to
a
think
moment
that
there.
South Korea overperformed and United States underperformed, but you have to overperform on these picks to get the break points. That's how they go. And now it is United States. They do not want. It is South Korea.
Does South
looking to
Korea
put themselves in
have
the lead
many
for
good
the first time in this
picks,
match
though?
after giving up that very early break point. They still have some options. There's the free mod 1 coming out, Necro Fantasia. This is going to be your
Ooh.
aim free mod, and I will say I do like this pick. We have talked about how United States
might
is so
have
good
it. I
at the free
believe.
mods because they can put Rectagon and Taquito on the mods, And then you still have incredibly strong players in Vaxei who are going to pop off on the no mod every time. But on a map like this, it's not easy, but it's comfortable, right? This is your very generic free mod one. You've got some very basic aim that is fairly comfortable, not too awkward, and some fairly basic streams, right? It's almost like what you'd imagine your standard no mod one to be in the free mod category. So yes, you have worst HR player on the hidden, Karcher on the hard rock, which will make things a little bit more difficult for South Korea. But this is the kind of thing that they could put up big scores on, even with the mods, because of how comfortable it is. And it was played yesterday. They know what the USA can do on this map. 2.8 million yesterday, and South Korea says 2.8 million. Yeah, not a problem. We can beat that. We'll see if they can.
I mean, with a score like that, to pick this into the United States...
I'm curious, since we're about at the halfway.
Right? saying that, yeah, we can pretty easily beat 3 million team score. This is the next pick for South Korea. And I'm a little surprised, honestly. This is a higher BPM pick. This is 223 BPM. There are streams in bursts in this map, so
think it was that much.
This might not have been my first guess as to their next pick, but I think at some point we're going to have to pick one of these aim mechanics consistency maps if you are on the side
we got
of
it,
South
I
Korea.
believe.
This one they've deemed the next best option for them in this map pool. As you
We
said,
can't
probably
lose.
Hard Rock on Karcher, probably hidden on worst HR player.
Well, I mean, I guess we
Of course,
can.
Hard
It's
Rock
just gonna
for
hurt.
Rectagon hidden for Taquito on the side of the United States. Window Life coming in for this pick, not too surprising. Higher BBM mechanics, right up Window Life's alley, and alongside that.
I mean, if we do win a bracket reset, it's gonna be even rougher, though.
A lot of other mods right now is Vaxei, whose return to tournaments has been relatively recent this year, with tournaments like MGC and the World Cup this year. So looking forward to seeing what these teams can do. And it is actually no mod for worst HR player.
I like it.
For Amamiya Kokoro instead. I like it too. Put one of your best performing players, the
Okay,
best performing
Taquito
player on the
hidden
roster right now,
hard
on
rock.
that no mod. Make it so that he can potentially get the best score in the lobby and pop off once again for the team when you need it most. You lose this pick and you potentially go down 6-4 against the United States. So this is a crucial pick for South Korea, with USA having the next pick in the
Yeah, it's a crucial. Oh,
and
okay,
as the map
okay.
pool
Yeah,
gets
yeah.
Smaller
Good.
and smaller. These picks get more and more important. An early break for Amamiya Kokoro on one of those longer streams near the start of the map. This is the kind of speed element that makes its way, creeps into the map little by little throughout the pick, and is part of why
we got that
this is a
aim.
much more well-rounded sort of
We
map,
got the
a
tap.
well-rounded sort of mechanics consistency test than something like the Nomad 1 or the Hard Rock 1, where Nomad 1 you have basically no streams, and Hard Rock 1 you just have a couple of them later on into the map. They're kind of all throughout the map in this pick. And a lot of awkward aim in this one as well. Catches off Flying Tuna. Still the 4-way full combo intact for the United States right now. Nobody really
Oh,
having
wait,
any
we're
trouble
holding,
getting
we're
this
holding,
first
wow.
PI
That's
time
good,
here.
that's
Karcher and
good.
worst HR player still on these full combos. The veterans we expect to pop off for Korea doing so right now, but not enough against a 4-way FC from the United States.
okay.
And there
That's
goes
good, that's
Karcher.
good.
This is now looking like dire straits for South Korea. They take back the breakpoint, but are they
Hey,
going to
listen,
give it away
we
right
picked Hard Rock
afterwards?
2 for them.
Is the question we need to see answered here. Worst HR player drops on the stream. And even though Window Life drops, that's only one combo out of 4 for the United States. This is looking a bit doomed for South Korea right out of the first third of the map already.
Not only have you gone for such a brave pick that you have to be
I'm
confident
not
on,
saying much
but
more.
not only has it failed, it has failed to a degree where
They
two of
still
the
have 2
American
minutes. They
modern
still have
players
2
are
minutes.
still holding on to their full combos. You cannot let USA get away with this. Give them an inch and they'll take a kingdom, and they're proving it with this one. 300,000 score and climbing in favor of the United States. With that full combo,
Yeah.
ever so consistent. That drop from Window Life doesn't seem to have phased him at all. He's building up to 300 combo, outshining worst HR player and or either of the unmodded players of South Korea. This collective combo advantage from the United States is going to completely soar in their favor. You've only got Flying Tuna to try
Get out of
and
here,
build
Horizon.
something here. These Okoros from South Korea are looking good, but you're going to have to hope for a complete fall apart here from the United States. And we're going to the next KI now. This is where you're going to have to really hope for USA combo to go down. Vaxei, Rectagon, Taquito, one of those three have got to drop if you want South Korea to try and get something.
I believe.
These Okoros from South Korea are really solid.
Oh,
The
Flying Tuna
Tuna's
missed
the first
stuff.
to go in this KI. It's
Okay.
not looking good
Oh,
for South
Taquito,
Korea.
though,
may
Taquito.
go down, though,
Ooh, that's
but
a
it's not
massive-
gonna be a
Oh,
case
worst
for
HR
anyone
also
else
went
in the
down.
USA. The break is shown. Worst HR player drops, and United States are soaring ahead with this one.
I mean, like, we said this during the map pool selection scene, right? Is that if you're gonna pick this into a team that when they played it yesterday versus Australia, got 2.8 million team score, 900k for Vaxei, 700k on Hard Rock for Rectagon, 680k on Hidden for Taquito. If you're gonna pick this into them, you better be damn confident you can get like 3 million or so team score. This is just complete flop for South Korea.
Wow.
Really not having a good time on this pick. And yeah, you've got big combo on Amamiya Kokoro. Vaxei finally goes down, but the combo for Kokoro is matched by Window Life, and Rectagon is just a
I'm not gonna say. I wasn't gonna say it.
United States are gonna be able to take a big pick on this one.
Wait. Is he actually? Is he actually? No way.
Made, and unfortunately, has not worked
no
out.
way.
The bold, courageous, brave.
I'm sorry. I'm
into
sorry.
The United States
What?
on a map like this
What?
has unfortunately backfired horrifically, and I mean horrifically. 880,000 score is no joke at all.
I'm sorry.
Flying Tuna,
What?
But compare that to Rectagon, who is still holding
No!
the full combo. Rectagon goes down towards the end. But
I mean,
score,
1 million.
what
That's
a score from this map!
oh my god.
That was incredible.
That-
we saw,
oh my
unfortunately, Rectagon
God.
miss on the exact same place.
Dude, Rectagon is back.
On the Nomad, but
Look at this.
3 million
This is what
was
what
the score
happened?
to beat, and unfortunately for South Korea, they came nowhere close. In hindsight, it was a bit of a baffling pick, unless South Korea bottom scored, like had everyone bottom score based compared to their locals.
That is
This is never
crazy.
really a pick you go for. They had all the
Oh my
information,
god.
and they pay the price.
Rectagon.
Now the United States has a pick, and they can bring
This
points
is
to
why
match point.
Rectagon
South
is
Korea
a
need
very
to consolidate
underrated
their break
tournament
point,
player.
but
I cannot.
unfortunately not able to do so here. And now the USA
Hey,
likely
listen.
could go
That's
into something like that Nomad 4 or that DT1. Even the Fremont
yeah,
4
that's what I was
could
gonna
be
say.
a decent pick for them. It is a little bit altier, so I think they leave the
Fremont 4
Fremont 4
probably not.
open.
I think DT
Just on the off chance that South
Fremont
Korea
4 though,
picks
for
it,
sure.
as that's the kind of thing that South Korea may feel comfortable on. I think it is much more likely we see either the Hard Rock 1 or potentially the Nomad 4 that was the first pick for the US.
This is
yesterday.
heating
Even
up.
the DT1, great pick for them.
Now, I'm thinking what you're thinking with the Hard Rock 1, you know, speedy
Okay.
consistency map, 240 BPM, very similar
Mhm.
to what we just saw in the Fremont 1, although much less awkward in how the aim is handled. However, have you considered that all 5 of the maps USA has won are DT3 through Fremont 3? All
Make a
5
good
of them in a
point.
row are the exact wins for them. So maybe
What?
it's Fremont 4, but no, it's gonna be the Hard Rock 1 instead. And I think, as you said, this pick
I
makes
mean,
a lot of sense.
yeah,
It's
okay.
another consistency
I
focus. Aim map,
guess.
240 BPM, so a little even higher BPM than what we just saw in the
I was
Fremont
gonna.
1.
We haven't been a
Much less
very
awkward in how the game is handled,
amazing
but,
out there
a
consistency
couple of
team.
longer streams, about
I know. I
2/3
think that's
of the
what
way
we're
into
normally
with
known
this
for,
map.
but
This
here
is
I think it
240
would
BPM
definitely
Hard Rock
be.
inconsistency with
The
some
issue is we can't go,
13,
like, gimmicks, and we
17
can't go too
240
hard.
BPM streams
So-
about 2/3 of the way through. And at that point in time in the map, if you miss and chain miss on that sort
Okay,
of pattern,
okay, I believe.
your
I believe
possible score can go, you know,
we
if you're
got
holding an
this.
FC from 1 million down to 600k or so. And that is a huge drop in potential
Wait.
score. So if you are the team that's better favored on mechanics
Okay.
overall, both in the aim and in the speed, or just in one or the other, you're really gonna thrive on a pick like this that tests both, almost in different sections, with aim through the majority of the map and streams just really nailed down in that one section 2/3 of the way through.
For the USA, I expect we are going to be seeing pretty much the same lineup as we did yesterday. Recti, Vaxei, Taquito, and of course Kama. That's a terrifying Hard Rock lineup. Rectigon and Kama being the 2-star players with Vaxei to follow up. Even Taquito, who, as well known as he is for being one of the best hidden players, especially over the last year, has grown incredibly strong on the Hard Rock. We do see both Kokoro and Alegrissimo in. Let's think back to that Hard Rock too. It wasn't worst HR player, it wasn't Karcher, it was Alegrissimo popping off the Hard Rock, so if they can do it again, South
Okay.
Korea could potentially get that break point back, but
I can't
everybody needs to
believe
hold
this
on
is
to
this
that
might be one
solo
of the
through that
best
stream your
matches.
section. You have to
I'm
be
not gonna
consistent
jinx
with
it,
your
but I
aim.
mean,
This is a little bit of a longer map at 3 minutes and 8 seconds, so it will be a real test of consistency. We're going to see
this one might make it
some
into
bigger
the history
combos throughout
books. I'm
this
just
one.
saying.
It is going to come down to most likely 2 or 3, maybe probably
Okay.
1 or 2 big combos on each team towards the end of this map. Here we go.
Okay,
South
okay.
Korea
We got this.
desperately
We got
needs to take
this.
this one back. You cannot afford to put the United States on match point.
That last pick from South Korea backfired massively, but this is their chance to try and even out the playing field once again, convert it once again. They've pulled miraculous breakpoints before in that Hard Rock 2. They can do it again. Allegrisimo performed exceptionally on that Hard Rock 2 last time. It's his time to shine once again for South Korea. He's got to try and do this alongside Karcher, who is known to be one of the best Hard Rock inconsistent
wait a
players
second.
in the game. Fantastic at this kind of skill set. So South Korea definitely on paper have a great team for this. Very high potential of getting the upset that you need. But on the side of the United States, what a daunting team this is.
I'm gonna
Of
use this more as a
course you have to
rest
look at
map.
Rectagon for
Ooh.
this one. Really, really threatening for him. But on the side of the United
That is a
States, so far,
trade.
double miss from both Vaxxay and Karma is going to give them a bit of a disadvantage, but it is traded very quickly by
Okay, wait a second.
2-2 in the full combo department. Karcher, Allegrisimo, Rexagon, Taquito, all holding on to the full combos.
Okay,
Especially
okay.
Allegrisimo and Taquito holding on to their full combos. Not only that,
It's
an
basically
SS
like
on
dead
top of
even
that.
right
It
now.
may get shut
Oh,
down
okay,
later
okay,
on,
okay.
but
It's our side.
these
It's our
two
side
full
now.
combos still
It's
remain
slowly
stable
coming over.
going past this
Come on.
first quarter of the map.
That's a little bit of a combo advantage for the United States on those supporting
Bring it,
combos
bring it.
for Vaxxay and Kama. And
Oh,
the
okay.
accuracy actually very, very
been a-
good for
Oh!
both of these teams. There goes Kama though. So a
No.
little bit of that combo back towards South Korea at the moment. We're just all
No.
eyes on top row right now though. Worst HR player in Vaxxay will drop as well. It's Amamiya Kokoro with the only
Yeah.
supporting combo
Oh
that's
my
traded
God.
back as well. And honestly, all
How
these
would
trades
he
don't
say-
matter in the face of a trade from Taquito. There goes one of the full
No.
combos for the United States. Those are the drops
No.
that you really look for to decide a map like
No
this.
way
And
this
really
is
close
happening.
when the
No way
supporting
this is
players
about to
keep trading
happen.
those combos away. It's the FCs that matter most. And one of them down for the United States now.
I guess,
Karcher
you know,
and
I said
Allegrisimo
history is gonna get
continue to
making.
hold their full combos going
This
in
history
to
is
the
getting
second half.
making.
Here is the stream
Oh.
section. Can they continue to hold? Rectagon
Oh.
instead. This is not what we expected going into the match. We thought the stream section might be bad for South Korea, but it's the United States who falter when it matters most. 2/3 of the way in, and
Dude,
South
they
Korea
picked our
now,
pick, we
two
picked their
full
pick.
combos
What is
back,
happening?
Nothing standing in the way of yet another breakpoint in this match, and Korea looking to try and
You
tie
can't
us
be
up on their
serious.
next
You
pick.
can't be serious.
Allegrisimo and Karcher still holding on past this last quarter of the map. Last third of the map even.
Okay,
Once a child
okay,
player
we can-
recovery goes down, but that's
No,
not
no, we can't make it
anything
come
that
back.
matters here. These two full combos were
They
Allegrisimo and
full
Karcher are absolutely unreal.
If they
We
just
expect
chain
Rectagon
miss.
to hit that stream section with perfection.
If
He's known to be
someone's
not only
Wi-Fi
great at
goes
but
out-
tapping mechanics on top of that. Perfect
Hear
for this
me
kind of
out.
map. He's going to be the one to go down though. And despite Allegrisimo dropping,
Dang it.
Karcher, the ever
Where's the
so
president?
reliable hard rock consistency machine, is going to completely shred this for South Korea. He's going to hit that big section there, and it all comes down to this ending for Karcher.
Okay,
whether he
okay,
can
if-
end
if
this
everyone
up
on their
in
team just
style.
gives up.
400,000 score way too far ahead of the USA to bring back.
South Korea has a
will
nationwide
bounce
power outage.
another
We're good.
breakpoint after a
We win.
tremendous loss on the previous 3-1.
Come on.
They don't care. Hard Rock Rome belongs to them, and Karcher, as long as he hits his last jumps, will secure
I
the
can't
FC
believe
for
it.
South
I
Korea.
can't believe it.
What is Karcher doing? This is reminiscent of
How?
almost a year ago now when Karcher was putting up some of the most insane Hard Rock scores, absolutely taking
Don't
the
get me
tournament
wrong.
scene by
I
storm.
want the
and
United States
Karcher
to
does
win.
it again, along with guess who? Of course,
I
it's
don't
Allegrisimo, who has just been so incredible.
I am
on these
fine
Hard Rocks.
either
These
way.
teams continue to trade breakpoints now. That is 3 in a row.
This
South Korea,
this is the
United States. These two teams know how to
this
put on a
might
show.
be
Now it's South Korea with the
the
pick.
listen.
Whoever wins this next match
Last 2 years of
will be on
OWC,
breakpoint. South
they've
Korea
been riding to
could
this moment.
potentially
This
be
is
one map
this
away
arc-
from winning
this
the
arc
O2
is coming
World
to a peak.
Championship for their 4th time in their history, but they need to make the right pick.
Okay,
It
okay.
all comes down to this. Each team
I don't
has
know if they have a
one
good
pick
pick
left
though.
before we see a tiebreaker.
Maybe
assuming
no mod 1.
they can each win their
Maybe
own
no
pick,
mod
so
1.
both of these teams are going to be considering the picks very,
They
very
haven't
carefully.
won
I
a
would not be
single free
surprised
mod.
to see a couple of timeouts used. This is the time to use them. You got to settle down your nerves. You have to consider your picks carefully. And this is where the nerves could come
I'd
into
say
play.
they have to
South
choose a no.
Korea
I don't
is a
think they.
largely very experienced roster.
Maybe
USA does
DT1.
as well,
I
but they
think
have a
Fremont
couple
4 is the
rookies
only
in
bad
Window Life
pick.
and Woodshy, and the nerves are going to be off the charts right now. It doesn't get any more intense than this. There's the timeout. Okay.
Okay.
We have some time, Dio, to talk
Good
about
for my
this
nerves.
pick. What are we thinking here?
Yeah, and I wanted to talk about this a little bit, but before we get there, thumb injury be damned, my boy can aim some circles. Karcher,
Oh, yes.
despite the thumb injury, full comboing that is actually ridiculous. Unfortunately, aim a bit underweighted right now. 681 PP is Karcher's score on that map exactly. Still a ridiculous score. And one more thing before we get into talking about the potential next pick for South Korea is I want to really shout out some of the other members of this team, as during the first half of this match, it seems like it really was the worst HR player show. Every map he was in for, he was top scoring for the South Korea roster. Their last several points in a row, he has been the bottom scorer for the roster, and it has been the rest of the team. Allegrissimo, Karcher, Amamiya
This
Kokoro,
is
Flying
crazy,
Tuna as
dude.
well.
I don't.
Scores needed
I'm so glad I
to
decided
send
to
them
live stream
over
this.
that
I don't
finish
care if
line
no
and
one
tie them
watches
up
it
last
live.
in this match.
I just
Last
want to
team-
have
or,
this.
excuse me, last pick incoming for both teams. And for South Korea, I'm looking at two maps. I'm looking at Nomad 4 and Hidden 1. They are 2 for 2 on the Hiddens right now, so that Hidden 1 has to be tempting. But the Nomad 4 as well, this is potentially the best tech team in the tournament. Citation needed on that one, but we've already seen them win the Hidden 3, so I would not be at all surprised to see them pick into that Nomad 4, especially with the double Nomad ban on that Nomad 3, Nomad 5 as well.
Yep. Between the two, I do agree. It is between those two for sure. I personally prefer the Hidden 1 if I had to go with one of them. The United States picked the Nomad 4 first pick yesterday. They got 2 million score on it. And I think if South Korea felt confident that they could
I
beat
mean,
that 2 million
I
score,
can't believe
would've
this
picked it
match.
already.
This is
we
so
have seen break
unreal.
points, so it's not necessarily a requirement. It doesn't mean by any means that they are they can't beat the 2 million score. But I'm not sure they're very confident on the pick. The HD1, I think, feels a little bit better for
Okay,
them. But they're going
okay.
to go for the Nomad 4. 2 million points.
I
is the
forgot
benchmark
HD1
this
was there. I
time.
don't know why
Last
they
time
didn't
we
choose
saw
that.
this take place, it was on the free mod 1. Did not pay off. This time around, it is going to be Hidden 1. This is incredibly awkward aim, 204 BPM. The map is slightly rhythmic as well, so something to watch out for there. You've got some tricky aim
Okay,
control
every
schemes
match
thrown
from
into
here
the
on
map
out
that
could
are great for
potentially
South
make
Korea. We'll see
history.
if those catch out any players, and there's a fairly tough stream section just
Oh my
after halfway
gosh.
into the map, and so
Dude,
it's 200
this.
BPM. I think everybody should be
Why
comfortable
can't
with it.
I go be this
I want to
high?
stop you there because
Go for it.
I think you may be reading off the Hidden 1.
You're
The Nomad 4, 222
So
BPM.
right, yeah, you're
This is
so
the
right.
full. This is the full slider tech map, man. You've got some really wonky slider shapes at the start and a bit more kind of.
I don't know. I
visual
personally would have gone
structure for
with
the sliders in the second
Hidden
half.
1.
But there
like,
are
why
some
not?
difficult stream sections in this map too. This is not just pure slider tech like you're used to seeing in the Nomad 4 slot. There is that higher BPM.
I mean, I
burst
think they could
mechanic
do good
that's
on
going
any
in
map
this
that isn't
especially
free mod at this
about
point.
halfway through. Kind of coincidentally with the Hidden 1, it's honestly really similar
Like, the only thing
structures.
that's, like-
But the streams in this are far shorter at that higher BPM, so we'll see if that is potentially beneficial for South Korea going into this second map.
Zoned in on the Hard Rock one a little bit. We've got some players all over the place in this lobby. We're going to see Vaxay switch over. We've got the rosters in mostly for both teams. We're waiting on one from South Korea. I
Don't
think that's
steal our
very
back. I
likely
mean,
to
both players
be-
are
oh, it
playing
could be
amazingly, but
Allegrissimo.
not like
I
Vaxay
was
more.
just, like, a little bit surprised if it wasn't Kokoro, who has been the go-to tech player for South Korea, but I don't hate this at all. Allegrissimo has been on fire. And looking back to this last one, it was largely Vaxay carrying the USA's team score, 730,000. It was an insanely
Okay.
good performance from Vaxay on this Nomad 4 to get them to
This
2
might
million
this
points.
might be one of
The
the
rest of the team
best
were all below
teams
500K,
as well I've seen.
And so there's a lot of pressure on Vaxay to carry on this map.
I
And if
mean,
you
it's
can't
like
repeat that
everyone
insane
does
750,000
something
score on the Nomad 5, which
insane.
is, to be honest, very likely. We could
There
see
is
South
not a
Korea just
single
run away with
player
this one
on
with better
either of
team
these
scores.
teams who
All
hasn't
they
done
need
at
is
least
one
one
combo,
valuable
whether
play.
it's worst HR, whether it's Karcher, one combo to get above that, 600, 700,000 mark, and
Or at
they're gonna
any
be in a
time this
really
tournament,
good spot.
which is
Can
insane.
South Korea bring themselves to match
During
point?
this
Here
match
we go
especially,
into
there's a
Sona's
ton of
Rechigon finds
players
the
who have
first
been
miss.
doing really good. Okay.
This is
No,
a
really
very
great.
important map here for South Korea. This is going to be their final pick of this
We
match.
have better act. We have better act.
If they take
The
this,
combo's
Vanitas
gonna
is
be
at
an
least
issue.
secured for them. It all comes
We need to
down
take
this.
this. We
No Mod
need to
4
take
here.
this.
Custom song by Zuna. A fantastic test and really brutal test of your slider aim and burst tapping mechanics.
Okay.
You can already see
Oh,
it
okay,
here.
okay,
A
okay,
prime
that's good,
example
that's good,
of what's
that's
to
good.
offer in this map. Tons of doubles into these massive streams. You need some incredible discipline and control in this map. And we're already seeing so many breaks going to this major KI. A triple mission in the United States. Only Vaxxed
We
holding
have
on
Vaxxed
for
up,
the
we have
side of
Vaxxed
the
up,
United
we
States.
have Vaxxed up.
South
And
Korea
he is
still
absolutely
have
going
Flying
off.
Tuna and Allegrisimo to hold on. It is
Well,
not Wesley Chopway to hold on to
Allegrisimo,
this
I
full
really
combo.
hope
And into this
he's...
next third of the map to go. Another major
The only way I
comeback
can't
here. Allegrisimo
curse
Flying Tuna
anything
still has
is
to
just
keep
by
Vaxxed
not
in check.
speaking.
That reach is still really, really viable.
Oh!
Allegrisimo goes down. It's 1-to-1 in the full combos here. The
Oh my
recoveries here
gosh.
from South Korea
Wait,
are gonna
this is
slowly
crazy.
Give them a tiny lead. Carter and Wesley Chopway
Oh
are
my
building.
gosh.
The Flying Tuna goes down.
Oh my
It's all
gosh.
up to
Wait,
Vaxxed
this is
trying to keep
insane.
the combo
This
going.
is insane.
This guy's still really, really
Wait,
tough.
how?
And Vaxxed
How?
here. This next build-up section, he's doing it so far. The USA are
Dude,
just
I can't
outgrowing this
believe it.
lead.
I told
Vaxxed
you
does
the
not
GOAT is
stop
back.
winning these
The GOAT is
sections.
back.
There's worst HR player and Karcher still with big combo on the side of South Korea, but Rectigon is hoping to match one of them here going into the ending. This is where the aim mechanics and stream
If I
mechanics
curse
start to
this
really
match,
come
I'm
into play
never-
in this
I'm never
map.
watching
You have these
WBC again.
really tough reverse sliders as well in this part of the map to watch out for. As the recovery combos start to become more and more impactful here, 100k lead for the United States.
No!
Vaxxed drops, Karcher will drop as well.
Come on,
It's
come on,
Rectigon and
come
worst
on.
HR player
We
to
can hold, we
hold
can hold.
as Kama and Taquito back up Rectigon for the United States, Flying Tuna and Allegrisimo for worst HR player on the side
We're still
of
good,
Korea.
we're still good, we're
Do
still
we
good.
see
Vaxxed has done
Rectigon
his effort,
drop? That is the
Vaxxed has done
question.
his-
Yes, he does! He finds one in the bottom right corner. Worst HR player continuing to
Come
hold
on, come on.
down.
If we just
he
hold,
can
if we
hold
just
on
hold,
to the stream
if we just
section,
hold.
this is gonna be it.
It doesn't matter,
Flying Tuna
it doesn't
and
matter,
worst HR
it doesn't
player
matter.
can maybe bring this back for
No,
South
no, no,
Korea,
no, no,
but
no,
Flying
no,
Tuna
no. It's
missing
coming
is
to our
gonna
side,
make
it's
this
coming to
harder
our
and
side. We
harder.
got this,
This
we got this,
score
we
lead
got
is
this.
going over
Come on.
to the
No,
USA
no,
team, but
no.
too
Oh.
many misses from the rest of
Yes,
the
okay.
South Korean team.
Okay,
and
we
the
get confirmed
50K,
tiebreaker. We
It's
get
just
confirmed
not
tiebreaker.
enough. United States
Oh my God.
will take the breakpoint on
God.
South Korea's last
I
pick.
cannot
Oh
believe it.
my god. If you gave South Korea just a little bit more time, a little bit of time for Wesley Chopway to build, that could have flipped in an instant.
Oh
But
my God.
USA will take
Oh
the
my God.
breakpoint once
How is
again,
this
and they're
match real?
one match
How is this
away
match
from
real?
bringing us to a bracket reset.
Dude, I knew this was gonna be good. I
Worst
knew it was gonna
HR
be good. I
player
didn't
with
think it was
the
gonna be
S
this
rank.
good.
Unfortunately for South Korea, it was not enough, and that is a break point. It is United States pick. Their destiny is in their hands. They could
Wait,
bring us
what?
to a reset right here, or if South Korea makes the comeback
Oh
and gets the break point right back, we could very well see a tiebreaker here. The United States could very well.
I
use
think we got it,
their
though. I think
timeout
we
now.
got it,
They're
though.
going to be considering this pick carefully. They're not going to be going for the hidden one. I think it's between the free mod 4th. They did look very good on. That seems to be most likely. DT1, an option as well, but that is risky. It is kind of your fairly standard DT aim. It isn't too speedy, isn't too bursty, only few bursts, and so we'll see.
We'll see indeed. Do the
I'd
United
like to
States
mention,
pick
I don't think
Rectigon
anyone has
to see a
overmodded
fifth
on a free
break
mod.
point in a row. It has been
Like, I'm just
four in
saying.
a row so far to close out this match potentially, and USA looking to not repeat the same mistake once again here on their last pick, looking to avoid tiebreaker in Vanitas here against South Korea. They do not want to
Oh
play
my
that tiebreaker. They want to
Oh
go to
my
bracket
God,
reset
I can't believe
immediately
it.
on this pick, so I can agree with the timeout here. And I can also agree we're probably seeing either the DT1 or the free mod
Yes,
4.
okay,
There it
okay,
is,
okay. I was
free
right.
mod
I was right.
4.
Free mod 4.
Yesterday,
Free mod 4.
Vaxe full comboed this map with no mod. It was an absolutely absurd score from him, 960k.
Okay,
with the
we got
next
this, I
best
believe,
score
I
in the
believe,
lobby being
I
under
believe.
580,000 for
And I need a
Emrak
break
on
for
no
like
mod.
half a second.
This is a really, really difficult
Stream.
map. It is
Absolutely no views
Isomir
right there now.
D'Angelo alt on
Oh my God, we're
yet
almost
another
at 50.
custom map here in the World Cup
This
Grand
is
Finals.
also alright.
Hybrid snap aim and flow aim with just an absolute demon ending. That 264 BPM, again about cut it in half
I am so
for the alt sections in this map. It plays more like 132
dude.
BPM.
I don't.
The
If
ending,
a
however,
bracket
is about
resets happen, I'll
330
watch it.
BPM, which plays more like 165.
Give us
BPM.
Rectigon back
BPM.
now.
That speed up section claims everyone's combos just
Okay.
about. So if you are able to hold through the ending, your score goes from maybe 600-700k to 950k plus, and that's really a huge difference maker in a match like this, where a lot of times you're going to see scores under 500k in the grand finals.
And actually, the first half of this map is quite easy compared to how insanely hard the second half of this map is. So it's going to be so important to hold on to the early combos. We're not likely to see massive comebacks into the ending, except for Vaxei, who did FC this yesterday. And for South Korea, I genuinely would like to see Kokoro stay and take the hidden for worst HR player. We're going to see Flying Tuna again. I just think this is the kind of map that you need worst HR player to solo carry. This is kind of his style of map, and you don't want him to have to play the hidden. That is so tricky on a pick like this and makes the map so much harder. But we'll find out what those mods are in a second. I think it will be worst HR player on the hidden with
We're taking this to tiebreaker, or we're getting a bracket reset. Either way, this has been one of the best matches I've ever seen.
Hidden and Recti gone Hard Rock. United States are 1 point away from taking us to a bracket reset.
Okay, yeah.
They do
For a second I was like,
we'll find out in about 3.5 minutes.
Okay.
Let's see what these rosters have in store for us on this map.
I thought they put Rectagon on hidden.
Coming out of both of the Hard Rock players here. That intro, very, very difficult on just the raw aim consistency for both Karcher and Rectagon on that Hard Rock. Of course, hidden for worst HR player and Taquito. No mod for Flying Tuna, Allegrissimo, Kama, and Vaxei on this one. USA looking for Vaxei to carry once again, looking for Rectagon to put up the over 550k that he had on Hard Rock yesterday on this map. And South Korea looking to stuff their hopes and dreams and keep this match going one map longer, force that tiebreaker. Karcher gonna find multiple drops on the Hard Rock here. Had some of the best Hard Rock performances we've seen in a while out of him in this match, but this map is just next level in terms of the difficulty for alt players. And Karcher, even at his prime, has never really for the Hard Rock alt. There go Kama and Rectagon though for the United States, and now suddenly it's a combo advantage.
We have Vaxei as an anchor, and Taquito's a very consistent hidden player.
Against just Taquito and Vaxei, but as
I can't believe we might actually get a tiebreaker.
Easier in the
first
first half, especially before you get to the true ending of this map, where that speed up occurs. You can count a lot of this as easier patterning in this map
what's my pulse?
To the ending for sure. We're still going to see these full combos going for South Korea. Nobody getting caught off by the 1/6 burst in this. Rectagon dropping on the Hard Rock as well. Now with the drop in his stead. Kama and Vaxei actually dropping as well. And this is just disaster for the United States. Flying Tuna will trade it. But it's worth HR player and Allegrissimo to hold on for South Korea. Only Taquito with the full combo intact for the United States. And a third of the way through, this looks like it may be able to go the distance. There goes Allegrissimo though, and suddenly now it's 1-to-1 in the full combos.
Wait, hold on. This is crazy. This is crazy. Oh my god, it's worst HR versus Taquito.
With that fresh triple miss, they're going to have the recoveries in favor of the United States with Rectagon that 200 and climbing. But soon, as long as this builds for South Korea,
I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think. This match is... This match is crazy.
South Korea
oh my god.
Tiebreaker.
You know, can we actually win this? I just realized.
As long as they stay alive, worst HR player time and time
I did just kind of realize I do really want my 15
he is. And we are going to a slow ramp-up section before we get into the final quarter and the absolutely devious ending section. Your two hidden players are the last
need one of their players to really
these
choke.
recoveries from both of these teams are really important here. As long as they all hold on, this you get lean in favor of South Korea. Those two big combos are extremely valuable, granted, but these recoveries could also be really important. Allegrissimo goes down, starting this ramp-up section.
Wait, hold up.
Really valuable.
Hold up.
Slowly starting to close in favor of the United States. But
We're holding.
You can see these little back
We're
and
barely
forth
holding.
sections that really spike your aim control.
Okay, Coach, you're missed. Rectagon missed.
Doesn't trip up anybody. Worst HR playing Taquito. Still looking good.
I'm sorry, what?
Just beforehand. So it's still even. South Korea are going to start building this more and more.
How is this real? How is this real? How is this real? There's 1,000. Oh wait, okay, we're building. We're building now. We're building now.
Holding on to disadvantage. We're going to be building up into the ending section. It all comes down to
okay, come on. Come on, US. Come on, US. Oh, we win. Oh, God. Okay, everyone's choking. Everyone's choking. Oh, Taquito missed.
No, he doesn't.
What is
And it's all up to
what?
well, but that won't matter. United States will take us to bracket reset.
I
can't believe it.
7-5 in the first round of grand finals. The closest grands we've seen in a few years now between the United States and South Korea. This was a back and forth match with breakpoints everywhere, but United States does not continue that trend. They break the mold. They win their last pick against South Korea, and bracket reset is in the cards here once again for the United States, going up against South Korea in the grand finals 3 years in a row. The narratives write themselves this time around, iFlame. This is just one hell of a grand finals. I am so here for this bracket reset.
They certainly do, and I think the real award should go to the script writers this year. It does not get any better than this. When it came down to the wire, it was Takedo who showed up on the hidden to put USA through to the bracket reset. They're not going to have to play that tiebreaker. And I expect we're going to see some switch-ups, especially considering how many break points were given up towards the ending into this next match. I want to see some adaptations from both teams, especially in the bans for South Korea. I think you drop that DT2 ban, opt into a DT3 ban instead, and take your chances on that DT2.
Yeah, I think I agree with you full stop on the last couple of bans there for South Korea. The DT3 was so one-sided as a first pick for USA that I think you can just leave up the DT2, ban out that DT3, and potentially have a better time on it. And with how close that free mod 2 is, I think the no mod 2 ban can stay put. As for USA, you know, there wasn't a lot of maps that were super one-sided in the favor of South Korea. You have the Hard Rock 2, for example. 800k on Allegrisimo is such a pop-off on that map. And there were a couple of other maps that were relatively good for South Korea in this match, but so many close maps near the end of this one. Both of the last picks won by less than 100,000 points.
I don't care what happens now.
So I think we're going to stay with a relatively close match here between the teams, and maybe a couple shakeups in the pick strategy. We did see, of course, a couple of mispicks during this match. Obviously, lots of breakpoints near the end, but notably a 900 score difference.
I hate to say it. I think bracket reset is really bad for us, though. I think Korea might have us. But I don't know. I don't know.
More so than the ban strategy, maybe we see the DT3 and DT2
I'm not betting.
for South Korea. I think we're going to see a lot more.
Not betting more than
change-ups
10,000.
in the pick
That's
strategy for this
that
team
hurts stands.
as we kind of get down to the wire and the map pool starts to get smaller and smaller for what kinds of maps these teams can actually pick from.
Yeah, I have to agree.
When does
I
this
think
match
one
happen?
mod that was really exciting for everybody here was the Hard Rock. We saw a lot of contested stuff. South Korea taking 2 breakpoints in a row against the United States on what was known to be one of their better, more known strengths in this. That's going to be a really exciting prospect, whether or not Hard Rock will be a considered pick for either team, or whether we'll be seeing Chicken being played with that one. We don't know. Free mod 4 is very clearly a threat for both respective teams. So, yes, you are right. This match, it has caused a lot of shakeups, a lot of expectations switched around. We've got so many different maps being switched in each team's respective favors, either turning from one-sided maps into toss-ups or from toss-ups to one-sided maps. This next bracket reset will be where the real deal starts, with the real information is exchanged, and where the real points will truly matter.
We are going to give the players a little bit of time to collect themselves. We're going to take about 5 minutes, so the players should be back in the lobby, and we should be good to get started in about 3 minutes from now.
This match,
and,
man.
I mean, they've already said it. There were so many close matches that could have gone either way. You look at that.
Watch it be like a complete
letdown early on.
South Korea
just so many breakpoints to the ending. We're not going to see the teams winning the exact same maps this time around. And I can't wait to see how they change up the picks, whether there are any picks that they opt to save later on in the match for some momentum, knowing that they have big advantages on that. I think South Korea, the big one for them is that early break point that they gave up on their very first pick. That's a map that they're going to want back. They're going to look to change that pick very likely, and it did just put them on the back foot for the entirety of the match. You know, were it not for that early break point, they would have been going to tiebreaker rather than having to play a full another match, and so that'll be the first big change for South Korea, to me at least, going into this big phase.
Yeah, I completely agree. But that that map was still not too far off. It was 260k.
Dude,
So
I'm
I
gonna
think
lose my voice.
we may still see them pick it a little bit later on into the match. They had
Tomorrow's
success
Terraria stream is
with
gonna be
the
real rough.
Hidden 2 and the Hard Rock 2 individually. So I think they're not going to first pick it, that's for sure. But I do think we maybe see them pick it later on into the match. And this is the do-or-die situation for both of these teams now. This is it.
I don't know
This
what
is
this bracket
reset
reset's gonna
in
be.
grand
I don't.
finals.
If
The
it somehow
playing field
tops
is
that
completely
last
even.
match,
Both
I'm
these
done.
teams have all the
It is going till
information they
midnight if
need
that
going
happens,
into
so.
the end, going into the final match of the year, the biggest match of the year for both of these teams. Grand finals bracket reset in the US World Cup 2023. Now the United States, the winning team in the first set of grand finals on the left as Team Red. South Korea defending their #1 qualifier seed against the 5-time defending world champions in the United States on the blue side this time around.
Will we finally get a new world champion? Or will the United States just take it again? We're gonna find
We're
out
winning
shortly.
this.
This is
I
what it
swear.
all comes down to. As you said, Dio, this is it.
If we win this,
There's
though, I think
nothing more.
next year
Now is the
might
time
be
to
the most
perform. Now is the time
interesting
to put up
grand
your big
finals
scores.
ever.
And now is the time to prove that you are the
Or
best
next year's gonna
country
be the
in
most
the world. And
interesting
that's
World
what each of
Cup
these players
ever.
is going to be trying to do. I would
Because
love
there
to
is a
see
very
Allegrisimo
unless if I
keep
guess
up this absurd performance, especially on those hard
I
rocks.
won't say
We're going to
that.
see some interesting picks. I'm very curious.
I
which
was
of
gonna
these
say
maps
if you
the teams have
Tommy
given up
came
great points on.
back,
I
but
just feel like they underperformed. They're going to go
maybe
right
we
back
don't
to some
want
of these
that.
picks that they lost beforehand and say, we have
You
the
know,
world over
I'm fine with
score.
the United
We
States
can do
losing
better,
next year.
and we trust ourselves. We're going to go right back to it. The free mod 1, I don't think is one of those for South Korea, but I do think there are quite a few maps, especially in the later stages for both teams, that they're not going to be afraid to pick again, even if they didn't win it the first time around.
We'll see how exactly they want to change up that pick strategy. I think we should be getting into the lobby shortly here, just waiting on the teams to be ready to go, it seems like. So we'll get right to that as soon as we have everybody in the lobby ready to go, match ready to start, and here we are. It's time for the bracket reset. Bans coming out for both of these teams. As we discussed, the Nomad 2 ban pretty likely to stay for South Korea with how close that Fremod 2 was. And you know, we're talking about either Nomad 2 versus Fremod 2 or DT2 versus DT3 specifically because you cannot ban 2 maps from the exact same mod pool except if you're banning Nomad maps. So the United States probably going to keep the same double ban of Nomad 3, Nomad 5. South Korea, however, cannot just double ban DT2, DT3 as I think they would probably like to do. They do have to ban either that Nomad 2 or Fremod 2 if they're looking to ban out the speed, which I think is the right move here. Probably going to keep the Nomad 2 ban and this time around switch it up with the DT3 ban. I think is probably the ban strategy for this team. We'll see. No, they are actually going to keep the DT2 ban. Okay. So saying, yeah, we're still not good enough on this map to be able to leave it open. So we're probably going to see the exact same bans here. Very unfortunate given that Nomad 2 is, again, one of those OS originals, Pixel Planet by Lime. Please go check out that song as well. We're not going to see the map here played today, but that is an absolute banger of a song and map. I had the pleasure of playtesting that one myself, and there were a lot of changes to that map. Strategus uploaded both the tournament version that you see here in the ultra difficulty and a champion version, the unnerfed original draft of the map, which is far, far harder and way higher spaced on basically everything. So go check that one out. It is super, super cool. In the meantime, though, I think just waiting for that Nomad 2 ban to come out. They seem to be deliberating a little bit on the side of South Korea, though, so maybe questioning whether they should leave up that Fremod 2 pick. Maybe they high rolled on the last
that's
score,
what I
you
was
never
gonna
know.
say. They might want
And
to
are
take
saying,
like
yeah, that was
Fremod.
probably a good performance from us. Let's change it up and ban out the Fremod 2 and then see what we can do on the Nomad 2 with a little bit of warm-up.
I mean, they may even be looking at the free mod 1 at this point. You know,
that's true
they
too.
picked it themselves last time around, but they proceeded to get absolutely blasted by about 700k. And I mean, to rewind a little bit, I really like what the USA has done here. They've opted for the second pick. So South Korea does get the first pick, but what that means is that if we do go to tiebreaker, the United States are going to have the last pick before tiebreaker. So if it comes down to it, the United States are going to be able to control the momentum going into a tiebreaker, and I feel like that's such an underrated thing to have that it's not super talked about, but you often do see teams, especially in the World Cup, opt into that second pick for exactly that reason. You want to have the possibility of that last pick if you
I
need to go
personally
to a
would have banned
tiebreaker.
it.
There's no mod 2 ban again, and what this means is that we're going to see the exact same, I think, first 2 picks from the United States. It's going to be the DT3, it's going to be the free mod 2, but now South Korea has the pick. Last time around, if you guys remember, they gave up the breakpoint on R176, that free mod 3. They have some maps that they won quite comfortably, and they're going to need to switch it up this time around. I don't think you need to go for that free mod 3. Probably not worth the risk. Even if you think you can do better, save it for later on. It's not necessarily pick this early. And I could very easily see something like the Hidden 3, or if a worst HR player is feeling good and thinks he can do it again, the Hard Rock 3, where he absolutely popped off, putting up 800,000 points.
Let's see whether those picks stay the same or whether they change right now. Definitely agree. There's going to be some changes from the side of South Korea. Probably some changes from USA as well, with a lot of those breakpoints given over in the back half. But as you said, the early picks for USA probably going to be roughly the same. I think the early picks for South Korea, maybe we'll see them dip into those hiddens. Maybe we'll see them dip into those Hard Rocks in the Hard Rock 2, Hard Rock 3. We did see Karcher get that 681 PP score on the Hard Rock 1, but it's actually a DT4 first pick for South Korea. This is super surprising as a first pick. USA won this in the first round of Grand Finals. They were granted by 37k, but this is a pick that South Korea lost last time around. So this is a super, super surprising first pick. When you're going into a bracket reset, usually you expect the team who lost to pick into the maps they won first and maybe save one for later on into the match if it was very close, like we saw in the previous one. But I don't think you really ever expect the team to pick into a map they lost unless they're confident they heavily low-rolled and they can win almost every time if they play it again.
You know,
this is South Korea
not if they're
saying,
warmed up,
that was a low roll, that was a bad score from us. We're going to wipe the floor with you on this first pick this time around and get the scores that we know we can get from our practice.
Now, I have to defend this pick from South Korea. Yes, they lost it by 39,000, but notably, the United States have played this twice now, right? First time around, 1.9 million. Second time around, 1.75 million. Those are 2 fairly consistent scores. So for South Korea, you generally have a pretty good idea that this is around what the USA is going to get. You know, it's not a low roll, it's not a high roll. This is just consistently what the USA gets. And so if South Korea feels like they low rolled, they go, okay, we low rolled. We know the US is getting roughly 1.7 to 1.
No, bring Vaxay over.
We beat that score 7 times out of 10. And that's just a great pick for South Korea if that's the case. But the expectation is, of course, that they did low roll it last time. If we see a 1.7
Listen, I don't care
from them,
I want Vaxay.
A very underwhelming pick for the South Korean roster. And I do expect we're going to see the same lineups again for both teams here.
I have no idea what to think anymore.
Along with Karcher, Flying Tula, Allegrisimo, and Worst HR. Last time around, it was Vaxay, 500,000, that kept United States in the lead. I don't even know if I'm ready anymore. Secured them that point by 39,000. We're going to need to see Vaxay put up a similar performance. Here we go. First map of the final match in the OSU World Cup 2023. All comes down to this.
I could see
Scarlet
it going
Rose.
so many directions.
Can
at this
Vaxay
point.
do it again? Or will South Korea pull it off this time around? Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, this match all chips into this.
Whoa.
Kicking it off with Scarlet Rose.
Whoa.
Paid for quite a brave one as USA.
Okay, maybe I understand.
This is the time where South Korea go all guns blazing. Scarlet Rose to start this one off. We've already talked about it. Notoriously difficult levels of game control. One of the very iconic maps in the OSU scene, extremely well known and famous for its absolutely absurd difficulty on the double.
Okay, Vaxay. Vaxay hasn't warmed up yet. You know, he's a bit rusty, but he'll be fine. Comma, okay.
Allegrisimo and Flying Tuna especially looking really, really good. But it's
okay, we got Rectagon though. We got Rectagon though.
Karma
And
Vaxei
Taquito
won
isn't
the
doing
first
too
of the United
bad.
States
We just
alongside
need
Taquito,
one of them.
the only
Oh,
one
okay,
standing.
yeah,
Taquito
that's
goes
good.
down, but that's South Korea. Flying Tuna and Card is still looking good. Flying Tuna goes
Wait,
down as well. It's all
what?
up to Vaxei to try and hold on this full section. Are we going to see a drop towards the end? No! Advantage still in favor of South Korea. Vaxei holds on, keeps the United States anchored, has the chance to try and bring this back towards the late stage, but Carter drops on nothing. Oh my lord!
Vaxei, come on, I believe.
Collectively from the United States are going to at least contest the recoveries from South Korea.
Oh, damn,
Vaxei
there's some
remains
awesomeness.
completely untouched.
We're doing good now.
No! Is going to stay advantage if South Korea, but Vaxei goes down. Same with
Oh my god, what is happening?
Rectagon,
No,
combo
wait,
standard, but
Rectagon,
down goes Karma as well.
where's stage? What is happening? What is?
Miss from South Korea once again.
I know it's their pick, but this shouldn't be happening. Dude, this is like an auction. Dude, come on, where's stage R? Where's stage R missed? Vaxei, Karma, hold. No, we do not want that recto. Oh my god, where's stage R missed? Vaxei, hold. Vaxei, hold.
I don't know if that's gonna be it.
Maybe it's closing. Oh god, they had to hold. No, Rectagon missed. No. Oh god. No, Vaxei, no.
And it's enough, South Korea. They're able to take it by less than 90k. This map works.
Oh my god.
This map a collective score difference of under 130,000 score between the two teams. Both times that it was played.
Fine. South Korea got their first pick. We're gonna need our
reading
first
it
pick.
right. The confidence pick working out here on Scarlet Rose.
South Korea silence the doubters, and
I
Shiba,
can't believe it.
take a couple breaths, man. You deserve them after that commentary. South Korea, don't fall into the same trap as they did last match. They're gonna win their first pick this time. They are in a much better spot this time around. Even just from a mental perspective, it feels so much better not to be on the back foot right out of the gate. And not only that, but to win a map that you lost last time around. It was on South Korea. To find wins on maps they hadn't previously. They're the ones who were one map
Any
off
free
tiebreaker.
map.
Now they found that win. Of course, there are going to be more maps that go differently than the previous match, but South Korea is laying the groundwork to win it this time around. The United States have the next pick, and I think this one's pretty obvious. Free mod 2, DT3, take the order. It doesn't matter. It's just going to be two USA picks, and they're going to look very good on both of them. But we did see South Korea put up some very good free mod 2 scores and keep that within 100,000 points. So maybe South Korea can pull together some kind of a miracle and find a breakpoint on the free mod 2. I imagine we're going to see the DT3 first, to be followed up by the free mod 2 for the USA's next pick. And there it is, Super Nuko World.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're looking at either the free mod 2 or the DT3 here for United States, it has to be the DT3. The score difference in the first bout of Grand Final
I can't believe
was
it.
absolutely massive for USA. It was 778k in their favor, which even with the DT mod multiplier is huge. The overall team score for South Korea was barely over 1 million team scores. So this was almost a double team score sort of map for USA, which, you know, even though it's quote-unquote only 780k as a score diff, really puts into perspective just how dominant the pick was for the United States. Players like Window Life getting 600k, Taquito getting above that 400k mark. Hell, Rectagon at 390k was better than the best score from South Korea, from Restia at 350k. This was an across-the-board win for the United States in super dominant fashion, and I don't think there's any point arguing with a first pick like this, especially
Major credit
in the
to the
context
casters,
of that
by the way.
mod 2.
If I was casting this, would be bad.
146k apart between the two teams. This is the pick that secures a point for the United States, puts them on the board, and keeps the match tied up to start things off.
Good luck, have fun in the chat, and this is the pick that South Korea is not going to worry too much about. This is a pick they expect to lose. They're going to go in, and they're going to put up the best scores they can, but at the end of the day, if they lose this pick by quite a lot again, they're not going to give it too much thought. They're going to be pretty content to go right back into their own picks and get some points of their own.
All right. right, here we go. First pick for United States. We're expecting this one to be pretty one-sided, but very unlike the previous pick. Restia with an early break, Flying Tuna with an early break.
Okay.
Nobody on United States to break at the start of the map here.
I think I can
Accuracy
rest
for
for this
Carter
one,
is
hopefully.
insane right now, but it's being matched by Kama on that high 99 accuracy. Woodchi having a little bit of struggle at the start of the map here with the accuracy, but not going to matter with the combo drops early on for Flying Tuna and Restia, as still the 4-way full combo intact here. Rectagon is going to trade with Flying Tuna, though that's good for Korea. Flying Tuna had already broken once, so now it's 2 full combos to 3. And supporting combo from Restia pretty close to the extra combo from the United States. There go Carter and Amamiya Kokoro, though, and now this is starting to look like what we saw last time around. And unlike on the previous map, I don't think there's going to be any Rap God casting for this one. The misses are all one-sided in this case. Window life will drop, but it just does not matter. Kama and Woodchi with the full combos still intact, and there's just not anything that South Korea can do. Restia does have a pretty big combo himself, but there's just not too much you can do when the rest of your team is struggling to put together the supporting combos. And there goes Restia now in the middle of the map, very middle of the map as well. So that is the biggest drop possible. You do see Kama drop in time, but it's Woodchi to continue on with the last full combo in the lobby. Big support from no longer Rectagon. Window life with a little bit of support there. Woodchi will drop as well. It's only Carter to drop on the side of Korea. And now, I don't think there's any. I don't think there's any worth continuing on here. Flying Tuna has combo, but this lead's too big.
Yeah, we're going into the Guitar Solo section. The question now is whether Window Life and Rectagon and Kama on these recoveries can hit this section in absolute style. The hardest part of the map, biggest number of times come through, and it won't be the case. In fact, all 3 of them are to go down. Unfortunately, the United States, they might not clean this in style, but keep an eye on Flying Tuna here. He's had that entire section and is looking to lead the charge of his house to potentially build something, but no, that will not be the case. Any kind of hope for South Korea on this map has been shut down. The United States, through insane early game performances from all 4 of their team, all 4 members of their team, they're going to excel on this just like last round. No crazy surprise with this one. Unlike the double time 4, United States are going to be the ones to take Super Nuka World once again, tying the playing field 1-1.
Yeah, the door was open just ever so slightly with that combo from Flying Tuna, but with that miss, it is shut just as quickly. And South Korea not going to be too worried about this one. This was not a pick they expected to win, so they're going to shrug this one off.
Like I said, nice rest pick.
They're not going to feel too bad about dropping this one. It is tied up 1-1 this time around, so South Korea don't have that same pressure to get a break point later on in the match, and they're going to be able to breathe a little bit easier with that in mind. Now, they have quite a few pick options. There were quite a few maps that went well for them. But I think for the next pick, you're going to want to go for one of those maps that they won by quite a bit on. And to me, that's either going to be one of the Hard Rocks that Alegrissimo looked fantastic on, or potentially the Hard Rock one. Now, that was a break point. I think South Korea could leave that up, expecting USA to potentially pick it later on in the match. But so many good options here, right? Hard Rock 3, Hard Rock 2 if Alegrissimo is feeling good. Otherwise, just go back to the Hidden 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we're probably going to see a lot of the first picks for both of these teams be relatively similar. Aside from that DT4, that was such a surprise pick for South Korea. I really expected either the Hidden 2 or Hidden 3 as a first pick, so would not be surprised at all to see them pick into that here for their second pick. We didn't see the Hidden 1 touched. We did not see the Nomad 1 touched in the previous map, match. So maybe we see those at some point, but no, it's just going to be the Hidden 3. Same second pick for South Korea here, and one that worked out for them very well, but notably off the back of a fantastic score for a worst HR player, 850k nearly for a worst HR player on this map. The next best score on the side of South Korea was Carter at 450k. And Flying Tuna having to step in for that one.
Okay, that's kind of funny because I did get a rest
meant that the relatively high top 3 scores from the USA in 500k, 500k, and 475k are really, really scary when you look at overall team consistency on a pick like this. This is really dependent on worst HR player continuing to pop off. And in the second half of Grand Finals, during that first bout, we really saw a lot of the rest of South Korea stepping up in his place. We saw worst HR players start to take a bit of a back seat in the match the later it went on, And so I think the question is, can Worst HR player replicate that score, or can the rest of South Korea continue to step up? Can they continue to perform to that level that is needed to beat out a team with the kind of consistently high scores that USA has on this map?
Yep, very well said. And I think we are going to see Worst HR player step up on this map. Whether or not he can match the score from last time around remains to be seen, but the reason we saw Worst HR doing so well early on is because South Korea picks early on as much as they can for Worst HR player. Then, as they run out of Worst HR player maps later on into the match, we don't see those massive carry performances quite as much, but for the time being, when you still have picks like the Hidden 3, the Hard Rock 3 Open, that's where you're going to see Worst HR player shine. And what is so nice for South Korea this time is they have Amamiya Kokoro. Flying Tuna, it looks like we're getting Flying Tuna in the lobby over... Okay. Over, yeah, I'm not sure who else would play it, but did bottom score last time, and so this is the 4. Kokoro, Karcher, Worst HR player, and Tuna up against Kama, Taquito, Vaxe, Rectigon. I think keep your eyes on Taquito, keep your eyes on Worst HR player. These are going to be the two big carries. These are going to be the two players pull out the big combos. Requiem for the Aura. Here we go.
What are we going to see from this one? Will history
again,
repeat itself, or are we
it
going to see
unexpected.
a contrast? USA have shown prominent potential to perform a breakpoint on this, despite this being quite significantly on paper being in South Korea's favor. The potential from all 4 of these United States players are very, very threatening. Could we see an overperformance here from Worst HR player once again setting a fantastic precedent for this team? Or will the United States be able to claw something back and bring the first breakpoint of this bracket? Here we go. Early stream build-up section here looking good on the side of both teams, really. An early drop from both Karma and Worst HR player. Karcher with a super duper early break, literally the first few patterns of the map leading to a drop there. But there's another almost there from South Korea. Karcher and Flying Tuna go down, go into this next guy section. This is where we're going to see the first ramp up here, where breaks are very, very prominent. Early stage drops here from Tuna Karcher aren't going to be too big of a deal when we're already so early into this big section. That double is happening. It's going to be really big from back to Taquito. Though, he's going to go down, and the United States are going to start building this advantage further and further. Where's HR player once again being the last man standing here for South Korea? You've still got Rectagon and Karma looking great in this combo. Flying Tuna goes down once again, approaching this halfway mark. Awamiya Kokoro,
what happened?
Here. South Korea as a team are just not looking good. It seems to be reminiscent once again of the Worst HR player effect. The Karma goes down though, and it's Rectagon up against Worst HR player.
Wait, hold on. This is hype.
This could get really, really dicey.
We got Rectagon versus Worst HR.
Worst HR player are to drop very, very soon, and the other holds. This could flip immediately in each team's favor.
Yeah, Rectagon holding the full combo, though, for the United States, and a 300,000 score lead in their favor.
Wait, okay, hold up. No way we're about to do this. No way we're about to. I thought I could relax, but no.
Look at the supporting combos on everyone else. Taquito and Kama finally dropped, but those were big
they have supporting combo now.
Okay,
something needs to happen.
That big of a combo advantage for South Korea. There goes back.
Hey, everyone!
Rectagon also dropping now. It's Karcher.
Wait, no. Break. I forgot I'm rooting for my team.
In the 222 BPM stream section, but Worst HR player misses at the end of the map, and I'm not sure if there would have been enough time. It's going to be the USA winning it regardless. Karcher, to his credit, hits the slider stream at the end. Same for Amamiya Kokoro.
Okay,
and with
that got a
only
little bit too
66K
close.
in the United States' favor, I think that would have been enough had Worst HR player held, but it's just not enough. He finds the slider break near the end of the map, and disaster once again early on for South Korea as they drop the breakpoint on their second pick in that Hidden 3. A map where we saw one of the biggest
did Worst HR
player in the first bout of Grand Finals, unable to replicate that kind of performance despite his best efforts. 660K, but outdone by Rectagon with a 700K pop-off, 200K score higher than he was able to get in the first round of Grands.
They needed another 30 combo on Worst HR player. It's all it would have taken. But this is deja vu once again. It is an early break point given up for South Korea. The United States looking to move to 3-1 with the free mod 2 pick. It is, of course, that other quite speedy pick in the pool at 245 BPM speed tech. And to our surprise, South Korea looked quite good on it. They only lost to the USA by, I believe it was about 150,000.
Yeah,
so
this is heating up.
yes, it's still a USA favored pick, but we've seen that if South Korea gets a high roll, they can put up a good score on it, and we're gonna get the no mod 4 instead. So forget free mod 2, forget the heavy tapping. We're getting right into no mod 4. This was the final pick of the last match, and if you guys remember, it was a USA win, but not by much. It was just under 200,000, and this is another very coin flippy pick. This one was largely
I'm sorry,
off the
this
back
is almost
of
8
Vaxei, who
stars.
continues to put up insane scores on this pick. I think if South Korea can find one person to match Vaxei's score, likely going to expect that to be worst HR player. They can take this point.
Dude, this is crazy.
And I will correct a little bit. This was even closer than you said, iFlame. This was a score difference of 50k in the previous match. I mean, we've
I
seen
have to
South
ask
Korea
what these
take the
picks
DP4,
are.
which they lost by, what, 39k in the first match, and win it here against the United States. Now, the United States picking a map they won by only 50k as their second pick, and honestly, I'm here for it. These are some spicy picks. These are some very close maps that we've already seen, and they're giving them to us early in this match. Vaxei top scoring with 650k. Worst HR player getting the best score for Korea with the S rank 627k. If they perform to that level again, it comes down to the supporting scores. You had ever so slightly better middle scores for Rectagon and Kama over Flying Tuna and Karcher, but again, the cumulative team score difference is 50k, so one slider break, one miss can make all the difference on a map like this. And we have seen as well some of these players in grand finals drop ridiculous scores on this map before as well. Vaxei got 734k on this against Australia. If he replicates that kind of performance, then this suddenly looks like a whole different sort of map between the USA and Korea, with the United States out in front by several 100,000 points. So let's see if that Vaxei can show up once again for the United States and secure a 3-1 lead, or whether South Korea can bring up the average or can find that pop-off on worst HR player and tie us up 2-2 once again in this map.
Let's see, and last time around, don't forget, it was worst HR player with the only S rank on the map. It was one slider break, and that slider break could very easily be the difference here.
222 BPM, some really ridiculous slider shapes and slider aim in the start here. They still are difficult in the second half, but a bit of a change in mapping style with far more of a mechanics focus, more aim, more streams, still primarily tech, but a lot of different skill sets mixed into the second half of this
definitely
map. How well you handle that change in play style, that change in what the map is testing, can become the difference maker on this sort of pick. Kama, just Kama, actually, with the early break on one of those slider jumps.
Whatever.
Bancho miss on the side of Karcher. Taquito finding an early drop as well now, so early combo lead over to the side of South Korea. That intersection 300 combo. That's a bit of a significant combo.
They're all
lead for
holding.
South
They're
Korea
all
right
holding.
now. Accuracy lead not doing them many favors for the USA. But
well, what?
The combo lead with South Korea giving them this early lead. Rectagon's gone as well. It's just Vaxei. Worst HR player and Karcher will drop as well. South Korea's going flying with combos in the first third of this map, matching the FC out of Vaxei and the supporting score out of Taquito. It's a lead for South Korea, but it's only by 50k, about a third of the way through now.
Okay. Oh, Flying Tuna miss.
Goes down as soon
It's all
Vaxei still holds on. You can never let this guy go. He's terrifying on maps
Dude,
like
Vaxei's going off.
Everything he can to keep it suppressed, and so far,
oh my god.
Job. Multiple combos from both teams are falling apart here. These recoveries from South Korea, though, are going to lean in their favor. 70,000 store. Alegrissimo has got to suppress Vaxei. The star player for this team, one of the greatest players of all time. He's building and building, going in to the next hardest part of this map. Alegrissimo is all up to him to suppress an unstoppable freight train. Karma goes down on a very slow section, giving South Korea more favorable matchups here for this recovery combo.
God, if either of if Vaxei or Alegrissimo give up, then or miss, then the other team wins base. Wait, hold on. We win this.
3 misses on side South Korea. It's all up to worst HR player now.
Because Vaxei ain't gonna miss. He ain't gonna miss. Oh my god, he missed. Wait, no, it's close. No, it's going that way. Wait, break. No, what? We have Rectagon. Worst HR needs to missed.
uses the
What?
knockdown. He may drop, but I don't
He
think
missed,
there'll
he
be enough
missed.
time. It's
No, wait,
slowly
wait,
showing
no,
against
no,
the
no,
United
come on,
States,
come on,
but
come on.
there's
There's enough
only
time,
barely
there's
enough
enough time. We
on
gotta
the map
pray.
left, and South Korea will bounce
I can't
back with
believe
a
it.
break
I
point of their
cannot
own.
believe
2-2.
it.
They get it right back. Not a moment to
I
waste.
cur-
And this
I'm
pick does
not
not work out
talking.
for the USA. I thought it would be
not
worst
talking.
HR player trying to max Vaxay, but this time
What
around
can I
it is
do?
Allegrissimo. Starting from
How?
the second half
How
of
is
the
this
last match,
closer?
Allegrissimo has been on an
I
absolute tear.
can't believe it. I
Really
cannot
stepping up
believe
for
this.
South Korea, keeping them in this one.
Dude,
That is just a massive performance, showing up when it matters. And
I'm
now
telling you.
South Korea not going
This
down
has
3-1
to be
this
the
time. It is
craziest.
all tied up, and they can hold on to their lead with their
Let
next
me
pick.
rest,
They have
please.
quite a few good options left. You look to the Hidden 2, you look to the Hard Rock 3. Those are looking like good picks, and USA, they wish they could have that pick back.
They really wish they could.
There's an
and
interesting theme
the,
where. Well,
if,
I
if
mean,
you're
I don't
familiar
think.
with the tourney scene and the memes that abound within it, you're familiar with the one of the guy on the cell phone and the white background black text at the top that says, "Put Allegrissimo back in." South Korea put him in for the Nomad 4 and he delivers. The entirety of the Snapchat is just spamming that gif right now. And it could not be more accurate. This is one hell of a grand finals already. I am so psyched to see what the rest of this match
Oh my
brings
gosh.
us, as it has been a back and forth between these teams, a heated battle in this grands, and
I'm letting
I
it heat
think
up a
it's
bit,
going to
okay?
stay that way with how well these teams keep playing. You know,
It's actually
one of
this
the things
match
that we
is
talk
good
about
to
when we
like
talk
that.
about grand finals bracket resets is fatigue. I don't know exactly which team has an advantage there, but when you warm up to play a grand finals, when you warm up to play a tournament match, you're warming up for maybe an hour or two before the match, and now you've got a potentially 3-hour-long match, so you have to be able to play for a very long time. And maybe that fatigue starts to settle in, especially for a team like the United States, who are playing late at night. It is 1 a.m. on the East Coast right now, 10 p.m. on the West Coast of the United States. So these picks for South Korea, as it gets
Yeah,
into
I'm in the
a more
weird middle
comfortable
part.
time for them and a more uncomfortable time for the United States, maybe we start to see that play into the match a little bit. But for now,
Time is
on
up.
bracket reset. Third pick for South Korea. We get the Hidden 2. We saw this in the first round. It was the worst HR player show.
The goddamn
for sure.
sun is
And
trying to
this
stop
one
us.
was a solo carry pop off of over 600k for worst HR player and a
I'm here for it.
nearly
It
300,000 score difference
Listen.
in favor of South Korea. Very, very good scores
doesn't matter how
from
late it
Amamiya
gets.
Kokoro and
I'm
Flying
watching
Tuna as
through
well.
and through.
I would not be surprised to see Restia sub out for somebody. Maybe a player like Karcher, but I think with the history of this roster on low approach rate hidden, it's probably going to still be Restia on this map.
Yeah, Restia is not quite comfortable on this map. Was 88% accuracy, 150,000, but they trust worst HR player. You can tell how much trust they have. They say, you got 650k last time. We believe in you to do it again. We don't need the fourth player on this map, and they're looking to be in a pretty good spot. They won it by about 300,000 last time, and what makes this match so exciting, Dio, is that every map is so close, and all these players are so good
I
that
can't believe
any
it.
one of them
This-
could put up an extra 200, 300 combo
I'm
on
saying it right
any
now.
given
This
map
is.
compared to the last one, and all of a sudden, the map turns on its head.
This
Expectations
might
are
be one of
flipped,
the
and
best matches in OSU
the
history.
points are not what you expect. We are going to see Boshiman, Fire Rage, Takedo, and Vaxay once again. It was a solid team performance all around, but the team scores range from 270k to 350, and it's just not enough to match worst HR player. And I think it
Wait,
really
Fiery
has to be
Rage is
Takedo
going
who
in?
tries to match, but as great as Takedo is as hidden, definitely isn't known so much for the low AR hidden as much as a lot of the
Well, I guess
more
Fiery Rage
dedicated
had to play
hidden mains
something.
are. And so that's going to hurt the US a little bit, not having that very, very clear carry player that's ready to pop off. Here we go, though, into Replica. Will this be the worst HR player show, or will we get a third break point?
Once again, South Korea going into a staple pick of theirs, the Hidden 2. Again, we mentioned this like the last match before bracket reset. USA do still have a very threatening team like this on paper. Washiman and Fiery Rage were made for maps like these.
And then
Really,
Fiery
really
Rage
strong on this kind of
missed,
gimmick,
and
but it is
Takedo.
worst HR player to be the man to look out for here. being the star.
Oh wait, okay, everyone's missing that.
outstanding
Everyone's
player
missing
in
that.
this.
That's good. What?
600,000 score, nearly double the
Wait, this
next
is actually
highest
kinda
score
crazy.
in the
Hold up.
entire lobby. You are looking at this guy to once again do miracles here for South Korea. He may drop down towards this early stage along with Armia Kokoro and Restia for South Korea. Flying Tuna though does
we
still
got
hold
Boshy
on
Man
to
versus
his full
Flying.
combo. On the
guess
side of
Fire
the United
Rage is
States
there
though,
too, but-
it is looking a much better for them. Fire Rage and Boshy Man doing their
Oh my
job
God,
and
this is
holding
gonna
on to
seriously
some
be
good
another
combo,
break point.
contesting Flying Tuna. And on the side, the rest of the United
Hello and
States, you've got
welcome,
Taquito
boy
with 200
Kisser
combo. Vaxei
Central.
may drop,
Hope you're
but
having
it's
a
still
good
decently close.
night,
You've
morning,
got
I don't know
Flying
what
Tuna
it
still
is
holding
for
on
you,
with that from
but-
Fire Rage and
Welcome.
from
Oh!
Boshy. Double
Oh!
miss from the United
Oh!
States at this early start. Flying Tuna may trade
Oh,
it.
does anyone have? I guess Taquito and worst HR.
Towards the favor of South Korea, but the longer this build is going to go back for the United States.
Oh wait,
Wesley
this is
Charles
cut.
player
This is
now the
cutthroat.
leading combo here for South Korea, and we're about to get into the Ki where stuff can get
Hold on,
really
hold on.
tough, and that's where you're relying on these recoveries. Amamiya Kokoro goes down. No other trades
Oh!
seem until Taquito and Fire Rage go down.
That's not
South
good, that's not
Korea
good. Yeah, it's
now
going to their
leading,
side, it's
holding
going
on
to
to
their side.
disadvantage. Restaurant may go down. It's going back and forth quite a bit.
Oh!
And also
Oh!
Fire Rage gonna drop from Worst HR player.
Worst HR
It's
missed though.
so
Okay,
back and
they have no.
forth here.
What?
No
Okay, it's
established
Vaxei versus
advantage being
Tuna.
secured. We're not seeing that superstar score
Okay,
here
we
from
have
Worst HR
advantage. We
player.
have advantage.
It's the collective
Ooh, Restia
teamwork
missed
making
again.
the
Okay.
dream work for both of these teams. Vaxei holding on to great combo here for the United States. 400 combo and climbing now. Flying Tuna's doing
So
what
it's
he
only
can to
halfway
be
through.
test,
It's only
and these
halfway through, and
recoveries
we
in the
don't have
United
much
States
of
are gonna
a
start building in their favor as long
score
as
yet.
there's no
We need.
full
Okay. We're
There's
holding.
A little bit of fall apart for South
Taquito,
Korea, though.
Taquito,
Amamiya
Taquito.
Kokoro and Flying Tuna
Oh,
both dropping
that's
there.
not
You
good, that's not
cannot
good.
have those big combos drop
Oh,
over and
okay,
over again
okay,
for
but
South
almost
Korea.
ran over there.
Restia as well, continuing to have the trouble that we saw on this map the first time around, and it's just Vaxei popping off this time. for
Dude,
the United
Vaxei
States.
is
A player
carry.
whose max combo the first time this was played was 279.
What-
Now up
what is
above 600
happening?
combo for the United States, and worst HR
Oh,
player.
Vaxei.
Just
Vaxei's the
not having
GOAT.
at all the same kind
About
of
11
performance
PM
that we
for me.
saw
Yeah,
in the
okay,
first
same.
bout of Grand Finals. And that break from Vaxei, I don't even think is going to matter. There's no combo on the
what
side
is
of
happening?
South Korea to pull
No, no,
back
no,
what
no,
is
no,
now
we
a
don't
nearly
say that, we don't say that.
150,000 score lead. Boshiman and
There
Fire
still is
are gonna keep
1/4
missing,
left.
So maybe we can start to see this come back a
This is
little bit,
scary.
but it's
This
going to
is
require
scary.
some serious pop-offs from South Korea on
Okay,
the
worst
ending
HR
of this map.
missed.
And worst HR player missing again is not what they need at the moment.
Okay,
Taquito
okay,
and
Vaxei's
Boshy and
just
Fire are all
taking
gonna
away.
reset
Ooh, but
against just worst HR player and Restia. So it's Vaxei versus now just Amamiya Kokoro
I
for
can't
South
believe
Korea.
this.
The score lead has gone down, but only to 120,000 score, and it's continuing now to climb in the favor of USA. Fire Rate Taquito dropping is going
that's
to
a
bring
bad
that over
mess,
a little
that's
bit.
a
There
bad
goes
mess.
Vaxei, but unfortunately, there's just no combo on the side of South Korea. It's a 93k score advantage. The
Okay,
ending
okay,
of this
final
map is still the
section.
hardest part. It is very chain missable.
anything can
do
happen,
we
anything
see
can
USA
happen.
drop chain misses and the score go over, or do we
Oh,
see
God.
South
Okay,
Korea
wait, hold,
lose
hold,
this
hold,
pick
hold.
as well in 4
Come on,
break
I
points
believe,
in a
I believe,
row?
I
And
believe.
everyone, it seems, struggling with this pick.
I think we
USA
can hold,
a
I think
little
we
bit
can hold, I
more,
think we can
but
hold.
it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough to bring it over to the side
Come
of
on,
South
come
Korea.
on,
Worst
come on.
HR
Yeah,
player
okay,
is
okay,
hitting
we're holding, we're
everything
holding. I
in
think
this
we're good.
ending,
I
but
think we're good.
Boshy is hitting
I think
enough.
we're good.
Taquito is
We're
hitting
golden,
enough.
we're golden.
And that is going to do it
Okay.
for this map. It looks
We've-
like
we've
not
done good
even
enough.
going down that score lead at all. 100k for the United States
Yeah,
by the end of it.
this match
3-2
is
off the back of a break point yet again.
Score is just not there for worst HR player this time around. On top of that, Vaxei
Okay,
absolutely
worst
popping
HR
off
needs a
in the middle of
break.
this map to get the
What the hell?
744 combo is enough for USA to secure the break point, and we are seeing break
I
points
guess,
traded back
okay.
and forth. There are no breaks, and surely
Vaxei-
the USA
Vaxei went
now
off,
has to try and
though.
settle things down a little bit. Just go back to
744
comfort with that frame mod
carried.
2 that you expect them to be so good on. You need to, at some point, stop giving up these break points. Find a way to win your own picks. Find some security, some consistency somewhere. And it is nerve-wracking for all of these players. You can see, I think, the frustration settling in with worst HR player just a little bit into that second half of the map. You saw a little bit of a cursor dance towards the end. Clearly not happy with the play, but South Korea gonna need to take some time to recover here. Take a breather and just focus on the next map, one map at a time.
Yeah,
I am so shocked we
it's
haven't
a
picked into
rough
free mod.
part of the bracket reset now for South Korea, and I think one of the big things that I want to talk about right here is the change in how these teams played from the first set to the second, because in the first half of the Grand Finals that we saw between South Korea and the United States, that first matchup in Grand Finals, worst HR player was an absolute demon. I mean, we made jokes comparing him to Faker. He was top scoring every map he was in for South Korea. Now it seems like it's the opposite. Worst HR player, yeah, did top score the DT4, but has been having trouble since, has not been able to replicate the types of performances that we saw from him on some of the maps where he needed to, like the Hidden 3 and this Hidden 2 now.
Dude,
and
yeah, this is
unfortunately,
crazy.
it's led to a couple of breakpoints for the United States. They are going to pick this free mod 1, and this was an absolutely dominating win for the United States in the first bout of Grand Finals, an over 900k score difference. South Korea picked this, and it backfired hard in the first bout of Grand Finals. USA say, thank you very much, we'll take that pick for ourselves and use it against you in the bracket reset.
Yeah, I was an absolute
Well, watch
slugfest
South
last
Korea
time
just
around.
pull.
Just no high
I swear.
combos on the
South
side of
Korea,
South
all of a
Korea.
sudden,
Things
like,
fell apart pretty much from the
absolutely goes
beginning.
off on the map.
And in the meantime, you had Rectigon,
Imagine
the
they
casual
picked
hard
it
rock
and then they
FC. You
just
had,
drew on purpose,
a
knowing
three-way
that
FC to
if
the
the
halfway
US
point of
won.
the map, and the USA have
Listen,
put
I don't know
up
what type of
consistent
mind games are going on,
2.8,
but you can't.
2.9 million scores. South Korea's
It's a game like
score
Osu,
was
you
nowhere
never
close,
know.
and they're going to need a monumental improvement into this map if they want any chance of beating the USA here. And this is USA trying
I have
to
a feeling
finally
the rest of
consolidate
our
the
picks are
break
going to
point,
be
trying to
free
finally
mobs,
take a stranglehold of some kind of advantage in this match and break the
Which
trend
really
of these
sucks for
traded
South
break
Korea
points. We
because
do
now
see
they're
all the
actually
same
gonna have
players
to
in the
win a
lobby.
free
Of
mod.
course, as usual, we're going to see Rectigon, Hard Rock, Taquito hidden, and on the side of South Korea, we're just going to be going back to Karcher on the Hard Rock, and I think we are likely to see Kokoro on the hidden again, try and once again let worst HR player have an easier time on the map, put up that big combo. And we haven't necessarily seen it in the past couple maps, but I think the pressure is definitely on worst HR player this time around. Really interesting that we see Window Life in as well this time around on the Nomad once again.
Yeah, narratives have been shattered several times now in this.
I cannot believe this
breakpoint after
tournament is
breakpoint after
real.
breakpoint, man. I mean, this was the most one-sided map of the previous match here for the United States. So
We'll see,
assuming
I don't
things
know.
stayed to plan here for the USA.
Nothing on this
This
script
is
has
gonna
made
once
any
again
sense.
be a victory for them. They're going to be 2 points up against South Korea, hugely advantageous for them. But there's still quite a big, tough ask to go here. This is the free
wait,
mod one.
both sets are
very
holding.
consistent. 4 minutes.
Wait, I
long.
was joking.
You've got a lot of combo to build
Hold
up if
on.
you want to make a valuable impact on this. And so far, so good for both teams. First blood goes to Window
Okay,
Life.
Window Life, Window Life.
But outside of that, the rest of these teams,
We got
all 7
Vexay,
players,
Taquito,
looking
and
very,
Rectigon,
very
the-
good.
The Trinity.
This combo advantage leaning in favor of South Korea going into this first Ki. Here's where we could see
Okay,
the
let's
first
see.
reset
So we
drops
have
here. Only drop remains to be
Karcher on
Window Life
Hard
here for
Rock.
the
We have
United States.
Miracora
South Korea still
on
building
hidden,
good.
okay.
Karcher on that Hard Rock
Ooh,
looking
okay,
good, but
okay.
he's gonna go
Karcher
down
trades
as
the
soon
miss
as
with
I
Window
speak.
Life.
Down
Oh,
Karcher
but
goes,
Rectigon!
but it is traded by
No!
subsequent Hard Rock combo here in
Oh,
Rectigon. You've still
that's a
got
nasty
advantage
one.
South Korea.
Oh,
Hard Rock
Karcher
goes
chain
down
missed,
once again,
though.
but that's not the one you want. Still 3 full combos here for South Korea. And
No,
Vexay joins the
Vexay,
drops
no.
here. What's the
Okay,
shot play?
Taquito.
Goes free to
Taquito is
go.
an absolute
2
beast,
versus
though.
1.
Taquito can just
Window
hold.
Life goes down again, but Taquito still holds with that hidden combo. Amamiya Kokoro
Yeah,
and
as long as we have
Brian
Taquito
Tuna
holding, we
surprisingly
can just wait for
singular
them to
combo that
break.
is
But
Taquito
Taquito's gonna have
past
to
this
hold
next Ki.
really well.
Shiba Amamiya Kokoro was the top scorer for South Korea when they played this map against the United States in the previous bout of Grand Finals. Flying Tuna dropped about 500k on the Nomad, but it was Amamiya Kokoro with the only score for them above 600k. And with these breaks in the first half from both Rectigon and Vexay, they're not going to be able to put up the same kinds of ridiculous combos that we saw from them in that first match when this was played earlier. It's up to Taquito now for the United States. The score lead
Okay.
for
They're gaining,
South Korea is
but it's a long
very,
map.
very
We
small.
still have about,
It
like,
is
2 minutes
all
left.
dependent on these big combos from
No!
Kokoro and Flying Tuna right now. But there goes Taquito. That's the one full combo
They're
down
running away.
now
They're
for the
running
United
away.
States
I told you.
against
How
the
did I
two-way
know?
FC
How did I
intact
know?
for South Korea. This felt like the safest pick available for the United States.
I knew it's South Korea.
903,139
What are the mind games?
points was the score difference.
I thought I was watching an OSU tournament, not death.
Over
No.
1 mil for Rectigon when they played
What
this
is
first time
this?
around. He's gonna break. Amamiya
Oh
Kokoro
my
flank
God.
here will drop. Vexay
And then
Window
I'm just
holding combos
doing a
matched by
reverse.
Karcher
What is
versus HR
happening?
player. And even if this turns out to be a close map, with how well Karcher and Worst HR player are holding these combos, it's still going to be score advantage and potential combo advantage to South Korea.
Oh, catcher misses though.
It's
Whoa.
back in window life now. The double no mod.
I don't even know what's going
holding
on.
these big
I thought they
combos.
were
It's
playing
just
2D
Worst
chess,
HR
and then went to
South Korea.
3D. Now
And
it's
this
in
score
4D.
lead
Now
seems
there's so many
all but
dimensions I
secured
can't
now,
even count.
extremely tenuous
What is
for the
happening?
Koreans.
This is getting really, really tight. Vaxay and Window Life have got an opportunity of a lifetime to pull an insane comeback to what looks like
Oh,
a
there's
4-5
5
victory for
bishops
South
on the
Korea
board,
past
and
the
all of
next
them are
half
on the
of
white
map.
side.
It's all up
We
to
don't know
Worst
what
HR
is
to
happening.
keep his team anchored going into this
Worst
next
HR
PI.
player
Lots of
versus
good
Window
recoveries
Life.
from Takedo and Takedo.
But I don't
This
even
is
know
how
what
support
Takedo's
Vaxay
doing.
Window
Oh
Life
my
can
god, we
get
have
together.
Vaxay.
But
Everything's
they've got to
flipping.
hold on.
Oh
If
my
the
god, the
Olympics off the road
scripts
to
are
Max
turning. The
Carter
scripts
rates on
are
both go down.
flipping.
Both the hard rock
Who
combos,
knows what's
not
going
too
on?
ideal for South Korea. It's gonna slow down, but Window Life goes down.
Window Life
Takedo
breaks.
on the
What is
cover.
happening?
Takedo is
It
flying
still
down,
is getting
keeping it
pulled.
out. Takedo
The
trying
center
to
of gravity is
slowly,
forcing the pawns to move to
slowly
the
edging
center.
towards the United States.
No!
Takedo goes down
And then
low,
we
and that's
blunder
big.
a pawn.
Finally,
But that
a
one
new
pawn was about to
lead.
become a
Worst HR
king.
player once again
No!
leading the
It's
charge,
Vaxay
holding on
versus
to a
Worst
1,000
AR.
moment
We need
fighting
someone to break it.
towards the
Anyone
late
to
stage
break.
when he matters the
What
most.
is
He
happening?
the one to pull the miraculous clutch
We can't
with
keep
the
going
spike
like this.
dropping towards the
We're pulling
spot.
out the
He
checker
doesn't care.
pieces.
He's hitting the
We need.
response
Oh my
across the
god,
map,
Karcher
and the
missed.
split
Karcher
rifles
missed.
are
Come on.
Michelin
Come
star
on.
chefs in this one. The most one-sided match.
Oh no, Takedo.
100,000
Oh.
The United States will go to the way of South Korea.
Expectations,
can
deep
say.
down. The
I don't know what
script
I can
has been
say.
flipped on its head as Worst HR player.
I don't know what I can
Worst
say.
HR player puts up the 6.
Vaxay
Okay,
FC'd
matching
with
Vaxay.
98.
And you just
And
get
it
another
wasn't
break
enough.
point. Forget the expectations. They do not matter any longer. Every pick could go to any team.
I guess
Nothing makes sense anymore. As South Korea, after losing the free mod 1 by 900,000,
This tournament's
win it
insane.
this time around. I don't know what to expect from this match. Maybe South Korea just has to pick the free mod 2 this time around. Every pick is backwards, Theo.
What was I on?
It's 4 break points in a row, gentlemen. These teams won their first picks and then proceeded to break point each other 4 times in a row.
Oh
So
my God.
the confidence in how good any of these picks are for either team has got to be below the floor at this point, right? We're down
don't
in the
even
basement in terms of how well last match
My
is correlated with
commentating
this
is
one,
going
right?
why?
We've seen flips on wins across the board, hidden 3, hidden 2,
I don't
going
even
the
know
way
what
of
to
the
think.
United States.
We're
when
only
they were
6
one
points in, nothing
dominated
has
fashion
made
by South Korea
sense.
the first time
The
around.
ground
BT4,
is
the first
shaking.
pick for South Korea was a USA win in the previous matchup. The only map that follows what we've seen so far really is the DT3, and that's it. So, if that's any indication, it means maybe USA should pick the free mod 2 finally, and maybe South Korea does have the leg up on that free mod 2 that they lost the first time around. But it's gonna be the Hard Rock 3, and this one I think maybe we can expect to follow what happened in the previous matchup with this one. This is, as we discussed previously, probably the highest skill cap map in the pool. It is really, really difficult.
This is a very important map.
600k on this.
Just like the last 8.
For South Korea in Karcher and Allegrisimo, both above 300k, outdoing anyone not named Rectigon on the side of the United States. So this was a very good pick for South Korea as a team, which is why I think this pick makes a lot of sense for South Korea. Worst HR player has been still top scoring maps that he's in for, but not by the kinds of margins we saw in the first bout of Grand Finals, right? In the first bout, he was Faker 2013. This time around, he's more like Faker 2023, right? He's still got the ridiculous skill required to put up good scores, but the team is there to support him this time around, and that's what's been winning South Korea their picks in this bracket reset. Let's see if they can continue doing that on what is effectively 175 BPM Gengao Zofun, mapped by KTG Stir. This is another OS original in the pool by level 4, Burning Star.
You can never count out Worst HR player.
The closer we
And
get to the end,
this time around,
the
we
more
are
I'm
going to get
starting to
Kokoro
realize.
in the lobby, overflying Tuna, who was forced to join the lobby due to Kokoro having some disconnection issues.
That
We
is
saw
a
the
fair point.
double
That is a fair
disconnection
point.
into the abort, forcing Tuna into the lobby, who did end up bottom scoring with 229k. Now with Kokoro in, you can expect an extra, realistically, 80k plus, in addition to HR3, but
I don't think
you
anything
cannot
in this
count
tournament
out
has
the
made
United
any
States
sense.
either, not when you have players like Rectigon and Kama on this Hard Rock. Rectagon especially has been an absolute beast, putting up big combos time and time again on the Hard Rock. And here we go, Burning Star. I'll say it again. Hopefully the star burns bright for worst HR player. We'll see if he can put up another big combo. We'll see if Kokoro can put up a better score than Tuna to make the difference here. Can South Korea finally take a point? I'd like to say they can, but clearly we don't know anything. Here we go into the Hard Rock 3.
Hard Rock 3, baby. I mean, we could say what everyone is thinking.
I
paper,
don't think I'm
South
going to be able to
Korea
stay
are
calm,
100%
but
the control favored team on this map, but we have seen our expectations be blown, not even out of the water, into the stratosphere at this point, into the deep depths of space, probably into another solar system at this point. So anything can happen with this one. An early stages so far looking very good for South Korea,
makes
but
sense.
not
Combo
trying
makes
too
sense.
much here. Maybe not very good actually. A double miss from both players respectively, but that accuracy advantage is going to lead in favor of South Korea. 2-2 in the FC department.
God, worst HR. What the hell?
This difficulty consistency on this is absolutely absurd. And we're going to be building into this little wiggle section here. Amamiya Koko and Wednesday child player for South Korea. Karma and backstage for USA. Karma goes down.
It's all
advances
backstage.
South
It's all
Korea,
backstage.
and this section is going to really matter for South Korea as long
I'll
as
sing
those two
Gruno,
major combos stay alive.
I'll Grismo already lost.
Let's see if they can hold on strong through this part of the map. It's backstage with the full combo for the United States. Carter and Algrismo both going down in this part. Kama's going to drop again. No! Not the one you need to drop. It's Vaxay with the drop for USA now.
Okay.
Wait,
that's good though. That's good though.
And it's worst HR player versus the world.
It's Rectagon versus worst
now for the United States. And this 1v1's in the favor of Korea. It's worst HR player continuing the form he held in the first bout of Grand Finals with the combo still intact. 99.3
I don't know.
What is he doing? This is a monstrous score from worst HR player already.
Okay,
Vaxay
Rectagon just pulled. Okay.
Well over 99%
we need everyone else on South Korea to die.
There are 3 players above 97.
I don't mean that in a bad way.
The only one who can really
it's a joke,
truly
but
pop off on this match,
I'm
and
sorry.
he's gonna make
If we want to
full
win this,
advantage of it. When
match
people
in the
call
game,
maps foreign maps, this is what the hell they're talking about.
YouTube.
What is this score
Vaxay,
from
how is
Wednesday
Vaxay holding? What is happening with worst HR? We need to hold, but we can't hold. Bro, he's running away with the match. Dude, everyone else on South Korea, their Wi-Fi could go out. I don't... Numerous... What is happening? He's at 99.2. You can't. You gotta be kidding me. There is no way. There is no way. This is one of the... No. He's not about to do this. He's not about to do this. Rectica, it doesn't matter if we hold or not. It doesn't matter if we hold or not. Dude, he did Blue Zenith. Now this. What is happening? Who is this man? This is the new Merrick. This is the new Vaxay. I don't care. Oh my god, he did it. He did it. I can't.
Combo for worst HR player. This is truly the pinnacle of
I can't. You gotta be joking. You gotta
That
be...
score's not okay.
What is happening?
Look, we saw him Hard Rock full combo Blue Zenith in semifinals.
Yep.
This is way better of a score than even the Hard Rock FC Blue Zenith. We've seen well over 700 PP in match during this World Cup.
No.
Doesn't matter whatsoever. Score of the tournament. The next best score in the whole lobby was 430k from
I
Vaxay.
can't.
I mean, forget score of the tournament, yo. I genuinely think this might be the best score in OSU World Cup history. That is just absurd.
What is
The accuracy
happening?
is insane. The combo is insane. Forget Faker 2023. Subtract 10 years. Worst HR player is back, and worst HR
Oh my
player
God.
restores some sanity to this match as South Korea finally.
That was
takes
just
the only
sanity.
10 worst HR player be stopped. United States are going to look to put a stop to that with their next pick. Are we finally going to see the Fremont 2, or are they going to hold off on that one? They do still have the Hard Rock 2 as well. They have some options, but we did see Amamiya Kokoro popping off on the Hard Rock 2 along with Carter last time it was picked, so would certainly
I think
be a
Fremont 2.
risky
Fremont
one.
2 is
It feels like at this point, with
that or
how
Fremont
close
4.
every map has been, There are no safe picks left in the pool. Any pick could go either way. All it takes is one player to pop off, make a difference.
Also, I don't think
All that's left that feels somewhat safe is that Fremont 2 for the USA. There it is, finally the pick we've all been waiting for, and we're going to see the same rosters as previously, but I think this is the best pick remaining for the Fremont 2. After this Fremont 2 pick, everything's up in the air. Anything could happen, and there are no clear picks left for either team. We are, of course, going to be seeing Recti Taquito, as always, on the Hard Rock Hidden. These are the two players that make the United States Fremont roster so terrifying. They are the best of the best, and of course, Kokoro coming in along with Karcher and worst HR player. We'll see if they can pull it off this time around. Korea very nearly won this breakpoint last time around. I think it was 200,000 points, much closer than anybody expected. And all it takes, as I've said, one combo from any player on South Korea could be enough to take this one.
It was not even 200k iFlame. It was 142,000 score, the difference between these two teams on this map last time around. This is, and we call this kind of a gimme pick for the United States, but with how close this was, I don't really think that's the case. They need to be on their toes for this sort of map. You saw what happened on the Fremod 1. This can easily go the other way. The USA underperformed on that Fremod 1 by about 700,000 score, and South Korea, with about a 200k improvement, was able to take the point. And then, of course, we saw the best score in World Cup history, only 600 PP.
I can't believe what is happening
on that Hard Rock 3 play, despite
Jesus
it being
Christ.
by and large considered the hardest map in the pool, and not even close. So, just a ridiculous performance on that Hard Rock 3. And now, let's see how well South Korea has prepared their speed roster. Parisia coming back in, Karcher coming back in, Flying Tuna coming back in, who was holding pretty big combo on this last time around. And finally, Restia coming back in for this one for South Korea. Restia going to be taking the Hidden. In fact, top scored with Hidden for South Korea last time around. Dropped about 550k with 99 AC on this. It's really on the rest of the South Korean roster to bring up those
If we
scores
lose this, I think
South level if they want to
we
win
might
this
be
pick
screwed
against the United States. Window life on that.
Then again, I
Nomad
don't know.
dropping
No, they still have Hidden
Rectigon on that hard drop.
A few other picks I'd be a bit scared
this
about.
Is what you need to compete against for South Korea if you want to take this breakpoint and secure a 5-3 advantage in bracket reset.
This United States roster is absolutely devastating. This is the second map we've seen Wadchi make an appearance. Last time he played was on that double time 3. He performed very, very well, matching the rest of his team and setting a precedent on this mechanics. Him coming back around for this is going to be very, very valuable on the Nomad. Rectagon and Taquito, of course, being the staple Fremont players for this team. This map is really brutal, extremely unforgiving in this stamina. One of the more brutal ones of the pool here, and it's going to lead to an early drop here from Parisia, alongside some very, very early drops from Restia and Flying Tuna towards the start of the map. Outside of that, USA all marching ahead with a full combo past that first difficulty section. An SS from Window Life. Incredible consistency and control on this one, man. Great start here for the USA. South Korea unfortunately faltering there with a drop from Flying Tuna on the Hidden Hard Rock, might I add. The hardest double set of mods to do. Flying Tuna seeming
Wait, I'm sorry, they just did what?
Bold choice here. Unfortunately not working out so far, but there's still 2/3 of the map to go. But USA are going to start flying ahead with this next difficulty ramp up section.
And this is the type of mod strategy you used to see back in the day, is I think Flying Tuna tanking the Hard Rock for Karcher so that Karcher can just play this Nomad, not have to deal with that increased circle size, and maybe get a more consistent, higher score on this map. Lower OD with Nomad, but the same approach rate. Can they hold on through this streamy section? It's Flying Tuna and
I thought this was an easy pick.
That drop from Rectigon and Taquito now as well for the United States. Massive in this stream section. Flying Tuna is going to keep dropping, but now there goes Parisia. That's finally a big drop for South Korea, but Karcher matching Window Life. Restia more than matching the combo from Wadchi. This is a big combo advantage for South Korea. If we can see Parisia start to be a little bit more consistent on that Nomad, the tank mod player in Flying Tuna is just not going to matter when you have these other big combos on the side of South Korea. And Restia is just popping off on this still with that super high combo. 98 AC on the Hidden. Can South Korea bring this back with just a quarter of the map left?
There's only a little bit of time left.
You gotta hold. I
Window
refuse.
life.
I refuse
Last
to let
man
this
standing
happen.
here for the United States, the lone soldier. You've got Rectagon giving a little bit of backup left. This strategy from South Korea might just work. Flying Tuna holding on to the hidden hard rock, tanking as much as he can.
It's getting scary.
It's
getting scary.
That they need. Restia, Karcher, can you hold
It's
this
getting
on
really
to the end?
scary.
It's slowly flipping towards the end, but it's flickering just
No!
barely.
No!
Down. Giant break. That has to be decided now for South Korea. Karcher and Restia.
I can't
refuse to
believe
let
it.
this go. They
I
will not
can't
back down.
believe
And
it.
Karcher
What?
ends this off with an FC. South Korea alongside Restia and Karcher with the two fantastic scores. Take the strategy that worked
I am sorry.
so
What?
incredibly perfect, exactly as planned. Textbook stuff. South Korea.
I don't
get
even
the
know what to say.
biggest
My
breakpoint
brain's
of the
dead.
match by far.
That is a strategic
Okay, we just
masterclass
take it.
from South Korea on the free mod. Ank the hidden hard rock. Put
What?
Karcher on the no mod,
What
and
is
look what he
happening?
does. Pulls out the FC.
I thought, you know,
secures the point for South
accuracy,
Korea.
it's not gonna be
and
fun.
all of a sudden, they are 2 maps
Yeah,
away
I was like,
from
oh, it's gonna be
ending
too
the
obvious,
streak of dominance
you know.
from the United States. The
The
2
picks are all
points
gonna
away
be
from
boring. They're all gonna
becoming
be
the
stereotypical.
2023 OSU World Champion, but it is
Nothing
far from
normal
over
has
yet.
happened.
There are still maps to be played, and the USA still has a lot of wiggle room back into this one. South Korea needs to keep up their performance, but after a play like that, they have got to be feeling confident. It only goes up from here. They have the next pick, and if they pick properly, they could very, very easily put themselves on match point. We're early enough
Oh
into
my
this
god, my
match
heart
that
is sore.
South Korea has picks left. They won the Hard Rock 2. I believe they won the Hard Rock 1 as well. Amamiya Kokoro was absolutely absurd on the Hard Rocks, and if Amamiya Kokoro can put up
Like
a
I said,
similar
I can't
performance,
see like a
the
guaranteed
USA
win for
might
South
just be out
Korea,
of luck.
though.
The USA can only afford to lose
This
one
could
more
actually be our
pick,
end. Hold up.
throughout the rest of this match. Hard
We
Rock 1,
don't
Hard
have
Rock
much
2, they
comfort
have to
left.
find one of those wins this time around. They need to step up. Their backs against the wall, but if anyone could do it, it is the USA. They are full of tournament veterans. Vaxe, Rectagon, even Taquito are so good under pressure. They have been here
Okay.
many times before. They have won the tiebreakers. You look back to the tiebreaker match against UK where they ended up winning. You look back to even Poland where they unfortunately did not win, but I believe that one went to tiebreaker as well. They've been here before, and it is going to be Cookie Bouquet's Hard Rock 2. It was an Allegrissimo carry last time around 800,000.
They're on timeout. I'm gonna.
Even
I'm
then,
gonna
I believe
go
it was only
take it
about
quickly.
300,000 points the difference. So by no means a guaranteed win for South Korea. We're gonna see the rosters filled out. Oh, go ahead.
And I think you've got I
What
don't
was it?
it is
600,000?
600k the score difference actually for
600,
South Korea
okay.
on that one according to the NP link. So I think you may have
Previous.
swapped some scores on your notes. But
I
this
did,
is
I
yeah this was a big lead for South Korea when they picked this.
Yeah.
630k for Amamiya Kokoro, 450k as well for Karcher, and 422k for worst HR players. So person per person, member for member, South Korea ahead on all accounts on this map. Not quite as dominant as what we've seen, for example, on the DT3 from USA, where all 4 members are better than even the best score from South Korea. But this is a pretty dominant pick, all things considered, for South Korea if you look at the last match. So this is going to be one where the USA really needs something magical to happen here to avoid going down a match point. And for South Korea, if they can replicate even one of those big scores from Allegrissimo and Amamiya Kokoro, or if we can see Karcher or worst HR player find the magic themselves and hold combo through the middle section of the map where those circle streams don't exist, that's where you can start to see some really big pop-offs for a lot of these players.
Dude, I
Because the hardest
don't even know
parts
what's
of this map
happening anymore.
are really those circle pentagon streams at the very start and about 3/4 of the way through the map. So if you can combo everything in between that, you should be able to get a pretty good score on this map overall.
And that's what's so scary about this map. Karcher, infamous for the Hard Rock precision, how good he is on those, and yet he was the 3rd best scorer for South Korea last time this was picked. If you get even a little bit better score for Karcher, things look rough for the USA very quickly. Mind you, they did put up 2.1 million against Australia off the back of Rectagon absolutely popping off with 99.28 accuracy, so we know Rectigon has the potential. I believe that was a 1 miss as well from Rectigon against Australia. And so we know Rectigon can put up good scores, and if worst state Rectigon can match Allegrissimo, the USA could take this one as well, right? There are no free picks left in this pool. And while we did see USA struggle a little bit earlier today, we've seen scores improve. We've seen scores get much worse. And so South Korea needs to keep up this consistency. And the pressure is going to be on. The nerves are going to be crazy as they know how much is on the line. They know they can, if they win this pick, they are going to be in a prime position to win the World Championship. And they know as well, if the United States win this one, the United States will have a fantastic door back into this one. We should get the players back into the lobby shortly. It is going to be Karcher back in along with Allegrissimo for South Korea, as well as the 2 players already in the lobby. On the side of the United States, we are without a doubt going to be seeing Bashi, Vaxe, and Rectigon, those 2 core players for the United States. And as we get settled in, this map, I will remind you, is not necessarily
my dopamine receptors
your
are going to be
standard
fried for
Hard
like
Rock 2 map. There are 0 objects in the middle of the playfield, and the middle of the playfield needs to be much more comfortable of a position for mouse players as well as tablet players. It is just so much easier than having to aim towards the outsides, and so this map being all objects surrounding the outside of the map makes it quite uncomfortable to play through the whole map. Here we go into Cookie Bouquet. 8 players in the lobby.
Left, I believe.
Only 4 will survive and claim a point here.
Let's see who's able to bring it home. The United States with yet another breakpoint in this match, trying to tie up South Korea after this on their next pick. Or is it South Korea bringing us to an early match point 6-3 after consolidating a breakpoint and winning their own afterwards? We'll see how it goes. Gamma with an early drop for the United States. Rectigon dropping early as well. Only 1 player from South Korea missing on that first circle screen, but it's Allegrissimo.
Never mind. It's a full team reset
for South Korea afterwards, and big accuracy lead now for the United States as Boshiman holding the full combo on the double S
we
out
like
of
that
the intro.
Boshy.
No troubles whatsoever for the precision
I'm not gonna talk. I need to talk
on the
less.
side of the United
I
States.
am not
you think
cursing
of
anyone
precision
out.
players from the U.S. and you think of Boshiman. He is pulling it off here. This map over CS7. That is higher circle size than you usually see, but he does find the slider break midway through the map. It is worst HR player with the recovery for South Korea, but look at the combos on the side of the United States. Kama, Vaxe, and Rectigon all holding big combos here, and now it's just Vaxe, Rectigon, but there's not much combo on the side of South Korea. There goes Vaxe, and now maybe we can see some kind of combo consistency from South Korea start to bring back what is already a 250,000 score lead halfway through this map.
This is slowly creeping in favor of South Korea, but after that double miss from Worst Sharp and Allegrissimo, it's going to start going back in favor of the United States. But a triple miss, I believe.
How can I commentate on
that was a drop from Karma.
If I say a player's name, they miss.
Now to hold on
No!
The break is shown. Information is shared. The USA know what they have to close out. Rexagon looks fantastic with this accuracy on top of that great combo, completely outshining the rest of South Korea. These recoveries are really valuable, but down goes Rexagon.
No, we can hold. No one on South Korea has combo. We're fine. We have Vaxe. That's right. Oh my god, I can't believe
South Korea to build with.
We took a break.
Will once again get another break point.
I can't believe it. I cannot believe it.
Stop in this bracket reset match.
No, they do not. Down but not out. The USA find the break point that they needed back. It is 5-4, and the United States, they have the pick to make this one 5-5. They can tie it up, and we could very quickly find ourselves in the exact same position as we did last match, 5-5 with 1 pick left for each team. The United States have to pick properly, though. We have seen so many breakpoints this match, and at this point, you cannot afford to give up any more. The U.S. needs to win both of their picks because South Korea still have options. They still have that Hard Rock 1 that they won last map to look to, and so this is going to be the key point. This could decide everything right here. This is where I would expect to see the timeout for the USA if we're going to see it, but they might be confident in their pick. They might want to keep up their momentum after that last win on the Hard Rock 2.
that momentum from Hard Rock 2 is so big for the United States. I mean, the first time these teams played this map, it was only 1.7 million team score. The USA improving by 400k, largely off the back of that pop-off from Rectigon, but also just better supporting scores from Boshiman and Kama in particular. Boshiman going up by 100,000 score himself, so a huge overperformance from the United States on that pick. And South Korea, you know, if the United States had performed like they did last time around on this map, they would have won by 200k, but not the case this time around. And finally, we're going to see the 3-mod-4 pick as well from the United States here. This is a pick they've won twice now across the weekend, both against Australia yesterday and against South Korea earlier tonight. Takedo pulling off almost a full combo with Hidden on this map when it was played versus South Korea. Vaxe pulling off the no-mod full combo against Australia. That kind of pop-off potential is huge on a map like this, but the win against South Korea was only by 100,000 points. It was worst HR player with 880k himself on the Hidden, and a 600k score from Flying Tuna to keep it pretty close with what the United States was able to do on this sort of map. So if we can see South Korea pull off those kinds of scores again, this map as well could really go either way for either of these teams. We've said it already during this match, but it doesn't seem like any of these picks are safe for either team. We've seen both teams' picks go the other way from match to match, and with how evenly matched these teams have shown us they are throughout the night,
I'm scared.
It is just so difficult to pick correctly, and you see that with just the abundance of breakpoints in this match.
Yeah, we've seen massive scores, as you mentioned, from both Vaxe and Takedo, but it has been in separate matches. It feels like the USA are rolling the dice a little bit, and I feel like that dice roll is in their favor.
I'm so
On one
glad I
hand,
got to
you
see
could
this
very well
live,
have both Vaxe and Takedo pop off, pull out FCs, and the United States is just hard winning. On the other hand, they could both miss, and all of a sudden, worst HR player takes over. And of course, the third option is that one of them pops off, matches worst HR player, assuming he can put up a similar combo, and things are going to look very close again. So I do think the odds are in the United States' favor this time around, but it is going to be very dependent on worst HR player, because if worst HR player cannot match that score from last time around, you don't really have anyone to be that backup carry for South Korea like you have on the USA. It is worst HR player or bust unless we see somebody else pop off here.
The unwavering potential with this one, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
This was a very, very tight one last time.
They found the strategy.
Just shy of 100,000. It was Takedo for the United States to be the true golden outlier, just outshining worst HR player on a control map like this. On paper, you would expect this to be a map for South Korea. This is the danger with this one, because despite seeing a victory here for the United States, this is a scary aspect. A little bit of a glitch, I believe, in the client actually.
This
Karma doesn't seem to have any hit circles, and it's still hitting everything.
Your flashlight play.
His combo, so we'll just maybe hit a little panic button and hit that little refresh here. But yeah, this is a shoddy one, a scary one. It's a little bit on
terrifying.
Little bit on the gambly.
What happened?
Both of these teams have performed really well. USA have had multiple
that was the time to disconnect, alright.
Absolutely exceptionally on this. Big linear aim section to come through here. Double miss on the side of South Korea. Karma and Rectagon did trade previously, so it is basically a trade. 50,000 score in favor of the United States. Vaxe and Takedo, the two-star players who have set really good scores on this map, still looking good. But Alex,
I do want to say the cap, like,
able to contest at least one.
the decisions being made, like what players to put in, what maps to pick, are absolutely insane. Like, I think this is. I know it's not coaches, but I think leaders are what they're called.
We're getting close
you
to
know,
that one-half section here. Difficulty ramp up now.
Like,
TI
there's
come
been
through.
picks you would never
here from the United
expect.
States. This seems to be really anchored here for the USA. Vaxe
No!
still looking good, but Takedo does go down. That's one full combo gone, and Allegrissimo is able now to contest Vaxe. These recoveries on both teams are really even here. You get a top rope drop from Vaxe, and down he goes. Timing immaculate for the side of South Korea. It's slowly going to start shrinking now in their favor. Allegrissimo remains completely untouched, and Karma and Worst HR player duking it out. Karcher and Rexagon as well. It is just Allegrissimo to hold a differential lead here for South Korea as long as he can hold past this final quarter of the map.
Here we go, into the last third of the map. 93,000 score lead for the United States, but combo advantage for South Korea. Allegrisimo is going to see this combo lead is all on his shoulders. Flying Tune is going to miss in the slow part. Not going to matter too much. The combo for worst HR player and Karcher is matching the combos from Kama and Rectagon here. Rectagon on that Hard Rock, once again, a top performer, even in spite of taking this mod, which makes this map so much more space. The aim on this so difficult in Hard Rock, but not phasing one of the veteran players for the United States and somebody who is known as potentially the best Hard Rock player in North America, full stop. Can the United States bring this back? There goes Karcher. That's one of the big supporting scores for South Korea down. It's still Allegrisimo to hold the full combo, but the combo lead now back on the side of the United States. Kama and Rectagon still going strong here with Taquito back up. And there goes Allegrisimo. He drops as well right before the slow slider. You can see the shakes, but Rectagon will trade the drop. It's all worst HR player. Kama and Taquito matching the combo going into the ending. Vaxe on a good supporting combo for the United States as well. This ending, the hardest part of the map, the speed up to 330 BPM. Can worst HR player hold and potentially bring this back? And does everyone on the USA miss? Because that's what it's going to take for this map to go Korea's way. Taquito will drop this, Kama will drop as well, but there goes worst HR player, and that is going to decide it. Vaxe continuing to hold for the United States. He'll combo the ending and secure the point for the USA. 5-5, tied up once again.
No, this is the best match.
Reset.
This
you
is
could not write a better
this is the
script
best
for this match as we get 5-5 in back-to-back grand finals best of 13s.
Oh my god, you cannot get better than this, can you, iFlame?
You certainly cannot, and we find ourselves back here once again with one pick left for each team. The United States have one pick, South Korea have the next pick, and both of these teams 2 maps away
you can
from
tell
the
what's
World
happening.
Championship. There is no more bracket reset. This is it. This is all there is. The winner of this match takes it
doesn't
all,
even matter
and there
what the
is so much
result is
pressure
of
on
these.
both of these teams.
Well, it
South
does,
Korea,
but
I think we're gonna have to see the Hard
this
Rock
match
one this
match
time
is gonna
around,
be
and
history.
they're gonna need Allegrisimo to pop off yet again.
This might be
is
one
the
of the
time
most.
to take your picks very seriously. This is the time to take things slowly, really put a lot of thought into your picks, and it actually looks like they don't need to pick before their timeout. So we're gonna get the timeout first, and because it is South Korea's pick, they're gonna have the whole timeout to discuss their pick, although I really do expect that that is just going to be the Hard Rock 1 Lunate Elf.
We'll see if it's the Hard Rock 1. They did win that pick against the USA in the first bout, but with how with how much those results have changed from match to match, I don't even know if a 400k win in the first bout of Grand Finals is actually good for South Korea here. The hidden one is still up. I do think that they have good players for something like that. Hidden streams, especially at this BPM, is something that they are pretty good on, and there it is. It's going to be the hidden one. I think the one map you're not going to pick into USA is that Fremod 3. They've had such success on the Fremod pool throughout Grand Finals weekend, both against Australia and South Korea. So I think that's the one map they're going to avoid alongside the Nomad 1, the DT 1, which are probably last pick considerations for the United States. I expect them to pick either into like the DT 1 or the Fremod 3. And here we go, hidden one for South Korea. The first time we're going to see it, Akai Yuwaku by Ling Toste Sigure. This is a really stream-focused awkward aim map. I think a lot of the difficulty in this map, rather than coming from that awkward aim, comes from the flow aim, comes from the streams in this map. Luckily for South Korea, the BPM on this is low enough. It is variable BPM, but it's low enough generally that we don't need to see a lot of stamina-focused players come in for South Korea. The aim control on the streams is the primary difficulty in this one.
And this is a terrifying map to pick this late into the match. This is 4 minutes long. It is a real consistency test, especially on those streams that you mentioned. Those are about halfway into the map, so this is where we're going to see the most misses, and that is the absolute worst place to miss. So if a single player from either team can hold on through the stream section and that combo is not matched, the map is probably over right then and there. Because that's going to be the big test. That is going to be the big break point in the map one way or another, and I expect that will be the big decider unless we see multiple players holding on through it. And we're going to have to see some new lineups here. Without a doubt, we're going to see Taquito, Vaxei, and Rectagon in for the United States. I do expect that that last player is likely to be, I'd have to say, Kama here is just so good at that aim and has been solid on the hiddens so far this tournament. On the side of South Korea, of course, we're going to have the core of Karcher, worst HR player. I do expect we're going to have Amamiya Kokoro back in for the hiddens.
Oh my god, I don't know if I'm going to be like able to.
Either Flying Tuna
Dude,
or
if we
or Restia. I think more likely Flying Tuna.
if we lose this pick,
Can't say I disagree with that. It's
I
definitely gonna be
like
on
the
Kokoro
anxiety
for
going
South
into the
Korea
final
here.
pick is
Restia, Flying
crazy.
Tuna have been the ones taking that hidden for them on some of the free mods, and it is going to be Flying Tuna, it looks like, coming in as the 4th member for South Korea. And apparently the USA having some roster troubles for this one. Not sure where Taquito is at the moment. And that is not going to be good for United States. They do not have a timeout themselves. That is South Korea's timeout that they were going to use on this one. So I'm not sure if that's going to be how it gets applied, but it looks like it. Apparently his internet did go out, but there he is in the lobby, ready to go. So South Korea and United States with rosters ready for
I don't even know what I can
last
say
pick from
point.
South Korea. Parisia, actually.
I mean, I'm
coming
a
into
broken
the lobby
record,
for
but
South
like
Korea here.
this broken
But it
record
looks
is
like
still
it
gonna screech.
stepping out at the moment. I think
be
South Korea
Kokoro.
just kind of waiting for roster lock to be confirmed from the referee before putting in their full roster. And it looks like the same for the United States right now.
At this point, the timer you see there in the lobby chat has already been started for 2 minutes. So unfortunately for the United States, because they wanted to wait for Taquito as they should, their timeout has been used up. And even though Taquito did show up about 10 seconds after that timeout got started, they do have the rest of the timeout to be waited out if they want to use it. And so both teams are going to have their players use the duration of this timeout to just take a look at the map and editor, maybe get a tiny bit of quick practice in before we go into one of the most important maps in this whole tournament. We do see Vaxei back in now. We just wait on Amamiya Kokoro, who should be getting back into the lobby before we go into this 4-minute long hidden aim fest with a real tough stream test right in the middle.
We'll see how both players handle it. Looking for one more player to come in for South Korea. It is going to be Restia, in fact. Amamiya Kokoro not coming in for this one, it seems. So we are going to have funds out from both of these teams. Last pick for South Korea. If they win this, they secure tiebreaker at the very least and match point on the USA's pick. If they lose this, USA is at match point
like
with
4.5
next
minutes.
pick. South Korea need this one to work out to potentially win their first World Cup in 10 years and put a stop to the longest standing streak of dominance we have ever seen in O Standard coming from the United States. Can they do it? Can they secure match point? Early miss from Karcher on this map, but not going to matter all that much.
Okay.
Accuracy is gonna be
I don't
important
know
for
if I
this
can
one, as
rest
there's
or
lots
not.
and lots of breaks points in this map. Tons and tons of really difficult streams. As you said, the stream section starts to get really difficult about halfway through the map, as that's when the flow aim starts to take hold, and that's when the streams start to get longer and longer. Until then, I think you're going to be looking at more of the awkward aim as a difficulty focus in the first half of this map, and we'll see how well these teams can hold on to that aim control, how well they can handle the density factor on a map like this, and how well they can handle that awkward aim. Nobody breaking on those big back and forth jumps. Correcting on breaking on the first stream pattern there, though, in this first jump section. It's Flying Tuna, Restia, worst HR player, all on FCs. Taquito dropping now as well. It's only Vaxei for the United States. Early days still. But this is looking good for Korea out of the gate. A 40k score lead and climbing with 3 full combos to 1 just on Vaxei, and big supporting combo for Archer. There go Flying Tuna and worst HR player. Can they continue
I gotta pull out enough
this
thunder.
advantage they
I
hold?
might be a bit
Karcher
quiet
and
for
Restia,
this
it's all
one.
on their shoulders,
Oh.
but there's a big chain miss for Restia, and now Taquito
Dude,
drops
I gotta
in
rest
time,
for whatever
but
happens
that's
next.
not the combo you need to lose on the side of USA if you're Korea. Vaxe right now holding the only full combo in the lobby with that reverse choke from Karcher, nearly matching him, but the supporting scores from Rectagon and Kamba are just ridiculous for USA in comparison to the supporting scores from South Korea.
That Chambers from Restia completely secured the flip there for the United States. Several misses on that one chain section there. Gonna lead to not only a huge drop in score, but a giant drop in accuracy there for Restia. Disaster for that guy, unfortunately. You do still have Karcher to keep Vaxe in contest here, but Karma and Rectagon building some great recoveries to suppress the rest of South Korea. This map gets progressively more and more challenging. It does not get easier during these KIs. Sure, you do have a little bit of a slowdown section here, but the important sections, just like these ones, do not stop getting difficult. A double miss from the United States, in fact, in Rectagon and Karma. Karcher and Restia all trade that as well.
Does anyone have combo?
Yes, it was. Taquito's the last man standing here.
Taquito has
for
some combo,
the
but
United
HR has
States.
more.
Worst HR player has a tiny lead over him, and that's going to give the South Koreans a very, very tiny combo advantage. Giving a little bit of second decline to low, but it's looking good. Tiny advantage here for South Korea. A slowdown sector to come through. All of these recoveries are dead even. Here's a big ramp up. This is where it matters. Taquito's down.
My god.
What is the char player? Is the last man standing with the most important combo of the game.
No one's holding.
No one's going.
How is everyone on South Korea holding? No. We need anyone. Miss. Please.
South Korea have got to keep this alive.
I can't keep my
recoveries are so valuable here. The jumps are getting massive.
What is happening?
It's going to slow down the push a little, but that's not going to matter. Worst they char player. Looks good. South Korea seem to be in control of their own destiny.
Okay. Still a little bit
Worst
left.
HR
What is happening at
does
this
it
point?
again. He is holding strong. Karcher is supporting. Even if worst HR player misses, Karcher is there to back him up against the combo that is up and coming from Vaxe. There goes Karcher though. Now it's all on worst HR player. A 60k score lead is still tenuous for South Korea at best. But there goes Vaxe. All the combos on USA are down. South Korea, they may have just done it. Worst HR player is still holding. And he is the combo lead. He is the score lead. He finally finds the chain miss, but it's 100,000 for South Korea. Taquito, the only semblance of combo in the whole lobby right now.
I don't know what's happening. I don't know what is happening anymore.
100,000 plus score lead for South Korea. I dare say it. This is gonna be the point for South Korea. Wait.
No, look, it's flipping. The tides are flipping. I don't know. Wait, it's going. Wait, no. The tides are turning. The chessboard is flipping. The table's going. Whoa!
They've done it.
They have to have done it. Worst HR player is an absolute demon. Puts up the score when it matters, and with that miss from Taquito, that is going to be a point for South Korea, and they are 1 point away.
The chessboard is in a
world
revolution.
champions for the first time.
There is no gravity.
1 point is all that stands between them and victory.
What is going
and
on?
all that's left in this map is
Yeah,
the
okay.
slow outro as South Korea. Let it sink in. You guys are so close. They can feel victory on their fingertips. The United States have the next pick, but there are no easy picks for the U.S. South Korea, they don't need to let it go to tiebreaker. They can take this on the United States' next pick if they play well. Dio, what is this pick from the United States? What do they look to at least get themselves a tiebreaker?
There's only so many maps left right now.
I want to see a tiebreaker.
That was
so
a super close one near the end there, but pop-off score from worst HR player barely did enough to hold them strong through the rest of the map. We've got DT1 still available. We've got Free Mod 3 still available. Hard Rock 1 is up, but USA lost that last time around. I don't think they are going to want to pick into that. It's No Mod 1, DT1, Free Mod 3 left up for the United States to pick here. My money's on DT1, but I can see them wanting to pick into that Free Mod 3. They have had massive success on the Free Mod pool all weekend, both against South Korea and against Australia. So if you're going with consistency, that free mod pool is in their favor. They've won that map twice out of the 2 times it has been played so far. But if you're going by the BPM theory, if you're trying to speed cap South Korea, then DT1 calls your name. 280 plus BPM on that DT1, and it does have some bursts in it. This is not a map where you can just alt all of the jumps and be comfortable. So you need a little bit of that speed to hold on to the combo in that map. It's, I think, between those two maps, and it is going to be that free mod pick. Free mod 3, R176 by Cranky. It's the anti-mod free mod pick as the last shout for the United States. They win this one, they tie us up, and we go to Vanitas. They lose this, and they lose their first World Cup since 2017.
CS5, AR8, this is so heavy on the rhythmic patterns. The aim control, there are some really brutal linear patterns, the zigzags that you have to watch out for. This map is no joke. It is going to claim a lot of combos, and last time around, it was a 250,000 point win for the United States off the back of Rectigon and Taquito, the hidden and hard rock players for the United States. We did see an overmod from South Korea with Allegrissimo and Karcher taking hard rock, neither of them feeling comfortable on that AR8 no mod, but I wonder if we see them switch it up this time around, because this map is so tricky, especially those wiggle zigzag patterns. They're so tricky with the precision hard rock that I'd almost like to see South Korea drop off one of those hard rocks, but it's really going to depend if Allegrissimo feels like they can play the AR8 no mod on this map, and just might not be the case.
We'll see if they can put up some of the same scores they had last time around for the United States. We had some really, really tough scores on this map from both teams. This was the first pick for South Korea in the first bout of Grand Finals. Rectigon 600k on Hard Rock. Hidden 585k for Taquito, and they end up winning that pick against South Korea by 260k. This is the throwback for the United States. It'll be both the first pick and the last pick in Grand Finals for this map. What a way to end off the match the same way it started. But this time around, it's for the United States. They're looking to replicate their success from the very first pick in this match. If they can do it again, they will be legendary in the World Cups and bring us to an organic bracket reset tiebreaker. If South Korea can do it, they will become legends themselves and end a 5-year streak of consecutive wins for the United States. It's time. Boshiman, Taquito, Vaxe, Rectigon for the United States. Karcher, Flying Tuna, Allegrissimo, and worst HR player for South Korea. Double hard rock this time around for the US. Vaxe on that hard rock for the United States, coming in for Fire Rage, who took no mod last time around for them. Same roster, same mods for South Korea. Looking to high roll this time around. Awkward aim abounds. Streams that double back on themselves all throughout the map. And my god. So many easy places to break on a map like this. Early miss for Rectigon, worst HR player, and Karcher.
No.
At the start here. Vax also breaking right near the start of the map.
Okay, no one's holding combo. That's good.
Down for South Korea. It's Allegrissimo and Boshiman holding onto these FCs. Hard rock full combo for Allegrissimo. No mod FC for Boshiman. This aim on Hard Rock is massive. This is 7 stars no mod. With Hard Rock, this map comes close to 8 stars just off the aim alone. And that is a huge star rating buff, but it is still advantage United States. Vaxe missing there on the Hard Rock is going to give advantage to South Korea, but it's
I don't know how we're doing this.
I don't know how we're doing all dropping, Flying Tuna dropping as well. And now suddenly it's looking very good for the United States.
Big full apart here from South Korea. So many combos are going down. It's only Allegrissimo on the hard rock to try and bring something alive. Boshiman going to contest him, and Allegrissimo falls. The rest of the United States are going to be able to build and build equally to the rest of South Korea. Boshiman is the last outlying combo for the USA. And as the break is shown, Boshi knows what he has to do. He's the last combo alive, last combo standing to give the US the established lead that they need. Karcher and Allegrissimo go down alongside Flying Tuna. Rectigon and Taquito also go down. Boshiman will finally drop, but towards the end of this map,
it might be too late.
this could be it for the South Korea on this pick for the USA. It could be the final map to decide it all. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time.
Oh my god, I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. It's actually time for
Boshiman will not let it end that easily. The gimmick specialist shows up big time for the United States of America. And now we get Vanitas. This map is something special. It is 5 minutes and 53
Oh my god, we're
seconds.
actually going to
Absolutely
Vanitas.
brutal aim patterns,
We're
stream
actually
patterns, you name it. We saw this showcased in the United States, Australia mats, and there were some rough scores all around. This map is incredibly difficult, and you're going to look towards those key players for both teams. It's going to be Rectigon, Vaxe for United States. It's going to be worst HR player along with Karcher for South Korea. Any one of these players could put up a big score, and if you do well enough, you could solo carry this map. Dio, talk to me about this tiebreaker. What are we watching out for? What are the expectations going into this one for both teams here?
This is one of the most unique tiebreakers that the World Cup has seen in Grand Finals in recent years, with the rise of OS original songs for tiebreakers. We've seen lots of different quote-unquote rhythm game songs with tons of different skill sets represented through the song. Tech, stream, speed, alt, you name it, it's in the tiebreaker, right? This one is far more mechanics focused. 220 BPM pretty much all throughout. Aim and streams the primary difficulty focus of this map, and we do have some alt sections, some aim sections in the middle as well, where you can have big combo breaks. If you've been comboing to that point, you're starting to shake. You are going to break on some of the gigantic half-screen triples in the middle of the map. Some of the ridiculous
Oh my god, dude, my
that
heart
make
is
their way
like...
about 2/3 of the way into this pick as well.
My heartbeat doesn't
It is so
exist
hard
anymore.
to get a high score on this because max combo is nearly 3,500 on this pick. You can get 2,000 combo and still score below 500k on a pick like this. And that,
Oh my god.
for me, screams team consistency. If you can get a team together who are all really solid on this type of thing, they're going to perform pretty well. You're going to see lots of 300-400k scores. That is the type of score and type of team score that can win you a map like this. So I think this is a really good test of overall team consistency. It's not about the solo carries on this map for the most part. It's about how.
Okay, last time we might see chat. I can't believe it.
For a map like this.
2 minutes remaining until we get into this tiebreaker, folks. Go get your popcorn. This is such a good song and yet another Osu original, and it is such a banger. We could not have asked for a better match to end off the World Cup.
I don't even know.
And we'll soon find out whether South Korea can finally topple the Titans, the Giants in the United States, or if South Korea can make a great return after 10 years.
This might be the best rhythm game match of all time.
First place podium spot in the Osu World
Cup.
The
history.
Let's talk
the
about
scripts have
Without
been
a doubt,
building.
we are going to be seeing Reki, Vaxe, along with Karcher and Worst HR player. But who are the fill players for both teams? For South Korea, I have to imagine we're going to see Flying Tuna in for this. And in my opinion, I think the best bet here is Allegrissimo. Allegrissimo has looked incredible, has shown that potential and those big pop-off moments earlier on, especially on the Hard Rock. And that's what you need this time around. You need the consistency as well as the ability to pop off, put up big combo. And we'll see. Spectre, Restia, they're going to get their time in the spotlight. I don't think either of them will be playing. Parisha as well. Everybody's getting into the lobby for South Korea, saying hello to the stream. On the side of the United States, I think we are waiting on, of course, Rectigon into the lobby. Is this so speedy that we don't see Taquito? I do expect one of Window Life or Woodshi to sub out in favor of Taquito. I don't know if I can see a world where Taquito doesn't play this map. What do you think, Dio?
I think this is going to be the roster for both teams. Taquito is not a stream stamina player. This is not the type of map that you would usually see him in for. And I think this roster for the United States is locked. Window Life would be 2 rookies for the United States on the tiebreaker in bracket reset. This is a best of one. It's for all the marbles.
Oh my god.
Release Hallucination said it best. Great match. Good luck to both teams. Let's see the grand finals tiebreaker bracket reset. Whoever wins here wins the OS World Cup and are crowned Osu champions.
16 players, 2 teams, and 1 world champion.
I am
6
so
minutes, 43 seconds to the decider. I'll let you take it away, Shiba. Here we go into Vanitas.
Dude, I don't care.
Ladies
I don't
and
care.
gentlemen,
It might be midnight, but to
emerging
me,
through countless battles
is
all
5
over the
in the
world,
morning.
witnessing magnificent upsets, shattering records. One final chapter in the history books. One last map. It all comes down to Vanitas. Ridiculous levels of mechanics and consistency. Custom song by Release Hallucination. One of a breakaway tiebreaker in this
Okay,
World Cup.
Frisia
It
misses.
all comes down to this. On
Oh,
the side of the United States,
Restia misses.
Windowlight, Wachi, Vaxe, and Rexagon. On the side of South Korea, Restia, Karcher, Parisia, and Flying
Wuchi
Tuna.
misses, but he trades it
Early
with
starts
Restia.
past
Okay.
this intro section is hit by the majority, but Wachi and Parisia, alongside Restia, are the ones
Okay,
that go
so it's
down past this
basically
intro
deady.
section. So far,
You'll
so
say a
good on the
slight
side of the
advantage.
United States, 3 FCs to 2. Parisia goes down
Parisia
once again
is
past
really
that
struggling.
stream section, but it's looking good on the side of the United States. This map has plenty sections here that could go in favor of both players. These streams can get really test here, can get really, really tough. First down in the stream section come through, no drops from either player. Karcher is going to go down
Ooh,
afterwards,
Flying
and it's
Tuna,
joined
though.
by Flying Tuna.
Oh, Wuchi.
Four combos dropped here from
Oh!
South Korea. A fall apart through this build-up section. Rectagon is going to drop
Oh my
as
God,
well.
there's no one
Vaxe
holding.
and
There's no
Wendell
one
the only
holding.
one to drop by this next GI.
Okay.
That's
Vax and
Windowlight
Windowlife are up
Vaxe holding strong for the United States right
The
now.
GOATs!
This
The GOATs!
is the trouble for
The
South
greatest of
Korea.
all time.
Can they bring a mechanic tiebreaker
Ooh,
against the
Restia,
United
they're
States?
really
They have had
struggling, though.
trouble
Oh,
on mechanics
oh.
picks all match long, but there go Windowlife and
It's a reset,
Vaxe.
it's a
That's the
reset.
two full combos
Okay, but
gone
we have
for the United
Rectagon
States. Now
holding. We have
Karcher,
Rectagon holding, I
unfortunately,
believe.
the biggest combo for South Korea not able to hold here. It's Rectagon with a little bit of combo for the United States to keep this score lead intact for them. This is what the United States needed in this tiebreaker, is their mechanics carry players to come out and pop off, and that is exactly what they're doing. South Korea not able to find the big combos that the United States has had in this
Wuchi
first
missed.
quarter
Wuchi
of the map
missed.
so far. Wuchi's
Okay.
going to find another miss
We're keeping it
alongside
up, though. We're
Parisia,
keeping it up, though.
but the
Windowlife
big
and Vaxe
story
have
here is this
recovered.
combo on Rectagon. Restia as well dropping now. It feels like it's all on Karcher, Flying Tuna, the
That
two
hurts.
veteran members
Okay, Flying
of
Tuna,
South Korea.
Karcher,
Flying Tuna in particular,
Parisia.
somebody
So-
who's been
oh,
with this team
Rectagon,
for years
Rectagon,
and years, will
ugh.
finally drop the combo. It's Karcher now, the only
Oh my
combo
God.
for South Korea.
Oh my God.
against
Oh my God, it's
Windowlife.
Windowlife versus
Vaxe
Karcher.
dropping
No.
now. Windowlife dropping as well.
Wait, slipping.
Karcher, last man standing here for South Korea with the big
Okay,
combo.
Wuchi
Going
just
into
needs
this
to
next
hold.
GI.
Wuchi just
Jumps
needs
get
to hold. If we
really,
can
really
recover a
tough
few
here.
more misses.
Cross-screen
Flying Tuna
stream
just
there
missed.
is
We still
hit
have a chance.
from Karcher.
Oh,
He's got to
no,
hold
that's
on to
rough,
this
that's
to
rough,
try and
that's
bring
rough.
something back to South Korea.
Oh, they're bringing it back.
76,000
They're bringing
is
it
quite
back.
the deficit
No.
on a
Oh
tiebreaker
God.
like this.
Oh, but they all
So
missed.
many players
They
go
all
down,
missed.
including
Vaxe.
Karcher.
Vaxe.
Big combo from South Korea is
Oh, it's
gone.
Vaxe versus
Vaxe,
Parisia.
the biggest combo in the lobby. Also
Oh my
gone.
God,
And getting into
everyone's
control
missed.
quarter. No player hits through this full KI, and we're getting into the 1/3 now. Arguably a section that's more in favor of
I
South
don't even know
Korea.
what happened.
This section has a lot of wiggles and lots of 1/3s. You've got to really keep yourself precise and in control
Okay,
of these
Wuchi
patterns.
missed, but he trades
really,
it with
really
Restia.
devious here.
Vaxe also
So
misses,
many
trades it
drops
with
from so
Restia,
many
not good.
players. Only Windowlife,
Okay, they have a
Rexagon,
slight
Karcher, and
advantage,
Flying
I'm
Tuna
gonna
to
say, but I
hit
think our
most
axe
of
just
it.
much
2
more
to 2 in the
superior.
Beta recovery combos, but overall the United States still looking good. Jump sessions to come through as well. The United States are slowly gaining on this section.
Very
This
slow.
is
very.
where it all comes
Ooh,
down to the
Parisia.
aim. Parisia is
Okay,
going
he
to
missed.
drop. It's
He missed.
still
We-
the United States
we
with
have
that
some gain.
advantage now, supporting scores in their favor. There goes Karcher,
Oh my
Restia,
God. Oh
Wuchi,
my God, that's
Window
almost
Life,
like
all dropping
Okay, but
in
we have
short order.
Rectagon. We have
It's
Rectagon
Flying
to hold.
Tuna
It's
and
up against
Rectagon with
Flying
big
Tuna.
combos.
Oh
for
my
either team.
God.
Rectagon drops as well now. It's Vaxe
drops
and
them.
Flying
Oh
Tuna
my
with
God,
combos.
there's no one
Vaxe
with combo.
dropping now
It's
as
just
well.
Flying Tuna.
It's Flying Tuna alone
No,
right
but
now.
then he
But
misses.
there he goes as well. And
Okay,
this
so
is
wait,
what
it's
I was
just
saying
no one
about
has
this
any
tiebreaker
combo.
before we started off. This map so difficult. The mechanics test
No
so
one at all has
consistent
any
on this
axe.
kind of map.
No
that
one
the
has-
pop-off scores
I
just
go-
matter so
I guess
little
fact-
on
what
a
is
pick
happening?
like this. It's
What
all
is
about the team consistency and triple 200K 2/3 of the way through right now for the United States versus just one score above that margin in Karcher for South Korea. If anyone can do it, it is this man, the first full combo on Dokito's Yomiuri, a legendary tournament player from last year. Karcher, can
Dude,
he find a
heart,
big
I
combo? Can he find it in him to pop off and carry Korea to their first win in 10 years? It's not
Okay,
looking
it's
super
not a
likely at the
massive
moment.
gap,
You
though.
have big combos on Wuchi, Windowlife, and Vaxe
Oh,
right now.
but everyone else
Rectagon
is
as well on a
struggling.
pretty big combo there, and
Okay,
there goes
yeah, we
Karcher.
kinda just
The
took it
one
off.
big combo for Korea is down, and all of USA is hitting this stream section. All of USA is hitting the 1/3. All of USA is hitting the jumps. And the United States will not be held back. The United States cannot be beaten. The juggernaut of the World Cups for
Vaxie's
8
going.
years. 7 of the last 8 World Cups in their favor have gone to the United States, and this one as well. Despite it all, despite quarterfinals losers bracket, it seems like you cannot stop the best team in O standard history.
We're approaching
I'm not letting my hopes up. I'm not letting my hopes up yet. Anything can happen. Who knows? Who knows at this point? It is all on Vaxie.
The
goal lives. The goal lives.
Going towards the final end of this.
This is the greatest Osu match of all time. Everything has built to this.
This storyline will soon
It's
come to an
done.
end. The final
Oh my God! No, he missed.
starting to come through, and
The script is finished. The script is getting printed. Who knows? Rectagon is hold. Uchi is in there. Flying Tuna's holding. There is. We don't even know what's happening anymore. It probably won, honestly. Allie.
No matter the doubts, the USA will prove that they are inevitable.
I really don't.
Doubters, be silenced. Believers, be
We won. We won.
The United States
Oh my God.
2023 Osu World
Yeah.
And the
We
more
did it.
things
We're the
change,
best
the more
goddamn
they stay
team
the
ever.
same for the
Oh my
6th
God.
time in a row, back to back to back. 3
We're
times
the
over,
win.
the USA have done it
Oh, yeah.
again.
Oh my God, my heart is sore.
This is the United States people expect to see in the grand finals.
Oh my God.
A story we have repeated
Oh my God, I just
throughout
made so
the
much
World
money.
Cup is that the United States is one of 2 or 3 teams that builds their entire roster around the expectation of getting to grand finals, and in their case, the expectation of winning the tournament. That is what this roster is built around, and this is the reason why the United States is inevitable.
I don't
This
even know
is
what I
the
can say
reason
anymore.
why they are your 6-time back-to-back-to-back-to-back world champions. The United
that's the
States,
closest to the perfect
5
match
roster
we'll ever
swaps
get.
from last year, multiple rookies on the roster this year in Kama,
Well,
Window Life, and
we have some
Wuchi.
Osu coins.
All the
to-
expectations around this
No.
roster was that
Yeah,
this
same.
was the weakest USA roster we've seen in recent memory, and it still does not matter. The United States
can't
are your
believe it.
champions. They defeat South Korea in tiebreaker, in bracket reset, and they cement themselves once again in history as the team to beat, as the single best country in O standard.
The USA dynasty continues for a 6th year. So many doubts with this roster at the start of the year,
Oh my
from
God.
falling to Canada 6-1
This
in the
is the
quarterfinals
craziest
to
OWC
prevailing
ever.
against all odds. The USA
think this
dynasty
is-
continues. The fortress remains
Probably, yeah,
stone
this is-
still
I don't even know what to
and
say.
untouched. USA win their World
I think
for the
this
6th
is
time in a row. South
This is
Korea
the
has
first
been the
time.
closest that they have ever been to triumphing and defeating the dynasty that is the United States. But it will not be today.
Oh my
Today
God.
is the day that USA prevail once again.
South Korea, they were so close, but unfortunately not enough. And as we come to the end of the World Cup, I do want to give a huge thanks to all of
I
the
can't
staff
believe
here
it.
at the
Yeah.
World Cup. There is so much going on behind the scenes.
I am so glad
from
I
all
watched
the
this
mappers
match.
to the refs to the streamers to the tournament organizers to keep things running smoothly for you all the viewers and the players. And on top of that, I want to give a massive thank you to everybody who has joined us, showed up to watch these matches, supported your favorite teams, cheered in the chat, and made things so exciting. This has been truly one of the greatest World Cups in OWC history, and can't wait to see how future ones turn out.
This has been the most exciting World Cup in a very long time. It has been a very, very long time before we have seen the United States be pushed this hard in grand finals. My
Hey,
mind goes
next
back
year.
to 2018 when the United Kingdom was able to take the United States to bracket reset. Here in tiebreaker, South Korea putting up the fight of a lifetime with this roster. But ultimately, as you said, iFlame, the more things change, the more things stay the same. As you said, Shiba, the United States are inevitable. They will be your winners. They will be your OS World Cup champions. Takedo, Rectagon, Window Life, Woodchi, Vaxe,
I was here.
Fire Rage, and Bosch.
I was here.
Congratulations to your 2023 OS champions. And of course, massive congratulations as well are in order for the second and third place teams joining them on the podium. What a fantastic grand finals and what a fantastic tournament.
We've been
South
going for
Korea.
4.5
Flying
hours.
Tina, Karcher, worst HR player, Restia, Amamiya Kokoro, Allegrissimo, Spectre,
Oh my
and
god, I
Parisia,
don't even know what
your
I can say
runner-ups
anymore.
for the World Cup in 2023. And in third place with their first ever podium finish, it is Australia.
What a
Gumi,
crazy
Emrek,
World
Secret
Cup
Box,
this has been.
AKNZX or CS2, Sayo, JGLF, O/, and Zintex. Congratulations on a historic World Cup for Australia and a historic World Cup for us all. What a fantastic tournament we've had this year. This is one for the history books.
Exactly.
2023 OSU World Cup will 100%
The chessboard,
be
it went all
written
over the
in
world. It was
the
spinning every
stones
direction. It
of
was going into
history
dimensions you couldn't
as
even
one
imagine.
of the most thrilling, exciting,
By
incredible
God, though,
World
did that
Cups
chess
we have
game
ever
go hard.
been. What a time to be alive, to be an OS World Cup player, an OS World Cup viewer. What a time to be alive in this moment, truly. It's absolutely phenomenal. Congratulations once again, USA, your champions, South Korea, your runners-up, and Australia for making a fantastic Cinderella story and getting their first podium spot ever.
Congratulations indeed to all of the teams in the OS World Cup
Well.
this year, and particularly to our podium placers. Before we exit this final stream of the OS World Cup this year, we need to give some special shout outs to all of the staff and organizers who make this tournament possible. So I want to give it massive shout outs, of course, to everyone behind the scenes. We had a huge staff team this year. Of course, the managers of the OS World Cup, Azer, Chili Repair, Liu FLT, and Mango Miser behind the scenes with all of the work on OS Originals for the map pulling team. Congratulations and thank you to them for their efforts.
Dude,
Thank you as well to the efforts of the map pool selectors
I'm
this
so
year.
glad
Azer,
to
Shiv,
watch
Dada,
OWC this
Nissan,
year.
Librarian, Miles, and Megamic, as well as the map pool quality assurance team in Mordred, Petal, Shina Noriko, and Zelk.
well,
And finally, to the others involved in the map pooling, all the playtesters and mappers. There are far too many of them to list one by one, but including the participant playtesters, there's well over 50 mappers and playtesters to list. So thank you to all of them for the help. And of course, to our huge statisticians working with all of the back-end sheeting and design for the tournament in Leo FLT and Shadooz. Of course, design and art is also a massive team, but two big people behind the scenes, in particular Kaitu, is a huge driving force for the design of the World Cup every year. A big shout out as well to the 20 separate artists from the OS Originals this year. Go check all of those out. They are listed on the information sheet. Please give them some love. Some love. It is 2:30 in the morning. Please give them some love. Go check out their songs. Make sure that their time in the OS scene is worth it, and make sure that they want to come back once again every year, because it has been an absolute pleasure having all these OS Originals every year, and especially the 20 from this year.
I don't know what else. I don't know what else to say, man.
I think you've covered it
been a
all.
great run.
I will
Yeah.
give one more huge shout out to everyone watching. We really appreciate all of you guys. It has been
dude,
an
I'm
honor.
like,
Dio, would you like to send us off?
I would be happy to. Congratulations once again to your third place team in Australia with their first ever podium finish. Your runner-up in South Korea, a winner's bracket run for the ages, and taking the giant in Goliath team of the United States to tiebreaker and bracket reset. It was truly a run for the ages. They are rewarded with a well-deserved second place. And of course, congratulations to your OS champion, the United States. From everyone here at the OS World Cup, from everyone here at the OS team, thank you all very much for watching. Congratulations to everyone on the podium, and congratulations to every team with their fantastic placements this year. We'll see you all next year for the 2024 OS World Cup.
See you next time.
See you next time.
I think that might unironically be one of the greatest matches I've ever seen. Like, I don't even know what I can say anymore. Dude, I am so glad I decided to stream this. Like, this is probably not gonna get very many views, but this moment feels, it feels insane. Like, it feels so above everything. Anyway. I'm gonna end stream. This has been 4 hours and 30 minutes, so pretty damn long. Thanks to everyone who ends up watching this, and shout out to, all the people who have set OWC up. God, I love Osu. I might be playing Taiko, but standard. You can't lie, it's amazing. Anyway, my name is TNT. I suck at making outros.